I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, and I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, December 12th, and about 15 minutes, Charlie ADELSON is going to be sentenced. It's going to be great. I already found the stream. I have it up. I'm watching the countdown. It's not going to be like last time where I was searching. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Hopefully everything is coming through all right. Please let me know if there's any issues. Hopefully not. Worst case scenario, my cat might hop up here and try to get on camera. I hope everybody is having a great start to your week. It's only Tuesday. We still have a while to go. I have been sick, so I apologize in advance for my sniffling, coughing, and breathing like a pug. I'm going to try to mute when I am coughing and stuff. I've been sick for a little over a week and a half now, but still have a lingering cough. Here comes my... Oh, there goes the cat. Anyway, see if you know... Oh, there's my cat scratching on something that she's not supposed to, but I don't mind if she scratches on that. So I just let her do that because it doesn't fray like other stuff, so she can have fun. And I bought my roommate's daughter these lights, and she doesn't use them, so I took it. And that's why there's lights in the background today. Yeah. So yesterday we were talking in the chat about technology and the Cellbrite and those sorts of things. Brandi will be back this afternoon. I won't be here the whole day. I'll only be here for a few hours. I am very glad to be here. You guys have always been so wonderful to me. I appreciate the welcome that you guys have given me every time that I guest host. So I do very much appreciate it. For those of you that are new and don't have no clue who I am, my name is Jessica. I go by Jessica for Justice. I am a victim advocate. I am also a homicide survivor. My fiance Austin was murdered in 2019, and I got started in victim advocacy shortly after that because of our experience with the justice system. So I am not a legal expert. I only know so much. Most of my expertise is going to be Texas law, Florida law, and legislation and things like that. So I may or may not know the answers to some legal questions. So just so you guys are aware. So anyway, so back to technology. We'll touch base on that real quick. Oh, and if you guys want to hear my entire story, if you go on my Twitter, I do have interviews that I've done pinned. If you want to hear Austin's story and what happened and how I got started in all this, it's all on Twitter. I've done a few different interviews now. I also have a YouTube channel myself. I haven't told my story there yet, but I have interviewed a victim advocate that I know very well that has been very helpful. And there is my link tree if anybody's interested. So to touch base on the technology that we were talking about yesterday. So a Cellbrite is like this machine. It's a big machine, and we used it at Apple. To transfer data from like somebody's flip phone to their iPhone, but because it didn't work very well, it would you would only be able to transfer the contacts. So I'm really surprised to see that they're using Cellbrite in trials for evidence. because it just displays it like an Excel spreadsheet and things like that. So that's pretty surprising to me. If you don't want somebody to get into your device, if something happens to you, then make sure that your device is up to date. Keep your software up to date on if it's an Android or an iPhone. There used to be software that you could extract and pull data out of an iPhone, but Apple keeps updating the security. So the more up to date your software is, the harder it is for them to get into. All right, I see Charlie already in court, so let me share the screen because I don't want anybody to miss anything. I don't hear it. There's no sound yet. Because I do have my sound on. Okay, there's no sound yet, but they're on. So I don't want y'all to miss a second of oh, Charlie looks rough. All right, hold on. Nope, that's okay, wait. Oop. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out where I want to be. Nope. Okay. I'll move myself in a second. Let me add this to stage. Make this bigger. Bloop, bloop. Oh, all right, hold on. It's so weird. When I do it on mine, I don't have to actually take up the whole display to make it. Why are you not? Hold on. Oh, that's why. I have to expand it. It wasn't me. It was how this was set up. All right. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this in a sec. There we go. That's what I wanted. Brandi's is set up different than my StreamYard, so yeah, I'm kind of new-ish to streaming, so I apologize. I'm doing my best. Doing my best, so be nice. Y'all have been pretty nice, so I'm just saying, I think I only upset 2 people last time, so I think that's pretty good. Because Brandi always has a lot of people watching, and I think if I've only upset 2 people in the times that I've been on here, that's pretty damn good. All right, so hopefully I didn't miss anything in the chat. If I do, I apologize. I can, in order for me to participate in the chat, I have to have YouTube open too, because I am on Brandi's StreamYard. So if I chat in StreamYard, I'm gonna look like I'm Brandi. So I don't wanna do that. So I'm gonna come on chat. All right, StreamYard. Come on, there we go. All right, so now I have it up and running. Technology is great sometimes. I mean, I worked for Apple for 10 years and did home automation for a long time. And sometimes technology just does what it wants. And it's so nice to see you guys too. Again, you guys have always been so kind to me, and I very much appreciate it. And it's really because of you guys that I knew that I could even start my own YouTube and doing stuff on social media. I was terrified until Brandi asked me to guest host, and because of how you guys were and how everything went, it's given me the confidence to be able to start my own YouTube. And I'm also going to be starting a series with Raul Ketchlisk called Catch Justice. And we're going to go over cold cases. Oh, there's some audio. Just want to make sure that you guys can hear everything okay. You guys hear the white noise from the court? Somebody clearing their throat. Ooh, somebody's whispering. I'm so nosy. I try so hard to hear what they're saying. I'm a chismosa. Like, I'm definitely super nosy. I'm the little old lady that looks out the window at every noise. Yeah, Charlie looks terrible. Charlie looks horrible. He didn't even shave. But I guess it doesn't matter now, right? Oh, yeah. Brandi, I love Brandi. Brandi is like, if you guys ever get the chance to meet her in person, she's just like how she is on YouTube. She's the sweetest thing. She's so sweet and she's funny. And I had a lot of fun hanging out with her at CrimeCon. She's just, yeah, she's great. And I know you guys love her because you watch her all the time, but she is just like that in person, too. Like, I'm leaning forward, like, I'm going to be able to hear it better. Ooh, Silver Fox, you're coloring your hair purple and blue. I'm so jealous. When I first moved from Miami to Houston, I had the bottom of my hair blue and, like, could cover it with the top layer. I made the mistake of moving to the Woodlands when I first moved to Texas, and the Woodlands is like... Moving from Miami to the Woodlands was a culture shock, because Miami is very diverse, and I am Cuban on my dad's side, so I moved to an area that's 98% white in the Woodlands, and it was very Stepford wifey, and people would like stare at you and like call the police for everything. I had like 5 or 6 interactions with the deputies up there. Oh, look, Brandi's in the chat. Hi, Brandi. Yeah, the Woodlands is fancy. The average income there is $150,000, and I tried to be friends with the people up there.
All right. For the amount of session, Honorable Judge Stephen Evans presiding. Good morning, everyone. Can you see me?
I love a punctual judge, unlike the Young Thug trial that's always running late.
Going to turn on the Zoom, and once I'm logged in, at that point, we will move forward.
Ooh, somebody is typing furiously. I don't even type that hard. Yeah, he didn't even like try to clean up his beard. He looks like he's just given up. And I guess at this point, I would too. Like, you're guilty. You're going to be sentenced. What do you think his sentence is going to be? How long? Are you guys hoping for life without parole? I don't think it's going to be life without parole just because of some of the cases I've seen here.
Computers, it needs an update. Let's go ahead and make the appearances while the computer is performing.
That's why I hate Windows,
George
because it has to do an
Sarah
update.
Deegan for the state, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dan Rashbaum on behalf of Mr. Adelson, who is present.
And we're here this morning for final disposition after jury trial in Mr. Adelson's case. Did either the state or the defense have anything they needed to raise concerning the pre-sentence investigation report?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The pre-sentence investigation report will be filed as a part of the court record. Once the Zoom has finished updating, from there I will open up the Zoom room, and I believe the victims' families were intending to either be present or make additional victim impact statements, Ms.
Yes,
Kappelman?
sir. You have several members of the family that will be present and one that will be speaking on behalf of the family.
Very well. Mr. Rauschbaum, does your client wish to make a statement, or will you be making any argument on behalf of counts 2 and 3?
Both of us will be making a very quick statement. I'll make a quick argument, and Mr. Adelson would like to make a very quick statement.
He'll be given the opportunity to do so. First, we will take the victim impact statements. If the parties are intending to sign into the Zoom, you may do so. Just make sure your devices are on mute so it does not create any feedback or problems.
So I'm just going to warn you guys, victim impact statements are very emotional for me. I might cry because I know what the family is going through. So you guys might see me tear up and start crying. Victim impact statements are very emotional for me. I physically feel what they're going through because I know what it's like to lose somebody in this way and what I would have said at the victim impact statement had I had the chance. So just fair warning, this will be pretty emotional for me. That face. See, this is why I love you guys. You guys are so amazing. It gives me hope in the true crime community. It really, really does. Because I had a pretty skewed view of the true crime community before I went to CrimeCon. So thank you guys for just being so wonderful and amazing and being the kind of true crime people that I want to be in true crime. As much as this stuff is fascinating, it is human lives and people are hurting. So I appreciate that you guys understand that.
Good morning, sir.
I believe Mr. Markell and Shelley Markell have now joined. Ms. Kappelman, how many additional members of the family were you expecting?
Oh, let me check on that. Judge, one more.
I have my mother with me. Ruth Markell with me.
I was about to ask that question.
All right, Judge, I think we're ready.
All right. Good morning. At this time, we are going to start with the victim impact statements. Mr. Markell, I understand you are going to provide it today on behalf of the family.
Yes, thank you.
You may speak when you're ready. Take all the time you need.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Phil Markell. I am Dan Markell's father. Dan, my only son, was born October 9, 1972 in Montreal, Quebec. During that time in Quebec, husbands were not allowed to actually be in the delivery room during a child's birth. However, since the obstetrician was a very close friend of ours, I was allowed to experience the most amazing of moments, the birth of my son. I will never forget the emergence of his head, and then those shoulders of an NFL football fullback, a boy of 10 pounds. There I was, holding in my arms this gift of life, my bundle of absolute sheer joy. From the time he was a child, my son had tremendous energy, intelligence, and great warmth. Dan had a vibrant, fun-loving personality and lived life to its fullest. Danny loved to socialize, dance, cook, entertain, and play sports, and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to everything that he did. He always looked to do his utmost to improve and achieve better results in every activity that he did. This desire of improvement and commitment to excellence was a defining characteristic of his short life. I fondly remember taking Danny skiing up the hills in the Laurentian Mountains in Quebec when he was just 2 years old. He rode up the mountain between my legs, holding on to the T-bar, and then coming down the ski hill yelling with great joy, "Faster, Dad, faster!" Then, as he grew a little older, he played hockey at the local park. To improve his skating skills, he requested to take a speed skating lesson with a local coach who was from Russia, and he had a reputation of being a very tough coach. Dan persevered, and after every hockey lesson, he came off the ice with a red face, totally out of breath, because he always gave it his all. At about the age of 13, Danny developed the idea that he was going to Harvard University for his college education. He discovered that the acceptance requirements for Harvard were not only good grades, but also work for the community and charitable work. To achieve these goals, he revived his high school newspaper. He became the newspaper's editor, the business manager, and performed charitable deeds and volunteered in the community. After years of hard work and determination, Dan was accepted to Harvard. He graduated from Harvard magna cum laude, went on to study at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem for 1 year, and then earned a master's in philosophy and political theory from Emmanuel College at the University of Cambridge in England. He returned thereafter to Harvard Law School to earn his law degree, and went on to become an extremely successful lawyer, influential legal scholar. Dan served as a law clerk for a federal judge, worked as an associate at a prestigious law firm in Washington, D.C., and then secured a prestigious teaching position at FSU College of Law. In a few short years, Dan became a full tenured law professor before the tender age of 41, quite unusual. Dan co-authored a book and published many articles in highly regarded law journals and newspapers like the New York Times. Dan's work was influential, and he gave lectures and presented at universities around the world. Although Dan was fond of his Canadian roots, he was very dedicated to the FSU Law School and the Tallahassee community. He was recognized as a scholar who contributed and made a difference in the world. While Dan's career was important to him, family meant everything to Dan. Dan's marriage produced 2 boys, Benjamin.
Hold on. I don't know what happened. Worst time for it to do that.
Dan's marriage produced 2 boys, Benjamin and Lincoln, who were his absolute world.
Oh my God, YouTube. Sorry.
Dan made sure that he and the boys came to Montreal and Toronto to attend every family affair, and he and the boys came to Montreal and Toronto to attend every family affair and visit with all the extended Markel family, including grandparents, uncles, aunts, and many numerous cousins. Despite the distance, Dan felt that the boys had to know and be a part of family. Dan also made sure that he and the boys participated in the Tallahassee community. They were involved in the local synagogue and neighborhood. Dan left home at the young age of 17 to go to Harvard, but he always came home for summer vacations, holidays, and all family functions. Danny and I, despite the fact that we lived quite far apart, regularly communicated by text, email, and phone calls. Despite the physical distance, as time moved on, we grew ever so much closer. At Dan's suggestion, we would plan to talk and have a meal together. At the appointed day and time, we each would prepare our meals, set our tables with a tablet in the middle, and over Skype, we would sit together and enjoy each other's company for for a couple of hours despite the actual distance. Dan's life, Dan's life was abruptly cut short, and he was forever taken from me, his boys, and the rest of our family, and all his many friends and colleagues. My life has been in total disarray since Dan's murder. Many nights, I wake up in the middle of the night in a terrible sweat, the thoughts of Dan's murder and all that has happened. There is not a single day in my life since Danny's death that in one way or another he does not enter into my thoughts. And I miss him with all my heart. I'm constantly reminded of Dan's murder and his absence. When I meet new people, the topic of discussion always comes up when they ask whether I have children. How do I respond? It is difficult to put into words the heinous acts that took Danny away from us, the unthinkable pains that I must live with every single day. Losing a son or a daughter is something I wish nobody should have to experience. It's not in the order of nature. Danny is never coming back. We continue to hope and pray for justice and the return to normalcy of seeing and playing a vital role in the lives of our two grandsons, Ben and Link. It has been a number of years since I last wrote a victim impact statement, sharing how Danny's death has affected me. Despite our persistent efforts, we still do not have a real relationship with Danny's sons, Ben and Lincoln. Visits are limited and very controlled. For 6 years, we were denied any and all visits with the boys. In the last 2 years, I've been permitted 2 60 to 90-minute visits, supervised visits. This limited contact is incredibly painful, and I feel like we have cut out of our lives. Not only have I lost my son, but I have effectively lost 2 of my grandkids as well. Even their family names have been changed from Markel to ADELSON. While we work hard to help introduce a new bill in the state of Florida known as the Markel Act, which gives grandparents important rights, unfortunately, our relationship with Ben and Lincoln has not been materially improved. As this bill was coming to fruition, there was a lot of negative publicity in the press and media about Danny's ex-wife, Wendy. In my opinion, Wendy was focused on improving her public image, and as a result, extended an invitation to us to Ben's bar mitzvah. Ruth and I were invited to attend only the ceremonial part of this important stage in a Jewish boy's life. And we were not invited to participate in any reception typical of this celebration. But this invitation opened the door to one of the limited visits described above. In order not overwhelm Ben and Lincoln on this important day, we asked to arrange a meeting before the bar mitzvah in order to make things easier on the boys, who we hadn't been allowed to visit in years. We were able to arrange a brief 90-minute supervised visit with Ben and Lincoln, and this would be a few weeks before the bar mitzvah. However, immediately after our brief visit, Charlie was arrested, and Wendy rescinded our invitation to the bar mitzvah. At the time, she said that they were going to either postpone or completely cancel this bar mitzvah ceremony. Neither of those happened. Excuse me.
Take your time, sir.
Instead, my understanding is that the ADELSONs went on to have the bar mitzvah ceremony and party all without the Markel family's presence or participation. Missing out on this important moment in Ben's life was incredibly painful. After so many years without Danny, we had hoped to make
YouTube needs to stop this shit.
After so many years without
Stuff.
Danny, we had hoped to make progress in forging a consistent relationship with his sons in this important life cycle event. Dan's murder brought his life abruptly to an end for no sensible reason and has affected a countless number of people. The legal community is deprived of Dan's wisdom and ideas, which made the world a better place. Dan's students are deprived of the experience of having Dan as a brilliant professor and caring mentor, showing them a path. Dan's colleagues can no longer benefit from Dan's friendship, insights, and scholarly discussions and debates. Ruth and I have been deprived of our son, who has been taken away from us so suddenly and totally against life's schedule. Ben and Lincoln must go through life without their father, who loved them with all his being. The boys have been deprived of their father's entire family after Dan's murder. We have no idea of what these two boys know or have been told about Danny's death. I truly believe that they have been brainwashed in all these years, from the ages of 3 and 4 years of age to the present day. I also have no idea what the boys know of us, the entire Markel family, our history, etc., and especially how much we all love them and how we wish they were active part of our family. Both Ruth, Both Ruth and I are approaching 80 years of age. At this moment we are healthy, but one does not know what tomorrow brings. The wheels of justice turn very, very slowly, but so far we're very grateful that they're still turning. We're very grateful to Tallahassee law enforcement, to the state attorney and all their staff, to all our relatives and friends, including the hundreds of Danny's friends and colleagues around the world, for their constant support over these long 10 years. To all the podcasters who work hard to keep alive this unbelievable story. We are still waiting for Benjamin Lincoln to have a more normal relationship with the Markel family as we wait in pain and anguish. The Adelson family, in particular Charlie Adelson, has been a major cause of our heartbreak and the murder of our son Danny and the loss of our 2 grandsons. I have suffered tremendously, and we as a family continue to suffer. It is satisfying to see justice being done, and it would be appropriate to ask for the maximum sentence for the perpetrators of Danny's murder. Thank you. Today is a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Markel. Was there anything else that you wish to say as a part of your victim impact?
No, sir.
Ms. Kappelman?
You're asking me. We do have some letters which we submitted to the court, as Your Honor received those and had an opportunity to review them.
I did. I was able to review the letters. They were also a part of the pre-sentence investigation packet, which will be filed in the court file as well.
Yes, sir. Nothing further regarding victim impact.
What is the state's argument with regard to sentence, at least as it concerns counts 2 and 3?
In regards to counts 2 and 3, Your Honor, we are seeking the maximum sentence. We're asking for consecutive 30-year sentences on both of those. I have prepared a score sheet in reference to those. May I approach?
You may. Have you already showed the score sheet to Mr. Rushbaugh?
I think so, but I'll.
Thank you. Does the state have any further presentation to make?
The only other matter.
Earl's gonna give a brief statement that is interesting.
Go ahead.
The only other matter, Your Honor, is that in reference to costs of prosecution, we've been attempting to gather up some of the necessary financial paperwork from the FBI and TPD and my office as well to see if we can come to an agreement with the defense on what costs of prosecution should be ordered in this case. We have not been able to do that yet, so I would ask for Your Honor to reserve that issue for 90 days. It's possible, as I said, we can reach an agreement on it, but if not, I would ask for a hearing sometime around 90 days to make a determination about costs of prosecution.
Mr. Rashbaum, do you have any argument to make on behalf of your client as to counts 2 or 3?
Judge, we understand the situation. We just ask that those counts be run concurrently.
Very well. Mr. Adelson, I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a statement if you wish. You do not have to speak. However, this is your opportunity if you choose to do so.
I do.
You may stand.
Same. I would just like to say that I maintain my innocence.
Very well. Please rise. I am now going to pronounce the sentence. With the jury having found you guilty of all 3 counts that you were charged with in your indictment of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder, I am going to adjudicate you guilty of all 3 at this time, and you are going to be sentenced as follows. As to count 1, the first-degree murder count pursuant to section 782.04 and 775.082 Florida statutes, you are sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of release or parole. As to count 2, you are going to be sentenced consecutively to 30 years in the Department of Corrections for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. As to count 3, you are going to be sentenced to 30 years in the Department of Corrections consecutively for solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The credit for time served that applies in this matter is how much?
597.
597 days will be applied as credit for time served in this case. If the clerk could please read all fees and costs that would apply as well.
$2,100 as a fine pursuant to Florida Statute 775.083, $105 as a 5% surcharge required by Florida Statute 938.04, $20 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.06, Crime Stopper Trust Fund, $3 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.01, subsection 1, Criminal Justice Trust Fund, $50 pursuant to Florida Statute 938.03, Crimes Compensation Trust Fund, $225 pursuant to Florida Statute 938.05, Local Government Criminal Justice Trust Fund, $2 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.15, County Criminal Justice Education, County Code 7-26, $50 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 775.083, subsection 2, County Crime Prevention, $3 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.19, Teen Court Assessment, Mayor County Florida Code 7-28, $65 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 939.185, County Additional Court Cost, County Code 7-24, with a total of $2,623.
Mr. Rashbaum, is there any lawful objection for you to raise to the assessment as announced by the clerk?
No, Your Honor.
Those amounts will be assessed at this time. Ms. Kappelman, I will reserve 90 days of jurisdiction to address the cost of prosecution in this case. By statute, the state is entitled to the 100, but this is in excess of the 100 is what you're referring to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. 30 days to appeal both your conviction and now your sentence. Mr. Adelson, you are going to be fingerprinted today, and from here you are going to be sent to the Department of Corrections to begin serving your sentence. Mr. Rauschbaum, if you please can timely file the notice of appeal so that way there is no issues regarding any review of the conviction itself. Does either party have anything further to raise to the court before we finish for today?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
We are in recess. Mr. and Mrs. Markell, have a good day. Thank you for being available so you can provide your victim impact statements. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wow. Just watch Charlie go away. Bye, Charlie. Stay in jail forever.
Cheyenne, you can take this. This is the pre-sentence investigation information.
Oh, they're fingerprinting him. Oh, na, na, na. Hey, hey. Oh, yeah, Amanda, I was just singing that. I didn't even see it in the chat. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Na, 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 na. Yeah, the whole reason for Dan's murder is just so ridiculous. Because they didn't want to have to worry about custody. So stupid. You see a trial, Daddy? Which one? Which one, Kelly? He could be a dentist in prison. That can be his goal. There you go. All right. Goodbye, Charlie. Bye. Goodbye forever. Bloop, bloop. All right. Now, okay. I'm going to stop sharing that. Stop it. Okay, and now I need to find the other thing. The Throuple murder. Detective Thirst Trap. Aw, the state. Honestly, though, even with, like, seriously, I don't. So I do. Clearly, I agree with people being incarcerated. But what I don't like that they do in prison, especially for non-violent offenders and, like, people in there for drugs or that are addicts, that they typically pull their teeth instead of doing fillings or anything like that. If you want someone to go out and be a productive member of society, if you pull their teeth and they're missing a bunch of teeth, it's going to be harder for them to get a job and all that. I don't like that. So, I mean, I wish the state could just, like, put them to work, you know, like, clean their teeth, let them have some dental care. I'm okay with that. I mean, I have no idea what time court starts today in Texas. I'm going to look it up now. I have no clue. Let me look it up. Lisa. Let's see what's going on with Lisa. I don't even know where it's streaming. I'm assuming I know where it's streaming. I see the Young Thug trial up. I have an echo now? Oh. Oh, I do not have an echo. Okay. Fox 4. Okay, thanks, Brandi. I found some videos on Fox 4. I was hoping that was the right one. I'm glad Brandi's listening. Okay, so I found the live stream. It looks like it's already up. Okay. All right. So we're getting over there. Oh God. So do you guys want me to go back to the start of this morning? It's about 50 minutes. We're about 50 minutes behind. So I'll go back to the beginning and I'll speed it up. So all right, cool. I assumed that's what we should do, but I never want to assume anything. Because you know what happens when you assume. All right, let's see. Playback speed. We'll do 1.5 and see how that is. All right. Doot. You guys rising it? Squeaky door! Come on. Empty juries. Cool. Little antsy. Interesting choice. Okay. Okay, maybe we won't be that far behind. Because it's a lot of just dead airs. Okay, here we go. Oh, there's the judge. Okay. When's the jury? Is the jury come in yet? Where's the... No? So I don't think it's... Okay, so it looks like they just started with a witness like 8 minutes ago, so we're not even that far behind. I'm not a fan of that shirt, like in general. Not because of like who she is. All right, let me see. Oh, the court is so low. Hello, Soli. My name's Jessica.
Gotten that discovery at an earlier time, we could have done some things to further investigate and further prepare our defense. And because we didn't get that discovery in a timely manner, because it's detected, we believe that it's hindered our defense, specifically in trying to locate certain witnesses. This witness that was a patron at the Reno, the Brown brothers. There are a lot of people that we didn't get that information until it was so late that we couldn't move on. Or it hindered our ability to, I believe, locate these people. So because of that,
I forgot it was on 1.5 for a second.
That is the issue is discussing. Those documents were already turned over with the first turnover of the discovery. The incident reports concerning, I believe he was talking about it, Mr. Orlando Brown, that was spoken to outside of a Mustang Inn. All right. You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine.
All right, I'll turn it down to 1.5. It is low. Let me put it down to 1. Too fast. Okay. It's 1.25. I did. It's dropped. Sorry. Yeah, this court's much lower. So let me see if I can make it louder.
do have a transcript of that, I believe, we'll just go with ownership and possession right now, all the transcripts, and obviously the transcripts. Then your motion, and if you want to have a hearing on those issues, you can. However, it seems like that would be rather lengthy. You want to, your motion eliminated with regard to any evidence the detective turned over later. It was just that we had that situation, so we don't believe that is necessarily relevant to the proceedings. Overruled. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I turned my mic down
Is there anything else?
halfway, so I hope that I'm not super loud and compared to the court.
Now that the state has rested, is there anything to take out?
Judge, I don't know if it's time for us to make a motion for directed verdict at this time based on the fact that we don't believe that the state has provided significant evidence to prove each and every element of this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't believe that there is, because Mr. Beltran is an accomplice witness, we don't believe that there is sufficient evidence to we don't believe that there's sufficient evidence to corroborate his testimony in this case. And because there's not sufficient evidence to corroborate his testimony in regards to specifically the murder case and the tampering case, Your Honor, we would ask that a motion for directed verdict be granted.
Directed verdict for, I assume, not guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, with regard to your motion in the tampering case, that is denied. However, in the murder case, it is alleged in the indictment that Lisa Joe Dykes, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in the county jail, said tested, et cetera, caused the death of Marisela Botello Valdez, and after called deceased by stabbing deceased with a 9-inch sharp object, a deadly weapon. The indictment goes on to say, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon, unknowable to the grand jury, a deadly weapon. What says the state?
Those would both be in the conjunctive that there would be, the state that would prove either one of those manner means. They're alleged in the indictments. We have sufficient evidence that's been before the court and before the jury as to each and every one of the elements, specifically found with manner and means, as to the argument about accomplice testimony, the law.
No, we're not moving on to that yet. The court has not heard any testimony that there was a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, or that the death occurred in a manner unknown to the grand jury.
Yes, Your Honor. We could abandon those aspects of the indictments.
All right. So you are abandoning the language, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, a deadly weapon. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I am striking that language from the indictment in both paragraphs. All right. So the indictment and the evidence before the court regarding that the defendant did knowingly or intentionally cause the death of Marisela Botello Valdez, an individual hereinafter called deceased by stabbing deceased with a knife or sharp object, a deadly weapon, and further did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to the complainant, etc., did then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life to it by stabbing deceased with a knife and sharp object, a deadly weapon.
And just that's my point, is that if you listen to Beltran, he says he never saw her stab her. And unfortunately for the state, even the information from the autopsy does not speak to the manner, other than saying it was a homicide. It doesn't say that she was stabbed. There's no evidence that she was stabbed. Their own witness says he didn't see her stabbed. Is what his testimony was. He just saw blood. And specifically, no one has articulated that whatever object he was alleging Ms. Dykes had was in fact a deadly weapon.
There
there was testimony that a knife is a deadly weapon.
Okay.
And regarding whether or not the court recalls Mr. Beltran stating he saw that the defendant stabbed the complainant, bringing a knife down into her chest. But that is something for the jury to decide.
Yes, ma'am.
Therefore, your motion for directed verdict of not guilty is denied. All right. Anything else we need to take out?
No, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Annalise. Have you been watching on the?
Yeah, I watched this Fridays.
Oh, good. Good morning. Can I help you with anything, ma'am? Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, no statement.
All right, then we are ready for the jury. Mr. Harris, do you have any witnesses to call?
Yes, call Detective Romero.
Is she available?
She said no.
This one. All right, thank you.
All right, how is my mic volume?
All right.
Do I need to lower it, make it louder because of how loud the court is now? I think it's just me that's loud. I think I just said that really loud. I think me as a person, I am just a tad loud.
All right, ma'am, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, what is your name for the record?
Christine Ramirez
And Ms. Ramirez, how are you employed?
with the City of Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been employed as a police officer with the city of Dallas?
It'll be 27 or 28 years in March.
28 years.
Yes.
All right, and in that 28 years, one of the positions you held was lead detective on, I guess, this murder case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I specifically want to talk to you about this case and your investigation of the case and the manner and means in which you obtained the probable cause affidavit to arrest Ms. Dykes, Nina Morano, and Charles Beltran. You did obtain arrest warrants in those cases, correct?
Yes, we did.
And also search warrants to search their phones, correct?
Yes, we did.
And that's based on information that you gathered during the investigation of Ms. Botello's murder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go back to the beginning. When you were assigned this case, what unit were you in at that time?
Excuse me?
When you initially were assigned the case, what unit were you in?
Special Investigations Unit.
All right, and what did you do in the special investigation unit?
Investigate officer-involved shootings. Special investigations, dealing with cold cases.
Okay. So was this considered a cold case, or wasn't it an officer-involved shooting?
No, it's special investigations case.
And that's how you
Endangered person when suspected foul play is actually.
Because when you first got the case, there was no evidence that Marisela was dead, correct? When you first were assigned the case?
Correct.
And it's still a missing persons case?
Endangered person, missing person.
Right, because there's a difference, right?
Yes.
And explain that to the members of the jury.
Missing person is someone who has not been seen or located during a certain period of time, and then after family are concerned where they have not seen the family or suspicion of foul play has actually occurred, then they will actually classify that as endangered person, missing person.
In this case, what was the suspicion of foul play?
Due to the information that I received from the previous detective,
And what was that?
that there was records were indicated that the complainant was not in her hometown, Seattle. She was here visiting in Dallas. A Lyft report showed that she was at an establishment in Deep Ellum, and that phone records showed that she was no longer there, but had proceeded elsewhere to a 7-Eleven store, and then from that point to a home in Mesquite. And then from that location, there was no other phone records that I can recall from Ms. Botello, the complainant.
Okay, but the person, it was known at that time that the person that she was with at the 7-Eleven was Charles Beltran, correct?
At the time when he was as person of interest.
Right. I mean, it's just a person of interest, but you're looking, because you want to talk to the person that we see her on the 7-Eleven with, right?
Yes. And there was a vehicle also involved.
And just so we're clear, let me show you what's marked as offense exhibit number 1. This is the, like a screenshot from the surveillance camera at 7-Eleven, right?
Correct.
Where we would have saw Marisela and a person that was later found to be Charles Beltran.
Correct.
All right. Now, at some point, you continue your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all end up at that house in Mesquite.
Well, the previous, if you're talking about the beginning or when I actually took place, when I actually started the investigation.
Okay, yeah. What do you mean the previous?
Well, the previous detective that was actually.
And who was that?
Dalby.
Oh, that's right. And what did Dalby do?
My understanding is that they were out there in Mesquite.
They're in Mesquite.
But I can't give you exact details. That wasn't there, other than what I was told. For information.
Well, tell us what happened once you took over the investigation. What you did.
during that time, we reviewed everything that was given from that detective, and then whatever identification type of links that would actually give us to a specific car, a phone number, contact, social media, whatever information we can get to find out who this Beltran person was at.
Because when you're referring to the car, on the 7-Eleven surveillance videos, we knew that it was black Audi, right?
We knew it was a black vehicle until later registration popped up where it showed to be an Audi with a license plate.
And the black Audi registered to Mr. Beltran and Ms. Dykes?
Yes.
All right, and based on that, y'all were able to get the Kensington address?
Yes.
And then you got a search warrant for that location, right?
Yes.
All right. Were you present during the search warrant?
Yes.
At some point, after y'all searched that location, what happens?
They, when the crime scene investigator, I asked him to actually, what do you call it? I can't remember, the Blue Star, it's a chemical reaction. So I wanted that to be sprayed among the whole house, and from that point, that's where we found that there was some type of possibly blood that was in one of the rooms, and they actually tore it up, not tore it up, they removed it like they did to actually have it for testing.
Okay, so let's go back. So what does the Blue Star do?
It's a chemical reaction to blood. Like I said, I'm not an expert on it, so I can't really testify really onto that, but I know my understanding is get the protein from blood to actually determine if, that there was actually human blood in the...
And so even if you try to wipe it up...
From the top, yeah.
The Blue Star is going to detect that blood?
It'll change color, because they actually did the testing prior to, and then when it changed color, it turned to a purple, if I'm not mistaken.
And you had them do the whole house?
Yes, as far as most of the house. Once we, there are some stains in the house that we noticed, so for sure we made sure that those were actually spot checked.
And I guess I'm going to get right to the point. In reference to the arrest warrant that you swore to, there's a lot of information in there, like, for example, talking about the blood, you indicated in the arrest warrant that Marisela's blood was found and that there was a female and a male blood that was found that you believe belonged to Charles Beltran, Lisa Dykes, and Nina Moreno, right?
If I'm not mistaken, it's correct.
Right. That's what you told the judge you believed, right?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Like I said, it's a probable cause, so it probably happened. So it's not a confirmed statement, it's a probable cause statement.
My question to you is, when you make the statement, my question to you is, the blood that was found in the bedroom did belong to Marisela, right?
Yes, after we got the DNA, correct.
But it did not belong to Lisa Dykes, Nina Moreno, nor Charles Beltran, right?
At that point, we did not know, because we didn't have their DNA to actually test it on.
Do you know now?
Based on what? Pardon?
Do you know now for a fact that the DNA on whatever blood that was found in Mr. Beltran's room did not belong to Charles Beltran?
Correct.
Did not belong to Lisa Moreno?
Lisa
Dykes?
Correct.
Did not belong to Nina Moreno?
Correct.
So you were wrong.
Like I said, it was probable cause at the time.
No.
Right now, of course, the DNA, of course, is going to show who actually, DNA actually belongs to that blood.
Ma'am, I'm not saying you didn't believe it. I'm just saying you were wrong. That blood didn't belong to those people, did it?
Correct.
So you were wrong.
Correct.
There was a hair sample inside the Audi. Remember that?
Yes.
And you believe that hair sample belonged to Marisela, didn't you?
Based on matching, yes. Matching the description of a dark hair, long hair.
But it didn't, did it?
No.
You were wrong.
Correct.
You were wrong, correct?
Based on evidence, correct.
You also indicated that in the Audi, that there was concrete. What did you say about the concrete? That it was similar to the concrete that was out in the wheel area?
There was concrete found in the vehicle. Based on the phone records that we got initially, showed that the vehicle, or the suspect vehicle, was actually at a concrete place. So we actually went to the location to actually see where the target cell phone records, I'm not real good with records, but showed that it was at a concrete firm. So we actually went out there and saw that there was concrete, and based on that, that's why we, based on the information we had, that the Audi had actual cement on their, I think it was the I think the rear tire, if I'm not mistaken. I would have to check on record.
But that's the Audi, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you believe that that car would have gone out to that location on October the 5th, right?
Well, we know that the phone, we know which car it was, but we know that vehicle was actually, was Beltran's and these are Dykes.
Well, I mean, in your investigation, isn't it true that Mr. Beltran, when he left the Mesquite location on October the 5th, he left in the Audi, did he?
I don't know what vehicle he actually left, unless
So
I see it.
you're the lead detective in this case, and you're telling members of the jury that you don't know which vehicle he left Mesquite in that morning.
Well, I know the vehicle was a black vehicle that was taken to a oil change place, and it had Beltran's name on it.
Because Mr. Beltran, on the 5th, took that vehicle to the oil change place, right?
I suppose so, yes, sir.
Because on October the 5th, Charles Beltran is driving the black Audi, isn't he?
According to that, yes, sir.
Ma'am, in reference to okay, I want to also ask you specifically in regards to your investigation as the lead detective in the case. I mean, you can tell us the good, the bad, and the ugly about this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you are the lead detective, right?
Correct.
And it's your responsibility to make sure that any evidence that is collected in regards to the investigation of this case is maintained, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but you didn't do that in this case, did you?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to all the evidence that was destroyed in this case. They never got to the defense, that's what I'm referring to.
Nothing was destroyed. I did not destroy anything.
I'm not saying you destroyed it, but you know you didn't save it properly, did you? There was evidence that was not saved properly in this
That
case.
was not under my watch.
Okay, well, you're the lead detective,
Correct.
right? When these officers stored that evidence, you're supposed to make sure it gets stored properly, right?
They are responsible to citing the correct case number, whatever the case may be, whether it be an investigation, arrest, or whatever it is. They are responsible for saving that. And then from that information, then I look into it to make sure we have it. And in that particular case, I did not have it. I asked Detective Dalby, and he did not have those videos that you're referring to.
Ma'am, isn't it true that during the time you were investigating this case, going from state to state, trying to locate witnesses, trying to figure out what happened to Mrs. Botello, you also had some personal issues you were dealing with, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
That directly impacted this case, correct?
What are you referring to, sir?
I mean, just what I'm saying is you testified before you dropped the ball on this case, didn't you?
Yes.
So there was evidence that the defense could have used that could have aided in our defense that we didn't get.
Everything was corrected before this trial started.
Where's the body cam video of Mr. Floyd's interview with Mr. Hayes?
Who?
Is it Officer Hayes? You remember Officer Hayes talking to a security guard that claimed that he would have saw Miss Botello out near the Mustang Inn on or about October the 12th?
Let's see. No, because that wasn't Miss Botello. It was a tip that we got, but it wasn't her.
How did you confirm it wasn't her?
Because we couldn't find her. I mean, he wasn't, I can't remember what it was.
Did you talk to Mr. Mitchell? Did you talk to Floyd Mitchell, the security guard out there?
I did not.
Because you didn't have the information.
I know we received the tip through social media. We had so many tips coming in at many times, and if I'm mistaken, I know the other detective actually would get tips as well, and you would follow up on them. But I just don't know. If I'm mistaken with another case, I'm sorry.
What do you mean you had too many tips?
Well, people would call all the time. People that on social media, they would just call them and give their their information, and some of the information we just followed up to see if there's anything of it.
And some of it you followed up on, some of it you didn't? Is that what you're telling members of the jury?
Well, no, it's some of the information was leadable to actually follow up. Some was just information that they would say that they would make assumptions, and that's how the cases would be, or the tips would be.
But I'm specifically talking about.
Do you have the report or something I can refer to so I can see what it is so I don't misspeak.
Ooh wee. This is interesting. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this attorney either at all. He reminds me of the state in
You know the
Young
report
Thug trial.
right, with Officer Hayes.
I just remember you said something about Mustang Inn. I know they were looking for someone there at that location, but I'm not sure if that's the one you're referring to.
And as far as Officer Hayes is concerned, if he talked to people that indicated to him that they saw Marisela,
Your Honor, I'm gonna, at this point, object to leaving.
just clearly this is house of witness, they're legal text. I'd like to have her established as a house of witness.
All right, I will allow you to question this witness as a hostile witness.
Thank you. And, ma'am, you do remember us discussing Officer Hayes in his report, or do you?
I have to refer what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Show her. I wouldn't be able to see. I'd be a terrible witness or a terrible detective. I don't remember anything. Yeah, where is the report? Yeah, the state in the Young Thug trial, one of the lawyers, she's yelling all the time, and I don't like that. You can speak and not yell or sound. Oh, that stapling was loud.
I'm sure it was marked as defense exhibit number 8, and ask you to just take your time to review that document.
The way he's standing there with his glasses. Oh my god. This is cracking me up. No. Okay, that cough was really deep in my eardrum. My eardrum feels violated. Like, why is the coughing and stapling so loud? But y'all talking isn't.
Yes.
Okay. And so, as the lead detective in this case, did you ever personally talk to Officer Hayes?
No. Based on that report, it states that Botello was there 2 weeks prior, and there's no record to indicate that she was there.
Well, I mean, the two guys that he talked to two guys. Then he talked to William Brown and Octavius Brown, right? And they indicated that they thought they saw her a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yes.
All right, but this is October the 13th.
Yes.
All right?
But again, they saw someone 2 weeks ago who was not Botello because she was not in Dallas during that time frame, sir.
Ma'am, they said a couple of weeks. They didn't specifically say 14 days. They just said approximately a couple of weeks.
But that report is on October the 5th.
No. Not Pro Judge?
The report on the 5th.
Yeah, but I'm saying he talked to them on the 13th, October the 13th.
No, yes, he talked to them, but here it says that
Like, even the paper sounds are so loud, but not
yeah,
their...
the officers gave me that because she came the 5th.
Right. So what you're saying is the officer saying because she came on the 5th, they're saying he talked to them on the 13th. You know, he's basically saying, well, that's not 14 days, so no way they could have seen her.
No, let me see. Where is it? I just saw it.
Yeah, I don't like
Yeah, 'cause
people
he said
standing
that she likes to hang out over
over
there.
me.
Mustang and
Makes
Right,
me
that's what Brown was
anxious.
saying, right?
Oh,
yes.
All right, but the bottom line is, what I'm saying is they didn't say 14 days ago, they just said a couple of weeks. They were estimating, right?
Correct.
But regardless, did you ever talk to Octavius Brown or William Brown about what they've seen as a lead detective in this missing persons case?
I'm trying to remember if I actually, myself or the other detective who was working with me, called or made attempts. I don't remember.
Okay. What about, after after Officer Hayes talked to the Browns, they led him to the city inn, right? According to the report.
They what?
They led him over to the city inn, right?
Mustang Inn. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because he started the city inn with those guys, right? No, these guys are at the Mustang Inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, for whatever reason, and I'll talk to Officer Hayes about it, he ends up at the Mustang Inn,
Yeah.
where he talks to another witness, who's actually a security guard over there, right?
Yes, sir.
And that person says that he saw her. He shows him a picture, and that person says, yeah, I saw her on the 12th, right?
According to this, yes, sir.
All right. And what I want to know is, did you talk to that security guard about?
I personally did not.
And you'll agree with me that the conversation between Officer Hayes and the security guard and the Browns would have all been recorded on a body cam.
Yes.
But we don't have a body cam, do we?
No.
And that's because for whatever reason it wasn't saved, right?
What case number do you have for that? On that report? When a video is recorded or actually downloaded, and for them to actually save it, it has to be the correct either incident number or the case number. Here it shows the case number, and then again, it just depends on the officer. And if it's not typed correctly, then when I retrieve it or try to retrieve it, I may or may not get it.
Okay, but what I'm getting at, Detective Ramirez.
Yes, sir.
Is Officer Hayes would have shown not only the Browns, but to the security guard a photo of Marisela, correct?
If they showed him, yes.
That's what his report says.
Yes.
And him showing that photo of Marisela would have been recorded on a body cam had it been saved properly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the members of the jury could determine for themselves whether or not Mr. Mitchell and the Browns appear to really recognize this girl.
Yes, sir.
But we don't have that evidence, do we?
No, sir.
And regardless of whose fault it is, we don't have that evidence, do we?
No, sir.
And you're saying you never talked to Mr. Mitchell because I guess it wasn't properly stored. Or you just disregarded it because it didn't fit your theory of the case. Did you understand my question?
Yes, I was trying to
So
process.
I guess what I'm getting at is all these tips that came in, if it didn't fit your theory of the case, you didn't follow up on it, did you?
No, well, the information I received was not, what do you call it, did not link to what he's referring to.
Well, but you didn't check. You didn't talk to Mitchell. You didn't talk to the Browns. You're the lead detective on the murder case, and you didn't talk to these witnesses. Correct?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Okay. As far as the video at the Reno location where you had another patron that claimed that they thought they might have seen Marisela, what, if anything, did you do? Now, I understand the FBI was involved, but what, if anything, did you do to follow up on that to try to figure out who the patron was?
Which place are you referring to?
The Reno bar that was downtown, or in the Deep Ellum area, where, remember them looking at a video that they said they couldn't tell whether it was her or not? Just if you remember, do you remember that?
Trying to remember.
Ma'am?
I'm trying to remember.
If I showed you the FBI, I guess, is that Page? Do you know who Taylor Page is?
Yes.
All right.
What's the point? What is the point? I'm confused, she's confused, he's confused, there's the door. Yeah, they definitely need dynamic mics and like turning on, where you can only hear the person talk. That'd be great. Yeah. I mean, some detectives definitely make mistakes, and I understand what he's trying to do, but this whole thing that he's doing, I just...
Do you remember what Mr.
Staples.
Page emailed you about the Reno bar?
No, can I see the email?
Okay. Is this going to be the email he sent you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you reference the highlighted portion here.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody joining us. For those that's late, the defense is making a confusing argument.
They concluded that they couldn't tell whether it was her or not, but what I want to know is, did you follow up on it?
Well, we could not have any videos because it was already after the fact. When I got the case was in December, and when this happened, it was in October. So a lot of the video that we got was from either family members that came from Seattle to actually retrieve videos of what they had.
So even this actual video that they're referencing, we don't have, right?
No.
Ma'am?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. 'Cause, I mean, you haven't seen it, right?
No, I have not.
And
I know.
because you haven't seen it, you weren't able to turn it over to the state for them to turn it over to us, right?
Right.
I want to also ask you, I want to talk to you about Charles Beltran. Can we talk about Charles Beltran?
Sure.
Where did you meet Charles Beltran?
Where did I meet him?
Yeah, he went to Utah, right?
Yes, sir.
He was in jail, right?
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed him there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk about that. And specifically, when you went to interview Mr. Beltran, he was at that time, y'all put out a capital murder warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was picked up on a capital murder warrant.
Yes.
And is it safe to say that initially, all three people were charged with capital murder because y'all suspected that Mrs. Botello may have not gone with them willingly, correct?
Correct.
That's why y'all did capital murder.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but when you initially talked to Mr. Beltran, he was willing to talk to you, right?
Yes.
He
Yes.
waived his Miranda rights.
Yes, he did.
Talked to you and Detective Ortiz.
Correct.
All right. And what did he tell you at first?
He didn't know anything.
He told you
That he had left her at a garage or gas station or something like that.
But you were asking specific questions, correct?
Yes.
You remember him telling you that that they went to his car?
Yes.
They smoked?
Yes.
All right. But as far as any sex in his car, he told you they didn't have sex in the car.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Because you specifically asked him that, right?
Yes.
But you know from other witnesses in this case, he indicated to them that they had sex in the car, right?
Correct.
That she willingly had sex with him in the car. And then they went to the mesquite.
That's what other witnesses said.
Well, that,
They went to the 7-Eleven and then to Mesquite.
okay, like that said that he told him that they had sex in the car, then he dropped her off, right?
Yes.
But we know that was a lie because we had him going to mesquite.
Correct.
Her phone going to mesquite.
Yes.
All right. But as far as you were concerned, he told you they never had sex in the car.
Correct.
But he did admit to you that they were drinking.
They took 2 shots at the house and smoked weed in the car.
Okay. And I want to talk about the first version he gave you. You recall him saying they went to the house, then they were at his car, they went to the house, they drank a little and had sex, she passed out, I let her sleep and I went in the studio, and he fell asleep on the futon.
Yes, that's what he said.
And when he's telling you this, I mean, he's not stumbling, I mean, he's trying to be as convincing as possible, right?
Yes, he was talking to me, he was being cooperative.
And telling you that he passed out, or he says he went to sleep on the futon, right?
Yes, he did say that.
He ended up passing out because he was fucked up. Remember telling you that?
I don't remember afterward, but he was crashed out. He crashed out.
Now, I asked you to listen to your video.
Yes, but I can't remember.
So you don't remember him saying
I just remember
that?
he said he did pass out on the futon.
Because he was fucked up.
Okay.
But you don't remember that part?
I don't
Yes,
remember.
you do.
I don't remember the F word. I mean, I don't remember if he said that or not, but I know he crashed out on the
But you
futon.
remember he said he woke up and everybody was gone.
Yes, he did say that.
Nina and Lisa were gone. Marisela was gone. He thought she took the Uber, right?
Correct.
I mean, he's telling you that he's not stuttering. He's being as convincing as possible, isn't he?
He's talking.
I mean, he's trying to convince you that that's what happened, right?
Right.
That he doesn't know anything.
Correct.
Okay. And he said he wanted to call to check on her, but he didn't have her number, right?
Correct.
And he also said he kept calling Nina and Lisa, but they wouldn't answer.
Correct.
So he went back to Dykes' place down in Deep Ellum.
I think he met him in Deep Ellum.
Dax?
Yes.
In
Well,
fact-
he did go to, yeah, correct.
Well, in fact, he led you to believe that he was with Dax that whole next day, right?
The day when it happened? It was that night.
On October the 5th.
Right.
He led
That
you,
evening.
other than in the early morning hours.
Oh,
he was
my
also
God.
with Marcella. He's saying after he left Mesquite, he went back to Deep Ellum and hung out with Dax. I'm talking about in the first
And
version.
okay, I'm thinking about the third one. Okay. No, yes, he said it was his friend.
In the first version.
Yes.
Didn't say anything about going to Carmen's apartment, right?
Right, he did not.
Because had he told you he went to Carmen's apartment after being in contact with Marisela, you guys would have went to Carmen's apartment.
What's Carmen's last name?
Carmen was his girlfriend, that's what he told you.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You never even met with Carmen, did you?
Oh, but is that her? I'm trying to.
Carmen is a girl that's supposed to be from Australia, his girlfriend.
Yeah, she was out of town. She was no longer in Dallas.
She probably left Dallas, right?
Yes.
But more importantly, at some point in one of these versions, I think it may have been the final version, after he's putting everything on Lisa, he tells you he goes to Carmen's apartment, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
And you guys don't talk to Carmen, do you?
No.
Y'all don't find out where her apartment is, do you?
No, we tried to get help with the FBI to locate her.
Okay, but
We
as
never
far as
did.
her apartment is what I'm talking about, you
Yes.
got Mr. Beltran having contact with a missing person, admitting that he went to this apartment, and we do nothing to check to see if there's any indication that Marisela also was at that apartment, do you?
No, sir.
They don't blue star that apartment, do they?
No.
But we know he went to that apartment on that day, if you were to believe him, right?
According to him.
And you never talked to Carmen because she disappeared, right?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about what else he told you. I think you asked him, if Marisela was intoxicated. He told you she wasn't, right?
Right.
Said she was cool.
Yes.
Said the only thing that happened in the car is that they just chopped it up in the car, right?
Yes.
Basically saying that they just talked and smoked weed.
Yes.
And then you try to pin him down in regards to what time he would have left. I mean, I guess Deep Ellum area, going back to the seat, he really wasn't sure, was he?
Correct.
Man, I would be rolling my eyes so hard.
Specifically asking him about where Nina and Lisa were when he got to the house.
He said they were in the bed in the room.
He said they were in the bed asleep, right?
Yes, sir.
And in his first version, he said they never came out of the room. Remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. They, meaning Lisa and Nina, never came out of their room.
In one of the stories, he did say that.
Okay. Told you he woke up, his bed was clean, his room was clean. He thought that Marisela just took an Uber, right?
Yes.
Oh, you remember talking about that studio and how him and the guys would always sleep in the studio?
Yes.
So the fact that he had more than just, one or two women over there, he made it clear to you that he had friends come over at times.
Yes.
And they'd be in the studio recording.
Yes.
He told y'all that he didn't wake up till about what time? Do you remember? In that first story.
I don't remember.
And he said he didn't wake up till he didn't get up
It was
till
at noon, yes. Now I remember, yes.
And
He did say
y'all-
that.
Y'all knew that was a lie, because you already had the oil change information, right?
Yes.
But he said due to the trip, he was sleepy, he didn't get up to noon, right?
Correct.
And then he went about his day. Remember that?
Yes.
And because you already had information that he was with Madeline, you asked him, were you with a friend? Well, you asked him, did you go see another friend? Or you asked him, did you go see a friend? And he told you no, he was with that, right? In that first version.
Yeah, he had different versions, so I may have asked him.
Okay.
It's
And
been
as far as,
84 years. Stop. It's the same
remember
thing.
asking
Oh
him
my
if he was
God.
Yes.
And he told you no, right?
Yes.
That all this was saw his potential, right?
Yes.
In fact, he kind of got ugly with it when you kind of pressed him on being intimate with Lisa. He was like, have you, no, look at Lisa. Like, I would never sleep with an older woman like that, right?
Yes, he said that.
And nothing wrong with older women. And most guys will
some point you
sleep
told her
with
that,
anything.
Marcelo was dead,
Not
remember
most,
that?
some.
And you know he knew more, right?
Yes.
And at that point, after he finished that first version, he made it clear to him this is the only time he's going to get the chance to talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And those are basically the interrogation techniques that y'all use. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Letting them know, look, you better talk to us now. If you don't talk to us now, you're not going to be able to help yourself later.
Correct.
Right? So y'all kind of went through that, right?
Yes.
You remember telling them that you need to go ahead and talk to you because if something else comes out, he's going to look bad. Remember that?
Yes.
And this is all before he goes into any version where Lisa is supposed to stab Marisela, right?
Correct.
Up to this point, he hadn't said anything about Lisa stabbing Marisela, right?
No.
You remember Ortiz specifically asked him, hey, you're a felon, right?
Yes.
And then that's when he tells him, well, this is capital murder. You can get life without parole, right? Remember that?
Yes.
All the death penalty.
Correct.
Okay, finish. Finish. Brandi will be back
Do you
soon.
remember asking him about
She'll be back today.
were there times when you brought the girls over and Lisa would get mad?
Yes.
And that's before he started talking about Lisa being jealous, right?
I just remember he said he was jealous.
Ma'am?
I remember him saying that she would get jealous or get mad.
After you said, has there been times when you brought girls over and Lisa would get mad?
Correct.
Then he started talking about Lisa being jealous, right?
Yes.
And at this point, you specifically asked him, did anyone get hurt?
Yes.
Was there any blood in that room?
Yes.
And he says no, right?
Yes.
He emphatically says no.
Correct.
You even asked him if there was a fight, and he said no.
Correct.
But he did tell you that so many people come through there, right?
Yes.
But he doesn't know.
Correct.
Asked him had he been hurt
Correct.
that night, and he said no.
He
right?
said no.
then you specifically ask him about, if there's anything that happened in that room where blood would have penetrated the car.
Yes, I asked him.
And he said no.
Correct.
And then at one point, you finally asked him, or you told him that Marisela's blood was in that room. And you asked him what his explanation was, right?
Yes.
And what was his response?
I think it's, didn't remember.
Ma'am?
I don't remember. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't remember verbatim.
But you also told him that you found his blood in the room.
Yes.
With Marisela's blood, right?
Yes, I told him that.
That wasn't true, was it?
Correct.
And then you start kind of going into, well, if it was a mistake, if you were doped up and you don't remember, just tell him, right?
Correct.
And he still was emphatic that nothing happened, right?
Correct, correct.
And that's when you said, don't let these girls put this on you. You remember telling him that?
Remember we told him that, referring to the Lisa and Ms. Morano.
Right. Don't let them put it on you. That would be unfair, right?
Correct.
And you even told him, I need to know what happened, because you're going down and they're going to be laughing at you.
Yes, I said that.
They're all
You asked him
gonna
about last
laugh
time
at
they spoke,
you.
whether you remember that?
Yes,
And he said it could have been 2 or 3 weeks.
yes.
And y'all also kept telling them, look, we know, when we ask you these questions, we already know the answers.
Correct.
And before he gives you the version with Lisa's stabbing Marisela, you tell him it's in his best interest to tell you what happened. This is his only chance, right?
Yes.
And before he gives a version of Lisa and Nina coming into the room attacking Marisela, you tell him that those attorneys are going to point the finger at you,
Correct.
don't you?
Correct.
So you need him to believe that they're going to point the finger at him if he doesn't point the finger at them.
Well, no, just for him to actually say what happened, put him in the, round him in the corner and try to get information from him. That was the whole purpose.
Okay. But at some point, you tell him the attorneys are going to point the finger at you.
Yes.
They're going to save themselves.
Correct.
And remember, Ortiz, tell him, I know you're scared. I can see your,
The heart, his vein.
yeah, I know you're scared, right?
Yes.
And what, y'all ask him, what did they do? And that's when he goes into this version of Lisa.
Going towards him and Marisela with the knife.
Well,
No.
That's not the first
No,
version.
no, that was
The next version was, they came into the room, they were arguing with him because of he had the girl over there and they were doing drugs.
Correct, correct.
They argued and they left.
They left.
Then him and Marisela went to sleep. Next thing he knows, that's when Lisa came in.
Yes.
And he woke up with Lisa straddled over Marisela. Do you remember that part?
I remember one of the versions, he said that Ms. Dykes was actually straddled over Marisela.
All right. And do you remember him talking about her having her hand on his neck? Just
One hand on the neck, and then I think the left one, and then the right one with the
knife?
With the knife.
All right. And he's telling you that she stabbed him, right?
Yes. In the motion, forceful. I can't remember what word he used, but
Well, I mean, he's actually motioning
yes,
now.
he is.
Stabbing.
Yes.
Stabbing Marisela, correct?
Correct.
And he says in that version that he pushes them off, right?
Push her off the bed.
Does he tell you to push both of them off or just Lisa?
I think it was just Lisa at that moment.
In that version?
Yes, if I'm mistaken, it was her.
Okay. And he runs out of the room.
I think, doesn't Nina come in?
Well, he says Nina comes in.
And then from there he
Nina
takes
pushes
off.
him.
And he takes off, but he gets his clothes. He didn't have his clothes on. He put clothes on and take off.
But he specifically told you that Nina comes in and helps attack Marisela, right?
I don't recall hearing that, or that he actually said that Nina attacked.
Well, he said they attacked.
Okay.
They referring to Lisa?
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
And, I mean, the fact that he says that Nina came in the room and they attacked Marisela, again.
It should be both.
I'm sorry, what did you?
I said it should be both.
Yeah. And that's aiding in your investigation to charge Nina Morano with murder, right?
Correct.
The fact that after he claims Lisa stabbed her, she comes in and helps him attack her, right?
Correct.
Because that's what Beltran told you.
That's what he said.
And remember him saying something about him running out of there and just leaving?
Yes.
I think he said something about Marisela was saying baby.
He
Called
said,
him baby.
that's what he said initially. She was calling him baby. And then after he said, he doesn't know who said that.
Right. But either way, he ran out of there and left.
Yes.
And in this version, he tells you that he left, and he calls his homeboy, Brian,
Yes.
and tells Brian what happened. Right?
He said the girls were tripping or something like that.
Right. But he tells you he calls Brian.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
According to him, yes.
Well, no, I'm saying he never called Brian, because you would have talked to Brian.
Correct.
You would have asked Brian, hey, man, what did he say? Right?
Correct.
But he says he left, right?
Yes.
In any of these versions that he gave you regarding this attack, this stabbing, did he ever say anything about pinning Lisa Dykes against the wall?
No.
Did he ever say anything about Lisa, y'all take care of this? That he told her that he was pinned her against the wall, and he told her, hey, y'all need to take care of this, and he left.
No, I do not recall. On that interview I had with him, no, he did not say that.
You know he never told y'all that, did he?
No, that's what I'm saying, no.
Move on, sir. Please, for the love of God, move on.
And as far as, you were also telling him, asking him, referring to Mr. Beltran, why didn't you just call the police? You didn't do anything.
Yes, I did ask him that.
And he said he didn't think anybody would believe him, right?
Yes, he said he was scared.
Because of the way he looked, his record, no one's gonna believe he had nothing to do with it, right?
Correct.
Oh, the Santa Marta, he admitted that that was his stuff at the house, right?
Yes.
And I'm talking about the altar that was in the room, you know what I'm
Yes,
talking about?
yes, that's his.
Oh, do you also remember, even after him giving his last version, and you're just really just going over his activities after, like when he went to New Orleans, remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He told you he went to New Orleans with Lisa, remember that?
But it was another friend. It wasn't Lisa Dykes.
No, I know it wasn't another friend, I'm asking you what he told you.
That's what he said. He was Lisa.
He said it was Lisa. So he's still lying to you, right?
Yes.
Because you know it was Madeline, right?
Yes. Yes.
But he's saying Lisa.
Correct.
Lisa took him to New Orleans.
That's what he said.
And before he gave you the version of Miss Dykes stabbing Marisela,
Yes, can he stop? I would really appreciate it.
Are you a monster?
Yes.
He said they're gonna make it seem like you are a monster. Remember telling him that?
Yes.
And that's before he gives you the version regarding Miss Dykes, right?
Yes.
Yes, the state rested. This is the defense.
And just so we're clear, you filed a case against Lisa Dykes, Nina Morano, and Charles Beltran, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were the lead detective, right?
Correct.
But not anymore, right?
No.
You were demoted, correct?
I was transferred.
So you weren't demoted?
I'm still in my same rank, not as a detective though.
Okay, you're just not a detective anymore.
Correct.
And that's largely because of
The videos.
things that happened on this case.
Yes, sir.
All the videos and things that went missing.
Not, that was not the reason, it's because I actually forgot to actually send over the videos. And when I caught it, I made corrections right away. It was just an honest mistake.
Well, but that wasn't the only evidence you didn't turn over. You still had stuff in your trunk, didn't you?
The trunk.
Didn't you bring over boxes?
Well, that was from headquarters.
Oh, okay, you had to go back over to headquarters?
Yes, that's what we got everything.
Okay. But that was all stuff that you just didn't turn over? Until the judge made you turn it over, right?
Which, can you remind me?
I'm talking about the stuff that you just left in your closet at headquarters.
What closet?
Where were the bones? Do you remember
Oh, the
bones?
box, yes.
Yeah, the box with the bones. Where was that?
At headquarters.
In your closet?
Well,
No,
it was in a file.
In the file?
Mhm.
But,
Yeah, we have to answer yes or no.
Yes. Mm.
but again, that involved this case.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Ramirez, how are you this morning?
I'm okay.
Okay. I just want to start with kind of what he left off with, okay?
Yes.
Oh, thank
You and I
God.
have met several times over the course of, when I received this case and was assigned this case in, I think, May of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what he's talking about essentially is that you had, there's a DMV system online where there are photographs, videos, things of that nature, and a portal on your end, and you have to tag it a certain way, hit a button, and that's simplifying it for those things to transfer to our end. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we had discovered right before trial that several photographs, and to be very clear, the vast majority of the photographs that we were talking about that were transferred late were all photographs of property from the arrest of Nina Morano and Lisa Dykes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was all their property.
Yes.
And they knew all of what they had. Is that right?
Correct.
So that was the vast majority of the things that were turned over late.
Yes.
Now, this box that we're discussing, in, I believe it was January of 2022, February of 2022, February 2nd, you actually talked to some individuals who were out at the site. The community is highly involved in this case, and they have like a little memorial out there that people go to and tend to. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where her body was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was about a year and a half, or maybe a year and several months after her remains were found at that site that these people were out there. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They picked up a bra and some panties that were out there, and then 2 bones. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the length of time, it just, it wasn't tested, it wasn't put in the property room, and it didn't appear that those items would be necessarily related to this case because it had been over a year since her remains had been found.
Correct.
And you were out there for at least one of the searches. There was a couple of searches at that site after the initial find. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dozens of people, this far apart, from 3-4 feet apart from each other, walking back and forth through there to find as many items as they could. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's safe to say that if there was a pair of bra and panties out there at that time, certainly those would have been picked up.
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that the testing after that was done where those items did not come back to anybody related to this case.
Correct.
Now, let's go back and talk about, kind of the sequence of events as far as prior to talking to Charles Beltran, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall going to Florida in March to try to locate Lisa and Nina and Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys had some tips, or not necessarily tips, but you had some cell phone records and some addresses and things like that that led you to believe they might be in Miami. Is that right?
Yes.
And you guys followed up on that?
Yes.
And you got the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to help you. Is that
Yes,
right?
we did.
And just before that, I believe it was March 22nd of 2021, you actually had the 3 warrants signed by a judge here in Dallas. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had a probable cause affidavit, and that particular judge reviewed over it, and he felt like you had probable cause for the arrest of all 3 of them. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that was before you ever talked to anybody.
Correct.
That was even before her remains were found. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, you guys were actually in Florida when you got word that a person that was trying to trap feral cats out in Wilmer, just off the road, just off of, I believe, is it Post Oak Road?
Yes.
Just off of that road, had found a skull.
Yes.
And based on that, they were able to do dental identification records, and it was confirmed that that was Marisela. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, you all found a good address in Miami for Nina Morano. Is that right?
Correct.
And FDLE actually sent someone to sit on her house and
Surveillance.
survey her house and just watch and see the comings and goings of, who all was coming in and out. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the course of that, the individual that was sitting on that house ended up making arrest of Nina Morano.
Correct.
Okay. And he wasn't able to arrest Lisa though, because she ran right then. She left that apartment right then and took off to Orlando. Is that right?
Correct.
And you went up to Orlando. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Lisa was arrested in Orlando. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was on March 26th that she was arrested. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And Nina Morano was arrested the day prior.
Correct.
Now, at that point, they were waiting to see if Charles Beltran would be at the hotel room with Lisa. Is that your understanding?
My understanding, yes.
Okay, but he wasn't there, was he?
No.
Okay, so the U.S. Marshals start looking for him. They get some leads that at some point he is in Utah.
Correct.
And a team is sent out there to Utah, and they find him and arrest him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so at the point that you talked to Charles Beltran, Nina and Lisa have already been arrested, correct?
Yes.
The warrant had already been issued.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't get probable cause based on anything that Charles Beltran told you?
No.
It had already been done?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about your interview with Mr. Beltran, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It was over 2 hours long, is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say for the first 45 minutes he pretends like he didn't know anything.
Correct.
You weren't convinced of that, were you?
Correct.
Now, you weren't convinced because you've done this full investigation. You started with this case on December 8th of 2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Marisela Botello had been missing since October 5th, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you knew that Marisela Botello was a responsible individual. You knew that she had a job. You knew that she had a stable family. She had friends. She had all the reasons to go back to Seattle on October 5th as her flight had been scheduled. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew based on talking to these people that her not posting on social media and all those things, just that was not normal for her at all.
Correct.
And you know that the Youth Crimes Division that does these missing persons, they get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of missing persons reports on young people in their early 20s that just decided not to show back up home.
True. Correct.
And most of the time, those missing persons end up just showing back up.
Yes.
Maybe they went out and wanted to, go do drugs for several days, go prostitute at hotels and things like that. That's kind of what that normally looks like. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason you all got involved is because her bank records showed no activity at all.
Correct.
Her phone records showed no activity at all.
Correct.
No contact with family.
Correct.
It's like she dropped off the face of the earth.
Yes.
It's like she had been murdered.
Sure.
So that's why eventually Special Investigations Unit got involved. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you know all these things before you ever talked to Charles Beltran. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You also knew that the FBI had gotten involved early on, about October 12th, in trying to locate Marisela. Is that right?
Correct.
You knew that they had talked to Lisa Dykes, and Lisa Dykes lied to him. You knew that.
Correct.
Okay, you knew that Charles went on the run with Madeline Alvarez first.
Yes.
You knew that Lisa and Nina met him up in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
You knew that they traveled up to Buffalo and got him a passport.
Correct.
You knew that Lisa and Nina had paid off his child support so that he could get that passport.
Correct.
You knew that he had gone all the way to Mexico with Lisa and Nina, and that they had been there for 3 to 4 weeks. Is that
correct?
You knew that Lisa and Nina had been traveling freely back and forth. Is that right?
Correct.
You knew that Nina had suddenly, out of nowhere, decided to sell her house in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
In fact, she made a call around October 12th. And this was the same time that the first missing persons of Marisela Botello reports come out in the news.
Correct.
I mean, is that just a coincidence, or is that something that makes you think that these ladies are involved?
Make me feel that they were involved.
So you know all this information before you even talk to Charles Beltran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And generally in interrogations, when you're talking to an individual, one of the techniques is just to let them know, you can talk, you can tell me whatever, and you let them tell that story, right?
Yes.
You're taught that.
Yes. Tell them, just have them say whatever they want to say, and then from there poke at their story.
Right. And so that you don't expect any person that you talk to right off the bat start telling you everything that happened.
Correct.
It's when they're confronted with evidence that you know, that you have in the case, that they start telling you, oh, okay, I need to tell you the truth because she knows what she's talking about.
Correct.
And that's the technique that you used in this case, is
Yes,
that right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're talking about the first 45 minutes of his interview. He acting like he just dropped her off somewhere, or he didn't know, or he just didn't know what happened to her.
Correct.
That didn't surprise you at all, did it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I believe your partner mentioned the capital murder, and one of those punishments could possibly be the death penalty, but that's not something you guys even decide, right?
No, no,
Okay.
we don't.
Yeah, that's
We don't.
Dallas Police.
We don't do that.
And I mean, you're aware that that rarely happens here in Dallas County for our office to see the death penalty.
Correct.
Now, he didn't really bat an eye at that, did he?
No.
That didn't seem to bother him at all, did it?
No.
It was when you started talking about his daughters that he decided and he changed and he started telling you bits of the truth. Is that right?
Correct.
And you fully expect when you interview someone that you're not going to get all the truth at once.
Correct.
You're going to get bits. You're going to get pieces. I mean, that's just human nature, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's how most people, when they are confronted with evidence that their story ain't jiving, that's how they operate.
They do.
I mean, my teenager does it all the time. It's the same with Charles Beltran.
Correct.
So in this situation, you talk about his daughters, and then he starts telling you that he knows more about what happened in that room. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to make a distinction.
Ms. Pittman, if you could mark your spot, it is time for our morning break.
Yes, sir.
We will be at recess for 5 to 10 minutes.
All right.
We're off the record.
All right. Well, they're getting a 5 to 10 minute break. So I wonder, does she not have any friends or family that can bring her another shirt? Yeah, I'm really not looking forward to defense doing questioning for a while. Yeah. And Santeria I'm familiar with because in Miami, Santeria is very common. I have heard of the cartel, praying to that one saint and doing all that. Haven't really heard too much of it in Texas, but obviously it is a thing. Even my aunt for Santeria, she would have all these different candles and like pictures of saints, and she would put cups of water and stuff for them. But the defense is so confusing. The way that he words stuff and the questioning, and he was making my brain hurt. I don't know if it's hurting y'all's heads when he's talking, but he makes my brain hurt. The state, her line of questioning is easy to follow. It's not confusing. I don't know if the defense was doing that on purpose to try to slip up the detective. I'm not sure. I don't know, but I'm really not a fan of his yeah, like he literally gave me a headache. But it's a good thing that I have goodies, headache powder, because yeah, so if you guys see me just ever open up a little white thing with powder, it is this. I use these. Yeah, I almost have a headache from that dude. I would hate to have him as an attorney or a professor or something. He does. I don't like how he talks. I don't like his line of questioning and just the way it goes through. Yeah, right? Goodies needs to sponsor me because I use this stuff all the time. They used to come in like a wax paper that you had to unfold and just had white powder, and that made me nervous to like have to carry that around. I much prefer that they change the packets to this because wax paper with white powder, probably not the best thing to carry around. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, my brain hurts. I need some caffeine now. Yes, Irish cream In the coffee. Love an Irish coffee. For those that don't know, I am Cuban, Irish, and German. Um, very Irish, 50% Irish, and then Cuban, German on my other side. And BC powder, yeah, BC powder. BC powder goodies, I use either one of those. Yes, Lindsay, you're correct. I also was raised Catholic, and my family is very Catholic on both sides. So probably why we didn't do that. So now I'm gonna drink a Monster. So I actually have four drinks today. I can't help myself. This one was to just have something in my stomach because I forget to eat a lot, and I don't know why. And then I have regular water. And then I have, this is a sugar-free Kool-Aid. When I bought it, the package was blue, so I thought it was going to be blue, but it's red. And I'm actually disappointed that it's red. I prefer blue for some reason. Like, I prefer blue beverages. If I can choose a color, it would be blue. I don't know why I am drawn to anything that's blue. And for some reason, a lot of artificial coconut is blue for some reason. But yeah, weird facts about me that you don't need to know. And if you like my rambling about myself, then, join my channel. Um, mm. And I spilled it on myself. Again, I spilt my other drink too. Um, yeah, great. So you guys get to see the mess that I am in general. Um, right now, the only thing I'm doing consistently is on Sundays on Kick. I'm going to have some other things scheduled, but Sundays on Kick, um, I'm trying to just disconnect from the world and all this heavy trials and stuff that we all watch on Kick. I'm streaming Love After Lockup right now. So if you are into Love After Lockup, if you've never seen Love After Lockup, join me between 12:30, 1:30 on Sundays, and I will be on Kick. My Kick username is Jessica for Justice. It's Jessica for Justice everywhere. But if y'all got nothing better to do on a Sunday, come join me on Kick. We have so much fun, and I can be my unfiltered self. So then you guys can meet the real me. Um, I try to be as polite on the internet as possible and all that stuff. But on Kick, I definitely curse and give my opinion on that. But yeah, Love After Lockup is something. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with like trash reality TV once I finish Love After Lockup. But there's so many seasons. Um it might take a while, but the first time I did it, we finished all of season one on that day, literally 8 hours of streaming. And if you go on Kick right now, the last two streams are still there. I haven't deleted them yet. So if you've never seen Love After Lockup, then you can go on my Kick and watch the first season and half of the second season there. Kick is like Twitch. Kick is a new streaming service, and because it's new, um, they aren't doing any copyright stuff right now. I know that that'll happen eventually, but right now we can break the rules on Kick. So anything that's like copyrighted or could get me in trouble, I'm doing on Kick. So that's what I'm going to do for Kick. My YouTube is going to be interviews and more serious stuff. So Love After Lockups, for those of you that have no idea what it is people that are in relationships with somebody that is in prison, and the majority of them have never met them in person. They went to a website called writeaninmate.com. It's either write an inmate or write a prisoner. And then they write them, and then they get in these relationships and they talk on the phone all the time. Some of them have been together for years without ever meeting, or they've only met each other in prison. Yeah, they start out as pen pals, and it is wild. It is like the trust that these people have. The first season, I will say, it's not the inmates that are crazy, it's the significant others. And yeah, y'all have to check it out. It's crazy. So the first season and the half of the second season is on my Kick right now, until like there's some violation and they take it down. But it's there right now, and then I'll be back on Sunday, either 12:30 or 1:30. It just depends what happens earlier in the day. You know what? I totally forgot that we were behind. Ha ha ha! I am so silly. Okay, now it's live. Thanks, Lola's mom, because I totally forgot. But we're still on break. We're live now. We're caught up. So let me change the speed. Okay, it's normal again because it's okay. The one lady who adopted that guy's son. Oh, yeah, she was wonderful. Yeah, she's such a good person. Some of the people on there are wonderful people. Some of them are terrible. Um, we went on during the stream last week. We went on Write an Inmate and looked at some of the profiles and stuff. The one thing that made me sad was that a lot of the people that are serving a lot of time were there for drug charges, and I hate to see someone in prison for like 10 to 15 years for drug possession. Violent people I would like to see in there, but I'm starting to notice that a lot of people with drugs are getting more time than people who are violent, which isn't how it should be. I was very glad to see that uh, that Charlie got life without parole. And like in Texas, like if something like that happened in Harris County right now, I would be where I am in Houston, I would be shocked if they got life without parole because of how things have been. Um, and then when I was looking through the charges, some of the charges I've never even heard of before because all the different states have different laws with drugs. So it really, because I was looking at people from all over the country when we were looking, because you can sort it by where they are, how much time they have, and all that stuff. Yeah, hi Nessie. Yes, the state has rested. This is a break. It should be back any minute. We are caught up live finally, and now just waiting to see. I am glad that we were sped up for the defense because good God. On Patrol Live, I've seen it before. I haven't seen it recently. I watch cops and like court clips and stuff. No, we're not behind now. We're caught up. We're waiting for them to come back on break. So we caught up to everything, thankfully, because the first 30 minutes were just nothing and we were able to skip a bunch of it. Yeah, Harris County, Lindsay, I don't know if you heard of the case where the mom literally murdered her infant, got out on bail, and then was living with her children's father with her other child and wasn't supposed to. And then while on bond, she got arrested for abusing that child. Like Texas, we have the country thinks that we're so tough on stuff and we're really not.
I gotta give Miss Marissa a break. No problem. All right, we're ready for the jury. Let me just bring you a break. There you go.
Not bad. Yes, Allie, I agree. He's an evil monster.
And my former husband grew up like adding to their house.
What kind of flowers are those in the back?
I had a dream about that last night. You did? Yes, because at this time of year.
Who's Doug? She said she had a dream about Doug last night. Who's Doug? Anybody know?
Oh, yeah, that Judge Francis came by with Dallas.
I want to know everything. Is her son Doug? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this judge. And yes, I agree. The defense wasted a lot of time. The judge said she had a dream about Doug.
All rise.
I love how you all know who her father-in-law is. Like, I love that. Y'all probably know more about me than I know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam First Witness, Your Honor. Detective Mears, is this a copy of the probable cause affidavit that you presented to Judge Carter Thompson on March 22nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have reviewed that before?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to look at the second page. The defense had asked you about Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano, their blood being mixed in with Marisela Botello's blood.
Yes, ma'am.
There at the scene in his bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that location was right next to Beltran's bed, just right under the window in his bedroom. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where that big blood stain was, where all of that blue star reacted, and that was the biggest indication that something had happened to Marisela in that room. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and there's an important distinction. It did say that blood was found to match the complainant Marisela Botello, but it also says unknown male and female DNA profiles were found in the carpet by Swifts.
Correct.
Okay, that's not to say at that time you had any certainty that those DNA profiles were from blood.
Correct.
Okay, it could be from touch DNA, it could be from some other source besides blood. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why you listed it that way in your probable cause affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Beltran had other women over there, right?
Yes.
I mean, Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano both lived there, so presumably they go in his room. Is that correct?
Yes.
He also had male individuals coming over. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but the primary source of the blood DNA wasn't just on the carpet. It was seeped down into the carpet pad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you knew all this information when you were talking to Mr. Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you told him that the DNA was in there, you just wanted him to know that you had some information so that maybe he would tell you more. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And he even said, it's certainly possible that if there's a stabbing going on, that he may get nicked, that Miss Dykes may cut herself, and that may be the source of some of these DNA profiles. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But at that time, in January 29th of 2021, when you received that first DNA report, you didn't have the buccal swabs for Charles Beltran. You didn't have the buccal swab for Lisa Dykes, and you didn't have the buccal swab for Nina Morano. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's because they weren't even in Dallas, were they?
Correct.
They were all over. It's certainly something you wanted.
Yes.
Okay, so you certainly wanted to talk to Miss Dykes, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You certainly wanted to talk to any of these individuals, correct?
Correct.
But if you can't find them, you can't talk to them.
Correct.
Now, you went up to New York. I want to talk a little bit about the black Audi, and that was kind of a focus of your investigation, trying to find that black Audi because you knew that, based on the video evidence, that Charles Beltran had been in that black Audi with Marisela Botello. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that time, you didn't know anything about a white Tucson.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
And so your focus is on that, and the reason, other than the 7-Eleven video, that your focus is on that is because you also learned through the FBI investigation that Lisa Dykes was talking to several coworkers about trying to get rid of a car.
Correct.
And it was the black Audi, right?
Correct.
So the focus was on that at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you actually went to New York and you went to the dealership where Lisa Dykes entered the dealership and Nina Morano entered the dealership and sold off that black Audi. Is that correct?
They did sell it.
And that's after they had that black Audi shipped from Dallas all the way up to New York.
Correct.
Okay, and they didn't even sell it in the town they were living in.
No.
They sold it in another town, Middletown, New York. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
You had the New York State Police get involved and process that vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when they processed that vehicle, you asked them to do Blue Star or the equivalent in New York. Is that right?
Yes.
And your understanding is the same type of chemical.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't any indication that there was any blood in that trunk, was there?
Correct.
Okay. And there was indication that there were some hairs that were found that he collected in the back of that trunk. Is that right?
Correct.
And at the time of the probable cause affidavit, one of those hairs was a long, straight black hair. Is that right?
Correct.
That didn't seem to match any of the three individuals that you were trying to contact.
Correct.
Now, you also, while you were in New York and Pennsylvania, you're trying to talk to them, aren't you?
Correct.
You went to Nina Morano's home.
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, I believe she was going by Nina Beltran. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you learn that at some point in this, Nina Morano and Lisa Dykes, first of all, had changed their last name to Beltran?
Correct.
And then shortly after Marisela went missing, they actually changed their names on their identifications and passports.
Correct.
Now, when you went and talked to these people, you talked to some of her neighbors, right?
Yes.
And their neighbors reported that, Nina was a friendly person.
Yes.
Before Lisa.
Correct.
Things changed when Lisa got in the picture, didn't they?
Yes.
And prior to Lisa Dykes being in the picture, Nina Morano was just kind of a family person. She had her husband Bill there. They had a long-term marriage. And suddenly, he passed away.
Yes.
You learned that. You learned that Nina had not told any of her friends in that neighborhood that he had passed away.
Correct.
Until months later.
Correct.
At that time, she was seeing Miss Dykes, wasn't she?
Correct.
Did you learn from the neighbors that when Nina Morano returned back to Pennsylvania in around December of 2020, that suddenly all the shades are down, there's sheets over the windows, it's dark, and Miss Morano's not friendly anymore?
Correct.
That was completely out of character for her, wasn't it?
Yes.
You did you interviewed Jamie Scarpa, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And she told you some information regarding the sale of the house.
Yes.
She hadn't really met Miss Dykes, had she?
No.
I mean, just one time.
Just met her once.
She never met Charles Beltran, did she?
No.
But she was just trying to give you information to help your investigation.
Yes.
You left a business card with Miss Scarpa, didn't you?
Yes.
And just advised her, let Nina know we just want to talk to her. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever hear from Miss Morano?
No.
Did you ever hear from Miss Dykes?
No.
And you didn't hear from Mr. Beltran either, did you?
No.
In fact, after you left that business card, you learned that they sold the house, and prior to even selling the house, they weren't living there anymore.
Correct.
Did you learn that right after you gave them that business card is when they quit staying in Pennsylvania?
Correct.
And so you're trying to look for them again?
Again. Mm-hmm.
Now, in the interim of going to New York and trying to locate him and things of that nature, that blood swab, those swabbings from the carpet are being tested with Swifts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in January, you get those results, and it's determined what you already believe to be true, and that blood belonged to Marisela Botello.
Yes.
And based on that, you all start searching various areas, or highlighting various areas in Wilmer to possibly search.
Yes.
Okay, and you did that based on the phone records of Nina Morano and Lisa Dykes, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn that Lisa Dykes used to live out there at 274 Turning Tree?
Yes.
And that's a little tiny housing development just right off of I-45, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and I think you exit Beltline Road,
Yes.
and then you can ride off I-45, you take a left on Beltline, and it's just right there to the left.
Correct.
And you learned that she lived there for a number of years.
Yes.
Okay. Nina never lived with her there, did she?
No.
Okay, and Charles never lived there with her?
No.
You base how big is Wilmer?
Not that big.
Okay, not that big?
No, I would say, I'm not sure what the population is, but it's a very small town. I mean, a suburb of Dallas.
Okay, and area-wise, is there quite a bit of area out there to search?
Yes.
Lots of different kind of open areas.
There's a lot of trailers as far as hauling gravel or whatever from the highway. There's a lot of cement places and a lot of, I guess, land.
Okay,
Pretty much.
cement plants, you know, kind of some industrial type of locations. But there's also a lot of farmland.
Yes.
A lot of wooded areas.
Yes.
And a lot of that is not far at all from that Turning Point Drive. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, you guys did a search March 6th of 2021, and you based that again on knowing that Lisa and Nina's phones were out there in Wilmer that night, October 5th, after Marisela went missing, correct?
Correct.
Now, Beltran's phones weren't there, were they?
No.
It showed his phone to be actually down in Deep Ellum, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's what he told me, that he
Right.
was down in Deep Ellum that night. Now, the March 6th search, that was at an address on 1701 Fulgham Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And eventually, her body was found off of Post Oak Road, is that correct?
Correct.
The reason you concentrated on the concrete plant was because the black Audi appeared to have some cement on the underneath side of it, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so based on that information that you have, you're doing everything you can.
Correct.
In fact, it makes more sense to search a concrete plant at that point than just going through the acres and acres and acres of farmland out there.
Correct.
And we're talking hundreds of acres of
A
farmland,
lot.
wooded areas.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, like finding a needle in a haystack.
Correct.
That first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 394 and 395. Does that look like a map of the Fulgham Road area and that area in Wilmer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 395, is that a photograph of the area that you all searched March 6th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers States 394 and 395 for all purposes. Tendering to defense counsel.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibits 394 and 395 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, this up here, that's Fulgham Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the area that you all searched?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm just gonna zoom into it a little bit, and it appears, I mean, there's a lot of pavement and concrete and things like that right there in that initial area.
Yes, ma'am.
How was it, or how accessible was that area via car?
Pretty much easy. I mean, they had gates, but they were open and people can actually drive through.
Okay, so there's gates that are open and you can drive through, and then how far from this concreted area was it before you got to some of the wooded areas with, I think maybe there was some water and bodies of water out there?
In the plant, yes.
Okay. About how far of a walk is it from the area that you can park your car on concrete to the area where maybe you might think to locate a body?
It was a long distance. I mean, I would say, I don't know, probably a quarter of a mile, I guess. Maybe.
Quarter of a mile?
Yes, I would say. I mean, then it was a long, big property. So some of it was concrete because they were filling it in, and then the rest in the back was more water. And it was in the process of being covered because there was the owner that owned that plant that had the construction site debris coming into the property to kind of top it off. And then you had, a cement company, I think it's a cement company next to them that was actually being leased there. So there was two areas there.
And compared to where the body was located over here at Post Oak Road, or actually just the bones were located over here off of Post Oak Road, that's about a 2.5 mile drive, about 5 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there at Post Oak Road, I mean, both sides of the road, there's kind of open farmland on both sides.
Yes.
And then the location where a body was found, there was actually, when you're facing from the road, to the right is kind of open farmland area, correct?
Yes.
And then to the left, it's a kind of a wooded area.
Yes.
And that wooded area, I guess the culvert, there's a lot of brush and things that are grown up that kind of block the view of that wooded area.
Yes.
Okay? And it's just a short walk through that brush, and it's easy to get through that brush. We're not talking about briars and thorns. I mean, you can just walk through it easily.
Yes.
And it was just over that many of the remains were found. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you can't see that area from the road.
No.
Because of all the brush and all of that.
Correct.
As far as being able to walk in that area, was it that difficult to get to?
No.
Your understanding, so this is I-45 right here. Dallas is back this way, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're traveling from Dallas or Mesquite area, take I-45 this way, you exit Beltline Road. Thank you, Zach. You exit Beltline Road right here, and you take a left onto Beltline Road, and there is a little housing development right here on East Beltline Road. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where 274 Turning Tree Road is, correct?
Yes.
And it is literally 2 turns. Go down Beltline, take a left, and you stop right there, and this is where that body was found.
Yes.
It states 395. Is this the area that you were talking about that you initially searched in at Fulgham Road?
Yes.
Okay, and so where this entrance, where would you park your vehicle?
We really can't point. It's where the star, a little bit where the star is at. Is where we actually parked.
Okay.
I mean, there's opening area there, but we actually went to the middle and then worked our way around.
Okay, is this where you park the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, and that drive through there, is it all paved like a parking lot, or what was that drive?
It's kind of rough. It's gravel and cement area, so it's it's drivable, but it's not like paved.
Okay.
It's
And-
pressed down, I guess you would say.
Okay, and then it's a pretty
Hi,
significant walk back
Bug.
into this area?
Yeah, some of the areas were actually water, like I said, had water, so they were actually making ways to actually put the trucks in to actually dump debris from the 35 construction to cover that area.
Okay. And I guess my point is, if 2 women are dumping a 5-foot-tall, 100-pound Hispanic woman, it would be a lot easier to do it right there off of Post Oak Road, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's totally feasible.
Yes.
I mean, Marisela wasn't heavy, was she?
No, ma'am.
I mean, she was tiny.
Yes.
And 2 women of bigger stature wouldn't have an issue, that small body wrapped in a trash bag and taped with duct tape and just taking it just off the road and dumping it behind that brush.
Correct.
Now, you spoke to a number of people in your investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you didn't get this case until December 8th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And many of the tips that Mr. Harris asked you about, those were all received and investigated, and the officers had been sent out on those tips prior to you ever getting on the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're just reading their incident reports as to what happened, right?
Yes.
And that one that he mentioned about Orlando Brown, that wasn't the only person that said they saw someone similar to Marisela Botello.
Correct.
In fact, there was another tip where officers were sent out to a bus stop. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe the patron said that, I mean, it looked like her, it might be her, it's the same build, it's the same as a Hispanic female, the same size, maybe it's her, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And you all were able to get information that the person who they saw actually purchased a bus ticket and wasn't Marisela Botello at all.
Correct.
So it's not like that these tips are panning out at all,
Right.
but people are following up on it.
Yes.
Now, the Mustang Inn and the City Inn, are you familiar with those two places?
Kind of. I know it's I think in Oak Cliff, if I'm mistaken.
Okay, and you know that those two places are like motels, and
Yes.
it's known drug houses and a lot of prostitution and things like that go on there.
Yes.
Was there any indication from Marisela's family members or friends or anyone that you talked to that would be a place that she would go?
That would not be a place for her to go.
I mean, she's never been to Dallas
No.
before. Would she even know how to get to these places?
She wouldn't.
And so you're trying, and people are trying to help, right?
Yes.
I mean, they're not trying to mislead you, they're trying to help.
Correct.
Do you know what picture they used to show Mr. Brown and the security guard Floyd Mitchell to say if this is Marisela Botello or not?
I don't remember.
Okay, and you weren't a part of that, so you weren't there, you wouldn't know,
Correct.
right? Mr. Hayes can answer that question for us.
Yes.
But what you do know, when you get on the case in December 8th of 2020, you're desperately trying to find Lisa Dykes, you're desperately trying to find Nina Morano and Charles Beltran. Were you aware that Nina and Lisa Morano got new passports with their new last name on December 10th of 2020?
Yes.
So it doesn't appear that they're trying to be found.
Correct.
You talk to people in Dallas, Charles Beltran's friends, Charles Beltran's, some of his girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
You talked to Miss Alvarez, Madeline Alvarez, right?
Yes.
She was very reluctant, wasn't she?
Yes.
In fact, he had told him that, we knew you went to New Orleans, who'd you go with? And he said, he kind of fumbled through and said Lisa. Did you believe the girl's name was Lisa?
No, ma'am.
I mean, you knew it was Madeline Alvarez at that time.
Yes.
And, I mean, it's obvious that Madeline Alvarez didn't want her name involved in this at all.
Correct.
For whatever reason.
Correct.
She never indicated, though, that she was afraid personally of Mr. Beltran. Was she?
If she said she was afraid?
Yeah, did she ever say she was afraid of Mr. Beltran doing something to her?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't her fear, was it?
Right.
A lot of people don't want to get involved.
Correct.
I'm Jessica for Justice, in case you guys were wondering who I am.
Did you review some of the text messages from the phone that Lisa Dykes was using when she was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was clear in that, again, that she felt like a sitting duck.
Yes.
And she needed somebody to watch her back.
Correct.
She even indicated in a conversation that she needed, do you know who Kyle Williams is?
Yes, her son.
Okay, were you ever able to talk to Kyle Williams?
I tried to, never responded.
Okay, so Mr. Williams never responded to
No.
you. And you were aware that his girlfriend was Val Salinas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware in those messages that she's asking Kyle and Val, does Val speak Spanish?
Correct.
I'll let you know why I need to know that when I see you.
Correct.
Asking them to use their cards to reserve rooms.
Correct.
And they are driving from Dallas to her to help her.
Correct.
Were you aware, did you learn in your investigation that Kyle Williams actually went to the home in Kensington after Lisa and Nina suddenly left and helped move furniture out?
Correct.
And you don't know where that furniture went?
No, ma'am.
In those text messages, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or worried about Nina Morano's well-being in jail after she got arrested, if you recall?
I don't recall.
But she was worried about getting her money, right?
Correct.
Now, after they were, Lisa and Nina were arrested in Florida, they were transported back here to Dallas. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they were booked in here to the Dallas County Jail. Were you aware that they bonded out?
Yes.
And did Charles Beltran ever bond out?
No.
Okay. He actually was transported back from Utah and back here to Dallas as well, correct?
Correct.
And that process takes a while, so do you have any idea how long it was before he got back here?
It was probably a month, I think, maybe.
And that's about standard.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as getting people back and extradited from other states.
Yes.
And it took about the same for Lisa and Nina, is that correct?
Correct.
What you didn't, so you knew that the Lisa and Nina had bonded out of jail and they were on house arrest.
Correct.
Means they're not supposed to leave the house without, except for, you know, necessary reasons, medical, things of that nature.
Correct.
And what you couldn't predict, though, was that they were going to tamper with their leg monitoring device and flee to Cambodia.
Correct.
At the time that they were on bond, you can't talk to them, right?
No.
You can't go search their house, can you?
No.
You can't go get their devices and see what they're doing, can you?
Correct.
But after they fled to Cambodia on Christmas Day of 2021, just a few months after being arrested for this, you contacted the FBI and got some help.
Yes.
I mean, Dallas Police Department doesn't have the long arm of the law all the way into Cambodia to grab those people and bring them back, right?
Correct.
So the FBI got involved.
Yes.
You also know that the first parts, once the DA gets the case, and I believe both of these cases, Ms. Dykes' cases were indicted in June of 2022.
Yes.
I'm sorry, June of 2021.
21.
You're aware that those first few months, there's really not a lot going on in court as far as hearings and things of that nature.
Correct.
I mean, you were never called up to court,
No, ma'am.
right? You know, that process is just for the attorneys to kind of exchange information and discovery. And that initial discovery that you gave, you had given the DA's office all the incident reports of the follow-up tips that we just discussed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the defense had that information back in 2021, as far as you know.
Yes.
Okay. This was not the photographs of Lisa and Nina's property and those types of, some of the audio recordings of Marisela's friends and those types of things that were turned over later, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But nothing's going on during that time.
Correct.
In fact, if you come up to the courthouse frequently to testify on different matters and you know, check in with DAs and things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of times, I mean, you see, literally defense attorneys will walk in, hand a DA a pass slip, they'll sign it, say, we'll talk later, and that's their exchange for that day.
Pretty much, yes.
Now, at some point, are you communicating with the FBI while they are, I guess, trying to locate Lisa and Nina?
Yes, trying to get as much information as we can.
Okay. And you learned that at some point they were located in a small coastal town in Cambodia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that they were arrested there in that
Happy
small
anniversary,
Cambodian town.
Krista.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed it when it came up.
They were arrested with several laptops, flash drives, SIM cards, cell phones, all those things.
Yes.
You carry 2 cell phones? One for work and one personal?
Yes.
Not 5?
No.
And when they were arrested, though, all those items were seized, correct?
Yes.
At some point, the FBI transferred those items back to you, and that was in probably June or July of 2022?
Around there, yes.
Okay. And you requested Fusion at some point, received search warrants, or I don't think you did, but somebody in Dallas Police Department got those search warrants signed, and all those devices went to the Fusion unit or the financial crimes to be analyzed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learned at some point that Lisa and Nina had a copy of Chuck's interview on their flash drive.
Yes.
And you know enough about court proceedings and the discovery rules that they're not supposed to have that, are they?
Correct.
But they had it in their possession on their flash drive.
Yes.
And it was just months after they bonded out, left Chuck in jail, that they fled to Cambodia.
Correct.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Can you read the record?
No, I don't want defense to come back. Please. Please. Ugh. Oh, God. That's so gross. Everything that you guys are telling me in the chat is so disgusting.
First search that y'all did because of the cell phones.
Here we go again.
In that area.
Please, no.
They didn't find anything, did they?
What do you mean?
The first search that y'all did out in that location.
I need to go potty. Now is the time to go potty. I'm going to be right back.
Okay, so you're asking...
See, watch how confused
if
she's
we didn't
going to
find
be.
anything?
Yeah.
Were you referring to the body?
No, I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Literally hate this
what
guy.
I'm asking is, the first search that was conducted in that area, because the phones were pinging, remember?
Okay, yes.
Y'all didn't find anything connecting to Marisela, correct?
No.
It was only after y'all used the K9 dollars on the first search, do you know?
I believe so. I know we used them twice, at least twice.
And it was only after, I think the person that was setting the trap called y'all about the bones?
Yes.
And just so again, we're clear, when you know that in reference to the area where Marisela was subsequently found, they set up a memorial?
Yes.
And then even after y'all found the first set of bones, you had people that came back bringing y'all more bones, right?
It was a year after, about a year, yes.
But y'all thought they were just animal bones, right?
Correct.
But then when we got them tested, we found out that they were actually human bones, right?
I believe so.
And not just human bones, but Marisela's bones, right? Do you remember that?
What was that?
The bones that you bought, that were in the box that people brought to you, we did DNA testing on that, right?
Okay.
You didn't know?
No. I know I requested it, yeah, but I'm not sure what the details were.
Is that because you were off the case at that time?
Yes.
But as far as that initial search, when they searched that whole area, they didn't find anything, correct?
The first search, are you referring to the plant area or where she was actually found?
They searched that area even when she was found, right? The
Yes.
first time.
But you keep saying first, these are two different times, so I want to make sure they're on the same page.
Okay, well tell me again what you know about the searches.
But
You
what
had
are
the
you?
first search, right?
Yes, but you saying first search, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to when the FBI, all those guys went out there looking for evidence connected to this murder case.
Okay, so you're talking about the Post Oak location.
So the Post Oak
Hello.
location is different from where they actually
Hi.
found Marisela?
And so this is where they found her.
Took a potty break.
I didn't know if you were referring
The
to
defense
the
is
one on Pilgrim Road, so that's why I was
being,
asking.
So the initial.
yeah, he's very confusing with his questioning, so buckle up.
Oh.
Okay, there's two different searches, okay? One at the plant where the
Because when the
phone's
state
being,
talks, she's not
you know, as far
confused.
as
When
the
he's
information
questioning,
being
it's very
searched there.
confusing.
And then after
Oh.
someone calls.
That doesn't surprise me. He's
and
always
says
all over
that,
the place.
There was phones found, remains
So this
found,
is the
then we
lead
went there
detective.
afterwards.
But you keep saying what
And you
the
haven't
phone
really
thing,
missed
that's-
anything, because
I
his
mean,
line of questioning
that
was
tower not only pinged
terrible.
that location, you pinged another location
Gotcha.
in that
No,
area, right?
but what I was asking is to see which one were you referring to when you said search?
Okay, well, let's,
You know what I mean? That's,
yeah, I understand, but let's talk about you, again, telling members of the jury that they phoned, pinged.
And
at
you had
that
perfect
area.
timing. Came on
That
right
area
right
is
now.
only one of many locations
Good.
that those phones pinged off in that one area.
correct.
Right?
Oh, she's wearing the same shirt again, by the way.
Is that like, you know?
Oh, really? That the ugly one? Or not ugly one? The let me
No,
let me know.
you can say it's ugly. It's I don't like it, but if she likes it, good for her. But I hope somebody brings her another shirt.
So we haven't heard anything else new. Nothing has come up that's been interesting yet.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any recross? No, Your Honor. May this witness be finally excused?
No objection, Judge.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You are free to leave.
Thank
and
you.
go about your business. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now almost 12:15. We will go ahead and break for lunch. You are expected back in the jury room no later than 1:15 p.m. Please remember your instructions, and we will see you at 1:15.
All rise.
And we are at recess until then.
I got here right in time for lunch.
Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah, for real. Easy to. Yeah, I can't think of anything that was like. No, because when defense was questioning, he was basically repeating everything that the witness had said about the story. And then he was just very confusing with how he was saying stuff. And the detective kept saying she doesn't remember, she doesn't recall. He wasn't even showing her anything. But the defense or the state was like showing her stuff. Like, here, look at this. The state, in my opinion, is doing a much better job with their line of questioning. The defense comes across loud and
Yeah.
confusing, and
Yeah.
just like I'm not a fan. But he reminds me of the head state prosecutor in the Young Thug trial because she does the same thing.
Oh, really?
She's very loud too. So.
I heard that one got pushed back until after the holidays, right?
Yes, because one of the defendants was attacked in prison.
I heard that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is. And they were catching me up on the details of this case, some of the personal relationships that I wasn't aware of.
It's a shit show. It's a mess.
It's yeah, very Alabama, Kentucky, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they saw my face when I read the message because I couldn't hide it. I was like, that's so gross.
Yeah, I can't ever hide my face. Yeah, the relationships between them, it's gross. Crystal Ray said deliverance. Yes.
Yeah.
I stopped by the post office, and look, Lucy's like wanting this right now. Here you go. I went by the post office and I got a few things. Candace Hoff sent these for Lucy. I know, I see it. Look, I shouldn't squeak it because every time I squeak it, everybody says that their dogs go wild. In everybody in chat, I get everybody's dogs woke up. So sorry if I woke your dog up by squeaking the toy in the microphone. But how cute are those? It's like the little Grinch dog toys. Oh, did I drop that one? Here, there you go. Super cute. And so I know everybody keeps telling me to go to the post office. So I did finally go to the post office today. And I appreciate the stuff that y'all send in. Y'all are the sweetest in the world. I am undeserving. I appreciate it so much. And I got, look how cute this, I have to show you this too. Look how cute this little card is. Look at the front of it has the dogs. And then look at the back. It has their little fannies, their little butts. How cute is that? So cute. That's from Barb Rainbolt. Sorry. Yeah. Everybody's saying I woke up their animals. That's why I'm not supposed to squeak things. Am I echoing? It's always when the second person comes in that there's an echo.
Yeah, we'll troubleshoot. We'll figure that out later because it's something with your specific settings, maybe something on your computer or whatever. You and I will have to schedule a time and be able to do that, and we'll have to get some people in the chat to help us out sometime. But
yeah,
it's perfect time for you to take over, so that way you can restream and all that stuff, and I can exit out and go eat my lunch and be in the chat. Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me. So thank you again to everybody for being so kind to me every time I'm here. Well, they say there isn't an echo. So right now there isn't. Maybe we'll figure it out if there is next time. But I just want to say thank you to everybody for always being so welcoming and kind to me. Everybody is always so nice. You have wonderful mods. They're great. So thank you again, everybody, and thank you for having me, Brandi. And I will let you
thank you for covering.
Get back. I'll be in the chat.
Okay, we'll
Bye.
see. Bye. All right. I love her. She's so great. We're lucky to have her be able to come on and hang out this morning. I did get to listen some in the car, and I was here, let me share this so we can watch I take over the stuff so we can watch when it comes back. I was able to listen a little bit in the car, so I heard that Charlie got life without parole. I heard that, and then I called my mom, so I didn't hear much after that. I listened a little bit when it first started for the trial, but I've missed most of it. I was on the phone. And then I stopped. His statement, Shunka Bacon, what did I think about his statement? His statement was stupid. He maintains his innocence. Okay. Noted. Bye-bye. Ridiculous. I wanted to show you though. She's already taken off with one of the toys. I appreciate so much. I went to when I went to the post office, I want to show you some of the stuff too, because I really do appreciate, like, y'all send me some of the coolest stuff, like some of the and Lucy wasn't with me this time. Normally she goes with me because she goes with me everywhere, but I went on the way back from the doctor, so but then I get home and I put my stuff down and she immediately starts sniffing around, like wanting to know what I brought her, because it's all about her all the time. But I got like look at this too. This is from Auntie Candy. Look at the little gnomes and then the little beach ones. Aren't those cute? It's like all my favorite little things. How cute. And it's like the little charms. You can put them on the like wine glasses and stuff. So those are going to go over there with my wine bar. Super cute. Trying not to get this stuff mixed up. I don't want to get it mixed up. And then Fur Baby's mom. Fur Baby's mom gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see. Wolf, PJW, Holly, Rona, Brooke Nelius, and Judy K. McGee were all gifted memberships by Fur Baby's mom. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are so generous. I also got what did I do with them? They might be in my purse. Oh no, here they are. I also got DoorDash coupons, or gift cards, which help tremendously, especially will help in the coming weeks. More than you know. And then I have to show this. This is so cool. Look how cool that is. It's acrylic painting of Lucy. How cool is that? Data Lisa's niece is an artist and she painted that. Isn't that cool? So pretty. I can't wait to hang that. I gotta find the perfect spot for it. We're gonna put it right here for right now. Oh, actually, that's kind of a cool spot because then you can see it. Maybe I won't hang it. Maybe I'll just put it right there. I kind of like that you can see it. So y'all are awesome. I love it so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Teresa, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We are glad you're here. What a day. I'm glad to be here with y'all. Yeah, it is a perfect painting. I actually really like it there because you can see it. I was thinking about hanging it over there, but over there you wouldn't be able to see it. Here you can see it on here too. Might leave it right there. I like it. There we go. Very cool. So yes, I have heard about RA going to Florida Friday. I have heard. That's very exciting. We will be here still doing our thing. We have a new trial that's starting. Openings might be starting today, maybe tomorrow. So we're going to start it as soon as we go into verdict watch. Did I get the gnome? No. No gnome. No gnome, just the stuff that I showed. Was there a gnome? Am I missing something? Yeah, so the one that's coming up is definitely going to be a crazy one. There will be me see. Sorry, my mind is scattered right now. Okay, so he is one that has had a bunch of outbursts in court. He's a piece of crap. He is also an aspiring rapper, or was. He murdered somebody, and then there were two brothers who were teenagers who, I guess, witnessed it or knew something about it. So then he also murdered them in order to cover his tracks. And he has like blown kisses at their mom and in court and stuff. And like he's been a piece of crap. So so that is going to be the next one. It's so bad. His outbursts are so bad that they've had to put a shock collar type, not shock collar, but you know what I mean? However they are. They've had to put one of those on him. Patches, member for 7 whole months. It's nice to hang out with wonderful people. It is nice to hang out with you too. I am so glad you're here. Okay, let's see. This is him.
For a chance, effective counsel.
Well, who do you think I should give you as a lawyer?
I'll write the Bar Association and the ACLU.
From threatening.
It's Louisville, Kentucky is where he's from. But there are a few different oh gosh, this is hold on, let me see if convicted sex offender in Indiana for I mean he's got him a rap sheet. Let me find the court outburst.
There was a price on Jones's head that he thought Jones was a target of a contract killing. Authorities also.
Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the jury selection started yesterday, though, and they are thinking that they might have openings either today or tomorrow. The judge ruled he was competent to stand trial in April. But his trial's been delayed again. I mean, this stuff happened like 7 years ago. Lily's mom, happy anniversary. Member for 6 whole months. You live here now. This is where you live. Let's see. This is one of them. Let's see.
Even though you show favoritism to the Commonwealth, you denied every motion I've ever filed in this courtroom. I'm still gonna, it's my right to file a pro se motion, and it's my right to speak what I need to speak on.
Well,
I don't know if y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on or what y'all got going on, but I'm definitely gonna speak my mind.
Detective Detelli and I have no sexual relationship.
Now I'm talking about you and a prosecutor over, sir. You denied all my motions. Every motion I filed, you didn't deny it.
I'm pretty sure I've denied the vast
Every
majority
motion
of
I filed.
pro se motions that have ever been
Are you some
filed.
type of racist? Are y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on? Which one is it?
Or are you just wrong in everything that you've made a motion for?
Are you a secret Ku Klux Klan member?
Oh my
No,
God.
sir, I'm
Is that
not.
what you really are?
Nope,
Okay.
I'm not.
But like I said, the higher courts, they'll deal with it when time comes necessary.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
And
So say less.
Cursing at a
Oh, the grandmother's let me see if I can find. Yeah, he's a piece of crap. I did not get a blanket. I saw that wherever Barb's thing went. There was not a blanket. I got your card though. Auntie Katie, sorry I was late. Just got caught up. Glad you like the wine charms. They were fun. Reminded me of you. Thank you so much for them. They're so cute. It's like all my favorite things. I love it. Thank you so much.
Oh, which is a felony in the state of Kentucky.
If you missed it, Bryce Rhodes' latest pretrial ride.
Hold on, let me find the one where he's
Got him being removed from my case.
In court, Rhodes was belligerent.
I mean, he's a little bit of everything. I can't see on that screen. He's let me find the one where he was. Oh, he's such a piece of crap. Oh, here it is. Oops. All right, here it is.
Can we do a fair trial in Jefferson County? But then another part of it is, if we have a concern, what's the alternative? Because then if we might get into a situation under the law where I'm supposed to weigh the pros and the cons. Ma'am,
Look at me.
ma'am,
He keeps tiring.
ma'am, I told you once before, let me please help you understand. You can't just talk out like that, okay? If you can't handle him looking at you respectfully, all I can tell you to do is don't be in my courtroom, because he's going to keep doing it, particularly now that he knows that it irritates you. So
Bryce Rhodes, yeah.
you either are able to control yourself or you're not. And I would understand why you could not. I get that completely. But I can't have you talking up in court, okay? I need you to hear this. The next time it happens, there will be a consequence. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rhodes, you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling.
Because I can't.
Well,
Because I can't. It's not a crime to smell.
it's not a crime. to
Continue
smile,
what you were saying.
But it doesn't help you, all right, to irritate people.
All right.
And you have a lot at stake in this case.
It's not a crime to smell, is it?
I didn't say you were committing.
Okay, then.
I'm saying you're
Continue
not
what you were
helping
saying.
yourself.
Continue what you were saying.
I'm
I'm allowed
done.
to smell.
I would suggest you do what helps you, not what hurts you.
Yeah, that was the victim's
That's
family.
what I want to do.
Well,
Let's
do
get
what
that
you want to do.
understood.
That's fine.
Let's get that understood.
I'm sorry.
Let's get that understood.
Well, you've made
All
that
right,
abundantly
continue what you
clear.
were saying about the motions.
Okay.
All right.
I'm saying I want to have a hearing on it, and we'll be happy to give you a date when we can come back and talk about that. Is there work we need to do to be ready for that hearing, or we basically have what work needs to be done?
Judge, we haven't received their.
What a piece of crap.
But we haven't filed the petition yet, Judge. We wanted to have a date from Your Honor. We have some exhibits. Some of them may be lengthy, so we're trying to get all that.
He's told his
Spit on and
he's told he called his attorney a coward and spit on him, and I mean he is disgusting in every way that you could possibly be. So they had to put a device on him to shock him if he acts out during court, because he has been so awful throughout all of this. So I am praying he acts up, because I would love to just see him get shocked. I would love for the family to have to see him get shocked. I hope he gets shocked and then he gets mad about that and gets shocked again, honestly. So that's our next trial. He is, they're in jury selection right now. So the openings are supposed to start either today or tomorrow. So depending on what happens with, I saw that state has rested, right? We're in the defense's case now. I think I saw that. Like I said, I was driving, so I couldn't pay too much attention, but I think I saw that the defense is presenting their case now. So, right. Or did I miss that? So we should be in verdict watch on ours pretty soon. And, yeah, Santa isn't coming to see this guy. No, no. Defense called the lead detective. Wow. Yeah. So, with defense presenting their case now, that means that, we'll probably be wrapping up soon. They'll do closings. This one is supposed to start either, like I said, today or tomorrow. So we'll we'll start playing catch up on this. So, sound like a plan, but that's our next one. I need to pull some documents and stuff. I know some of the stuff about it, but I haven't done a deep dive on it. But I'll pull some of the court documents and stuff, and then see what all we can find there, because he's got quite a rap sheet. He's got quite a reputation too. He's oh gosh, I hope he acts out. I just want to see him get shocked. Is that bad? I wouldn't feel like that if he wasn't blowing kisses and stuff like that to the victim's family. He killed 2 teenage boys in their family, and he's acting like that. Like, I want to see him get shocked, and I want to see justice. So it'll be wild. I'm curious to see if he can control his outbursts. That'll be interesting. And I hope somebody does provoke him just so he gets shocked. Is that bad? Instant karma. No. We have a new member. Is it Pamelia? Nutter? Pamelia? Am I saying it wrong? If I say it wrong, tell me, and I promise I'll try to never say it wrong again. Welcome to the jury box. This is where you live now. This is your home. This is where we stay every day. The shocks will be 50,000 volts of justice in tiny doses. Just, oh man. I wish they could give the button to the family. If only. They should let me plan trials. Yeah, they are calling it a stun cuff. A stun cuff. I called it a shock collar. That's for dogs, not you. Family needs to watch from another room. Them not being in his sight will drive him nuts. Oh, gosh. He's awful. He's awful. Okay, let's see. So what did I miss today? Did I miss anything that came out from the, from their witnesses today? Cheryl, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all are so good to us. No waste of court time. Gotcha. Okay. So what did y'all think about Charlie's sentencing? I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the victim impact statement. I could not hear it very much at all in the car because I was driving. So I didn't get to hear very much of it. So I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. But I heard them saying that Phil was he was the only one that did it right. He did the one that representing the family. Is that right? And then I think that they said that they gave letters. So I didn't get to hear much of it, but I'll go back and look or watch it later. Yeah, I couldn't hear him either. It was really hard to hear, especially in the car. So I'll have to go back and listen. The new trial, his name is Bryce Rhodes. He's awful. As of last time I checked, let me see if there's any updates on him. Let's see if he has been. I know that they had like 230 people that they saw yesterday to try to and he's not facing death penalty. He was found to be intellectually disabled and has suffered from a serious mental illness for almost all of his life. So, I don't see any updates about if they're done with it yet. So I don't think they are, but let me check one more place. Let's see. It doesn't say that he's done. They're done. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, here's one. So I guess it is going to begin. So opening statements for Bryce Rhodes' trial is set to begin soon. Okay, so maybe it is going to start soon. Let's see. Accused of brutally killing 2 teenage brothers after police say the boys saw him kill 40-year-old Christopher Jones back in 2016. So it looks like they will be starting soon. But we'll Cheryl, welcome. Welcome, welcome. You're one of us now. You look good in green. This is where you live now. I don't know when it starts. If they start openings today, I guess it's just going to depend on our trial. I mean, we could we've still got closings in our trial. I'm trying to see. I don't think they have a stream set up for it yet though, so I guess it's not starting too soon, but I'll keep an eye out. Let me try WHASA 11. See if I can find the news feed. Oh yeah, we're still waiting for our thirst trap that we were promised yesterday. They said that they have an agent thirst trap that they were going to introduce, which is so funny. That was our hot mic moment. We got to hear them talking about it. Okay, they don't have the stream set up yet, so we'll keep an eye out on it. If we need to, if this one's going to go longer or whatever, and we need to, watch it at 1.25 speed and skip breaks, maybe we can start that tomorrow or something. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need I'm going to have to, where's my Thami voodoo doll? I'm going to have to make room. Maybe I'll just get different color pins. Maybe I can reuse the Thami voodoo doll that y'all sent me, and I'll just get different color pins so we'll know what's for what. So funny. My kid saw that and he was like, Mom. I know. I see y'all asking about the appointment. I appreciate you asking. The scan showed there's something showing on the scan that wasn't there last time. It's lit up a little bit. So I am, they're going to be proactive. I'm going to do treatment, I think 5 days a week for, I don't remember. It's either going to be 5 weeks or 8 weeks. And then rescan again in 3 months and see what it does. So we'll get through it. True Crime Ranch, thank you. Just because, love it here. Yes, we all love it here. Yes. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Sinbad says, bring on the thirst trap. Yes, that's what we're waiting on. It's okay. I appreciate it. It's good to, see it now before it progresses, like, or before anything, it's fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be good. So we'll, planning on jumping on some treatment and get stuff, get everything right and good. And then I'll do another scan in 3 months. And then with treatment, I'm sure that one will be clear. So we're good. It'll be fine. So it'll be fine. Let me see what else I can find about. While we're at lunch. Let's pull some of start looking into the next trial while we're, I did find my verdict browse. I did. It is a little bit cloudy today, but it is pretty much, but it's still kind of sunny. It's not rainy, so that's nice. And at least I know it'll be very unlikely for there to ever be snow, which is even more important. All right. Let's see what we can find on Bryce Rhodes. If there was ever going to be a distraction trial, this one would be the one, right? All right, I think it's Jefferson County. Let's see if we can. Dinner with my kid was awesome. He brought over chicken cordon bleu last night, and it was really good. He's a good little cook. I'm proud of him. See what we can find. Jen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Canisoft gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. BD was gifted a membership. P. Brown, Megan Miller, Angie D, Hope, Garden Critters were all gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you. I think they said treatment will be like, I'll have to be there for a few hours. We just might have to do later starts and stuff during that time, which is fine because we liked doing that anyway, right? Okay, let's see. Court docs. Why isn't it working? Court dockets. Sully P, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate y'all. Why can't I find court docs on this? I think I'm just distracted. Shoulders are tense. All right, let's see. Are you ever like so tensed up and you don't realize that you're really tensed up until you realize it and then you let go and you're like, oh. History and Crime with Robin, thank you so much. Prayers and love from me and my family. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all are awesome. It'll be good. It's all good. I keep reading the same stuff over and over. I cannot get, normally let me see if I can, maybe if I see it on this one. Let's see what circuit he's in. Okay, Jefferson Circuit Court Judge. Okay. I can't find it. CM Southern, let's blow up the like button for Brandi, y'all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Y'all are very generous. Jill, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. Judge Julie Kalin. Let's see what. Oh, AH says, just found out you're covering the Bryce Rhodes case. This happened in my hometown. This man is bat poop crazy. Yeah, he is. He is definitely bat poop crazy. I am. I mean, it's gonna be wild. All right, let's see. Division 4. I don't know. This judge has so on the judge's docket for, let's say, the 12th. I can't see it when I put it on that screen. Sorry, here. I'll let y'all see the same thing I'm seeing. But I can't see it. I have to put it on this screen. Kaylin, it looks like that last name is the same as your first name, just spelled different. Circuit Court, Division 4. Okay. Okay. Court dockets, public records. Now we're going. Just took me a minute. Sometimes mind needs a minute to wake up. Okay. Jury trial schedule. Let's see. There's here, I'm gonna put it on this one so I can try to see. He has Bryce Shamar Rhodes. So is Bryce, I guess Bryce Shamar Rhodes is the same. That's interesting. So they have him set up for, I can't see it on this one. Let me put that back up while we're waiting so that we don't miss it when it comes back. We got 15 minutes. Fine, court notify. Let me see if I can search by case. I found him. I'm just looking for some of the documents. Normally, I'm like, I can do this really fast. My brain just isn't functioning all the way yet. Let's see. Lucy snoring. I don't know if you can hear her. She's snoring. Gosh, it's only giving me the options to do his background check and not pull court records. Why am I having so many problems? Whose name? Bryce Rhodes. Get notified. All right. Custody status date. So he's in custody May 25th, 2016. Louisville Department of Corrections. Louisville Department of Corrections. For some reason, I'm going to have to do it when I'm not scatterbrained. Because I see all of this. See what I can find. Let's see. Here's an article about it. All right, let's see. More than 7 years after his arrest, Bryce Rambo Rhodes. Put this over here. Bryce Rambo Rhodes' trial on triple homicide charges, including the stabbing of 2 teenage brothers, begins Monday. The brothers, honor student Larry, who is only 14, and his half-brother Maurice, who is 16, looked up to the then 25-year-old Rhodes with the belief that the amateur rapper could make them famous, according to the boys' relatives. In late May of 2016, the teenagers were brutally beaten and stabbed to death. Their bodies were found in an abandoned house 10 miles from the home that they shared with their mother. Police have alleged in court records that the brothers were killed because they witnessed Rhodes kill 40-year-old Christopher Jones weeks earlier. Rhodes is also charged with Jones's murder. Rhodes faces a slew of other charges related to his subsequent behavior in jail and in court, which include threatening to kill others and an attempted escape. Could you imagine this guy escaping? Before he was arrested in the murders, Rhodes was an obscure local rapper with videos referencing drug dealing and a rant that if racial slur, play with me, I'm going to leave his expletive missing, followed by the sound of a gunshot. He seems lovely. I lost my place. It moved. Oh, here it is. Some of his music videos featured friends, including one with Ordway and Gordon holding guns. Those are the teenagers. Besides buying them food and clothes, Rhodes would drive the brothers around. On May 4th, 2016, the teens were in a car with Rhodes when the older man spotted Jones. Police alleged Rhodes jumped out of the car and shot Jones in the street, quickly turning the brothers' admiration of Rhodes into fear. Police said that another teenager who said that he was also present and later involved in the boys' stabbing deaths told them Rhodes mistook Jones for someone who was the target of a contract killing. At the time of the killings, Rhodes was on probation for domestic assault for incidents in 2013 and 14, according to court records. A little over 2 weeks after Jones' death, Ordway and Gordon left their home in Beachmont on the evening of May 21st, 2016. A day later, their bodies were found in the backyard of an abandoned house. According to Louisville Metro Police, the boys had been beaten and stabbed to death. Evidence also suggested their killers attempted to burn their bodies, police said. At a vigil held soon after the discovery of their bodies, family members expressed intense grief and recalled their near future plans to celebrate the boys' graduations from middle school. They were boys, their great uncle Dwayne told the Courier Journal in 2016. They'll never drive a car, go to the prom. It hurts. Shortly after the bodies were recovered, homicide detectives arrested 2 teens, Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Corey Taylor, in connection to the investigation. They arrested Rhodes on May 24th, 2 days after the bodies were found, on an outstanding warrant in a domestic abuse case while gathering evidence in the murder case. Carter, who was 15 at the time of the killings, told police he was there the night of May 21st, where an argument quickly turned deadly. Carter told police he, Rhodes, and the then 17-year-old Taylor were hanging out with the brothers in a Clifton Heights apartment late that night. Investigators said they found a plethora of evidence, including blood, after searching the apartment, despite it having been cleaned with bleach. That night, Gordon got into a fight with Taylor and pulled out a large knife, according to what Carter told police. But Rhodes snatched the weapon from Gordon and smacked him with it, the records show. Rhodes then tied up the brothers, briefly trapping Ordway in a bathroom while he forced a crying Gordon to his knees, according to Carter. As Taylor and Carter watched, Rhodes stuffed a rag into Gordon's mouth and pulled a ski mask down over his head after laying a quilt down on the living room carpet. He then stabbed him repeatedly, he said in an interview. The 14-year-old Ordway was then brought out. His face was covered and his mouth was gagged, Carter told investigators in a video interview included in court records. He said he and Taylor were forced to help Rhodes stab the 2 brothers and clean up the scene. Medical examiner found Gordon had been stabbed more than a dozen times and Ordway more than 20. 3 people have pled guilty in connection to the fatal stabbing deaths. Carter pled guilty in late 2016 to facilitation to murder charges and tampering with evidence. The other trial is back. I have it live. Is it? Did they do a different thing for it? Making sure I'm not missing it. Let's see. All right. Carter was ordered to remain at a Kentucky Department of Juvenile Justice facility until he turned 18, at which time a judge could have ordered him to serve the remainder of a recommended 10-year sentence or put him on probation for 5 years. In 2019, Carter was granted probation. Per his plea agreement, if Carter were to break the law while on probation, he would face a recommended 20-year sentence. In 2021, multiple motions were filed to revoke Carter's probation for violations. The state of Kentucky issued a bench warrant for his arrest in late 2022. According to court records, Carter was in custody in Florida following a conviction and is not set to be released until 2024. Taylor pled guilty in 2018 to 3 counts of facilitation to murder, amended from murder, and tampering with evidence, all Class D felonies, and sentenced to 10 years in prison. As part of their deals with prosecutors, Carter and Taylor agreed to testify against Rhodes. That would be really scary for them. As nutso as this dude is, that would be really scary for them. All right. Sorry, multitasking. Focus, Brandi, focus. All right. And where was I? I don't even know. In 2019, Carter was granted probation. Oh wait, we got through that part. Testifying. Okay, another defendant, Tyron Coleman, pleaded guilty in 2017 to amended charges of facilitation to murder for the deaths of 2 brothers, as well as tampering with evidence and 2 counts of abuse of corpse. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Okay, so this is the timeline of Rhodes' outbursts since arrest. Spitting, jail letter threats to rats, etc. All right, let's see. Since he was arrested, he has garnered a slate of other charges related to his behavior in Louisville Metro Corrections and court. Some of these incidents include May 2016. That's when he was arrested. He spat on and threatened his attorney, Brendan McLeod, who no longer represents Rhodes. Yeah, no wonder. He had been explaining to Rhodes that he couldn't remain on the case because of a conflict, his friendship with the victim's grandfather, while Rhodes was in a holding cell. So this was interesting because his original attorney took the case because he knew, I can't remember if he was like friends with this guy's mom, or one of his friends was friends with his mom, or whatever the connection was. He took the case for that reason. And then he found out that the victims were, going to be a conflict of interest. So he said he couldn't be on it anymore. One of his closest friends is the boy's grandfather. So obviously he's not going to be able to work the case. And so Rhodes was like, Bryce Rhodes freaked out on him about it. So while Rhodes was in a holding cell, Rhodes then spat on him. Once inside the courtroom, Rhodes shouted at McLeod, "You're a coward, and I'll see you when I get out." Okay, August 2016. Rhodes knocked an inmate to the floor on August 31st and threatened to kill the victim like he did the others, according to the arrest warrant. The victim suffered a knot to the back of the head, a laceration on his forehead, and a sore neck. The incident was captured on video surveillance. September 2016, Rhodes, how long do you think this will probably be the shortest jury deliberation that we've ever had. I'm reading some of your comments, sorry. This will be like a 45-second verdict. You calm down. Somebody's in the hall and Lucy's not happy about it. You calm down. They're allowed to be out there, as long as they don't come in. All right, September 2016, Rhodes spat on another inmate on September 15th at Metro Corrections. The spitting incident was also captured on the jail's video surveillance. September 2016, again, Rhodes was charged with threatening to kill a judge and her family. I hadn't heard about that one. He threatened to kill a judge and her family. During a court appearance, due to Rhodes' erratic behavior, deputies strapped him by his wrists and ankles in a restraint chair and covered his mouth with a spit mask before wheeling the chair into court. During the hearing, he shouted at the judge, "What, you don't think that we can't find out where you live at?" Jeez. October 2016, Rhodes was accused of ripping an inmate observation document during an October 19th incident in the day room of Metro Corrections. He is said to have taken a broken broom handle and swung it at a glass window, trying to break the glass toward an officer. He told the officer he wanted her to come inside and that he was going to kill her, according to the citation charging him with terroristic threatening. 5 days later, Rhodes was also accused of throwing urine through, oh, I heard about this one. This is disgusting. Throwing urine through the crack of his cell door, striking an officer in his head, neck, and ear. Ugh. January 2017, a Metro Corrections officer noticed a man-made hole under cinder blocks. Oh, this is where he tried to get out. In Rhodes' cell on January 5th, officers say that he has tried to confiscate the metal object. Rhodes grabbed it and flushed it down the toilet. He was charged with first-degree criminal mischief, second-degree escape, and tampering with physical evidence, all felonies. Unspecified date 2017. According to court records, Rhodes was discovered to have sent jailhouse notes to Ja'Cory Taylor, threatening him to not testify against him. Is this the stupidest thing? All your stuff is monitored. So yeah, here, let me write you a note threatening you not to testify against me while I'm locked up. Right? The sharpest tool in the shed. All right. The phrase "rats get exposed" was allegedly written across the top of a police statement transcript, as well as a handwritten letter sent to Taylor. The letter was slipped to Taylor sometime in 2017 while both were being held at, while he was at Metro Corrections. Oh, so stupid. Rhodes told Taylor he wanted him to recant his statement to police and not take a plea deal. He provided Taylor with a letter to copy in his own handwriting, which listed numerous reasons that Taylor could use to take back the statement he made to police. What a... This guy. Let's see. Yeah, he's a horrible person. Let's see. Let's look up the... They did a, I don't know if they did a full psych evaluation, but they did a oops. Oh, I was like, why is this all messed up? But I forgot it's because I had the sunset set up yesterday. Change that. They did a evaluation just to see if he was competent to stand trial, and they said that he was, but I don't know what all else they've done. I'm trying to pull the court documents, but I'm having trouble. Here's his, you can see his mugshot. This is his most recent mugshot that's coming up on there.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, defense calls Officer William Hayes. Officer Hayes, come on up. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing now?
Would you please stop and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Mhm.
You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and your occupation?
Name is William Hayes, Officer William Hayes, badge number 11526, police officer with the Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer with Dallas PD?
Going on a little bit over 5 years.
On October 13th, 2020, what was your position with Dallas PD at that time?
I was working in Channel 7 as a regular patrol officer.
And do you remember receiving a call for service at 1117 Betterton Circle in Dallas, Dallas County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that call concerning?
That was a health and wellness call.
And what did you do, Officer Hayes?
So we immediately, proceed to the location. So as we're going to the location, that's when we start getting the background information on the actual health and wellness call.
What background information were you receiving?
We were receiving information on Ms. Botello and about how she was missing, and basically checking up on this area. The area which we were checking happened to be a known drug house in the area. So we kind of proceeded with caution, and that's when we, started to, receive other information about the residents being watched.
Did you
I'll be right back.
get to 1117 Betterton Circle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make contact with anyone there?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with?
2 brothers. One was Octavius Brown, another one was William Brown.
And did you have an opportunity to talk to either of the Brown brothers?
Yes.
And in that discussion with the Brown brothers, what did y'all talk about?
So the first discussion that I had was with, I believe, it was either William or Octavius. I can't really recall right now, but that discussion was about Ms. Botello. I showed him the picture. So let me give you a rewind. So as we go to the house, he's kind of talking to me through the door. So he steps out. So I show him the picture. I'm like, have you seen this young woman? We're searching for this young woman right now. And that's when he made reference to saying that he saw this young lady 2 weeks ago over at the Shell gas station. And that's when I said, no, that's impossible because, she hasn't been here for that long at the moment. And that's when his brother intervened and he started to tell us about about her being over at the Mustang Inn. So had a little short discussion about that. And as we're leaving the residence, I looked to my right because there's a big lot over next door to the house. So there were 3 individuals that were in that lot. There was a Shelly Smith, a Melinda Smith, and I believe a Mr. Escobedo. So I asked them the same question. I said, hey, have you seen this young lady? And they were like, we possibly saw her, we saw her. And I'm like, have you seen her or have you not seen her? And that's when they're like, yeah, we saw her. And I said, okay. And they told me she likes to hang out at the Mustang Inn as well. So from there, that's when we proceeded to the Mustang Inn. As we're at the Mustang Inn, I encountered Miss Smith and Mr. Escobedo again, and I asked them the follow-up question one more time. Have you seen this young lady? And they're like, well, I think she likes to hang out at the City Inn, which is not too far from the Mustang Inn. So I said, okay, we'll proceed over there. Once we got to the City Inn, I noticed that they had a security officer over there.
Did you make contact with that security?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And who was that security guard?
Security officer's name was a Mr. Floyd Mitchell.
Okay, and let me stop you for a moment,
Mhm.
Officer Hayes. Back in October of 2020, were you issued a body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have the body camera on you on this date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the body camera activated when you made contact with these various witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you met with a Floyd Mitchell, who was the security officer at the City Inn.
Correct.
Okay. And when you talked to Mr. Mitchell, did you activate your body camera?
Yes.
So when you talked to Mr. Mitchell, what did you ask him?
Pretty much the same questions that I asked everyone else. Have you seen this young woman? She's been missing, and do you have any information?
Did you have a picture or anything to show Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you show Mr. Mitchell this picture?
Yes.
What did Mr. Mitchell do and say when you showed him the picture?
He said he recognized her and he saw her. Said that he saw her the night previously.
So that would have been October 12th?
Somewhere around there. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron.
Okay.
And what did you do next?
That's when I asked Mr. Mitchell, was it possible if we could, search the motel? The motel in the City Inn is set up in tiers. So it's not just like you go in here and it's like a one floor type of thing. It's set up in tiers. So we proceeded to, search the knock on the hotel motel door, to see and ask residents if they saw this young woman, which no one did. So we get down to the it's like a little, like a vestibule type of entry area. I asked Mr. Mitchell, can we, possibly speak to the manager? Manager had no recollection of this young woman being there. So I'm like, okay. And then from there, we got a little bit more information from Mr. Mitchell saying that, she left that location and went down to the Valero gas station, which isn't too far from the City Inn.
Did you, well, before we get to Valero,
Mhm.
when Mr. Mitchell told you he saw her,
Mhm.
did he appear to be credible in his belief that he saw her there
Yes.
the night before?
Yes.
And what do you base that upon?
I just based it off of, how he was giving me information. One, he was very clear, very adamant that he saw her. Also as a security guard, he sees a lot of people going in and out. So when I showed him the picture, I was pretty sure that, he possibly saw her.
Okay. So then you went to the Valero based
Mhm.
off of what Mr. Mitchell told you.
Correct.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the Valero gas station? And is this the Valero gas station located at 300 South Marcellus Avenue?
Correct.
Okay.
So we go inside the Valero, talk to a couple of the workers at the Valero, asked them, have they seen this woman? They said no. So after we got that information, we walked outside. There was a couple of homeless people that like to hang out over there. So naturally, I went over there and asked them because, they see pretty much everything, and they had no recollection of seeing her at that location as well.
Okay. But you showed everyone a picture of her.
Mhm.
Okay. You'll have to say yes or no.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And basically, it sounds to me, Officer Hayes, is that you were following up, doing your job, following up with each lead that you had in trying to find Marisela Botello.
Correct.
Now, the body cam video that you had on and that you activated during these encounters
Mhm.
with the witnesses, including Mr. Mitchell, what's the process once your shift is over? What do you do with that body cam video?
So immediately after our shift is over, if we're not using it for reference for reports, we dock our body cam right in. There's a docking area at every one of the stations. So as soon as you are done with your shift, you're in the tour, you go ahead and you dock your body camera.
And what does it mean when you dock your body camera?
Dock your body camera means that you load it up in a specific area so that information is processed through the Axon.
And the detective assigned to this case would have received your body cam videos.
Correct.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Hayes, how long have you been a police officer again? I'm sorry.
A little over 5 years.
Okay, and at this time you were just on patrol, you said in, is it Beat 7?
Channel 7, that's,
Channel 7.
yes.
Okay, what area is that?
That's South Oak Cliff.
And now you work down in Deep Ellum, is that right?
Correct.
What do you do down in Deep Ellum?
I'm part of the Deep Ellum Task Force.
Okay, and as part of the Deep Ellum Task Force, are you guys just, I guess, having more police presence down in that location?
Correct.
And you work 6 p.m. to, what's your shift?
So my shift is Thursday through Saturday, 6 p.m. through 4 a.m. On Sunday, we come in at 4 p.m. and we're off at 2 a.m.
Okay, and Deep Ellum, I mean, it's known for a lot of bars and restaurants and things of that nature.
Correct.
And in fact, they're kind of, I guess, making an attempt, and Dallas is making an attempt, it's just a very, very popular hangout location to, one, increase security, and also, I guess, have new businesses and bars and things like that.
Correct.
Okay, make it a more enjoyable experience for everybody, a safer experience, all of those things. Okay. Now, at this time, you were working down in South Oak Cliff, is that right?
Correct.
And when you got a call for a welfare check, that wasn't from an individual. Like the Brown brothers didn't call you out there for a welfare check.
No, ma'am.
In fact, several officers were sent out, responding officers, patrol officers like yourself, to just check various locations that maybe a young person might go to if they just didn't want to go home.
Correct.
Okay. And this is one of those areas that you just went and checked
Correct.
at the direction of a sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you stated that the original location that you checked, that's a known drug house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that made you kind of proceed with a little bit of caution.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Willie Brown and Orlando Brown, they, one of the brothers, and you're not sure which one, came out and talked to you for a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall them saying that this person was, that they saw, was hanging out and had asked for $2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that, again, you knew this was to be a drug house, a place known for people coming up and purchasing drugs from that location, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you showed the picture, and were they 100% certain or just kind of certain that they saw it?
They were certain.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Stage 3, is this the photograph that you showed him?
Yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, this individual, Marisela Botello, she's wearing like a purple dress, right?
Correct.
And it looks like a common dress you might see a young lady of that size and stature wearing down in Deep Ellum, right?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, the area that you are searching in these hotels, the City Inn, the Mustang Inn, I mean, they're known for prostitution and drugs and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Did you have any background information about Marisela other than the fact that she was supposed to go back to Seattle?
No background information. All the information that we received was on our way to that call.
Okay, so it's just a photograph and that she was supposed to be back in Seattle on the 5th and she didn't show up.
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't know that she had a family waiting for her back at home?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know that she had a stable home life?
No.
You didn't know that she more than likely had to go to work as an assistant manager of the Charlotte Roos in Seattle on Tuesday?
No.
You didn't know that she had several family or friends in Seattle that were very concerned about the fact that her social media and her phone contact had completely stopped?
Correct. No.
You didn't know that she had a bank account full of money?
No.
A person with a bank account full of money doesn't need to borrow $2, do they?
Sure don't. No.
This area, the City Inn and the Mustang Inn, like you said, I mean, it's known for prostitution and drugs and things of that nature.
Correct.
The person that I just described to you, that background information, does that sound like a person that is going to be hanging out in that area?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? Ma'am? I'm showing you has been marked States Exhibit 396 and 397. Are those photographs of both the City Inn and the Mustang Inn?
This is the City Inn right here. Right here looks like an updated version of the Mustang Inn, but yes.
Okay. And States 396, that's the one that's the City Inn, and the 397 is the Mustang Inn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said an updated version. Does that look like it has had a paint job since you went out there?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to admit States 396 and 397 for all purposes, entering to defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, States Exhibits 396 and 397 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
States 396, this is the City Inn, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's just located, is it just right off of 67? Or
No,
35?
35.
35, right before 35 and 67 split?
Correct.
Okay. And this is the Mustang Inn, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that near that same location?
Up the street, yes, ma'am.
Up the street? So we're not talking about a nice hotel, you know, a Hilton or a Marriott or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
And for a person that's never been to Dallas, it seems like that would be a very unusual place to go spend your time.
Correct.
Sorry, real quick. Bryce Rhodes and the jury are now in the courtroom, so I guess they're about to start.
The people that you talk to, I mean, they're trying to help, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been out on calls like this where you're just trying to locate somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, it's common for people to give tips that just don't pan out, right?
Correct.
And you never talk to these people about, hey, this girl's name is, you know, did you, let me back up. You never asked these people, did you talk to her? Did you ask her about her background? Did you ask her where she was from? You didn't have that conversation with these
No,
people.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
And of the people that may have seen her, the Brown brothers that live in the drug house said, yeah, we think we saw her. And then Floyd Mitchell, who works security, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there's a large population of 5 foot tall, early 20s, Hispanic female, about 100 pounds. I mean, that demographic is quite common.
Correct.
And the vast majority of those have long dark hair.
Correct.
And it's quite possible that these individuals just trying to help didn't see Marisela Botello, but saw someone very like her.
Correct.
That's the witness.
Redirect, Your Honor.
You may.
But that didn't keep you from doing your job, which was to follow up on these leads, because you didn't know about Marisela's background, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know that a week earlier she left the Deep Ellum area with some man she did not know to go do drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you this about people using drugs and then also people being forced into possible human trafficking. It's not unusual for people from all different backgrounds for that to happen to.
Correct.
Okay. And when these things happen, they're not going to be at the Omni Hotel, usually, correct?
Correct.
You're going to find them in the more seedier parts of town.
Yes.
But you didn't know anything that led up to Marisela's disappearance. All you knew was that this was a wellness check, health and safety,
Health and wellness.
health and wellness check, and you were following up doing your job.
Correct.
And you did your job properly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be found?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection from the state. Thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go back to this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
We call Floyd Mitchell, Your Honor.
They're reading jury instructions right now in the other trial. We're not missing much yet. Are they going to call Nina? I thought that the state would call Nina, but maybe she doesn't want to testify against her.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
I guess their air is fit
Thank you,
is not
Okay,
a
Mr.
problem
Mitchell,
today.
Would you please state your name?
Floyd Mitchell,
And Mr. Mitchell, back in October of 2020, what did you do for a living?
security,
Where did you work security at?
the front gate,
Where?
at City Inn.
And where is City Inn located?
It's a 35 in Eden.
And is that in Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what type of motel is City Inn?
Yeah, it's a tough motel.
It's a what?
It's kind of a drug motel.
It's a drug motel.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mitchell, on
His boss just heard that, like,
2020, do you remember talking to a Dallas police officer about a missing person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
I just told him I had seen him around that day,
Around which day?
12, something like that, I think it was.
Around October 12th,
Yeah.
2020?
Uh-huh.
Did the police officer show you a picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the picture, may I approach?
His boss just heard him describe it as a drug hotel, and they're like,
Mr. Mitchell, is this the picture that you remember the police officer showing you
Yeah,
on the 13th?
yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you if you had seen this young lady, what did you tell the officer?
I had seen her at that date when she came through the building.
And were you for sure? Were you adamant that you had seen her?
Yeah, I told her I seen her, but I seen her that day, but that's the only time I ever seen her.
That's the only time you ever saw her?
Yeah,
Okay, and what hours did you work back then, Mr. Mitchell?
10 in the evening to 5 o'clock in the morning.
Did you tell the officer anything else about this young lady?
No,
You don't remember telling the officer that you saw her walking towards Valero gas station?
oh yeah, I did.
And I understand this was about 3 years.
Yeah, I know.
Quite a while ago.
Yeah.
So you do remember telling the officer you saw her going to Valero gas station?
Uh-huh.
But this was the first and the last time you ever saw her?
Yeah.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Thank you for being here. I just had a few questions about your interaction with this person that you saw, okay? And a little bit about your time at the City Inn, okay?
Okay.
You described this as a drug hotel, is that correct? Or a drug motel?
Yeah.
And you have a lot of traffic in and out of there, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a lot of different individuals that come in on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Over the course of just say a month in October, I mean, you may have hundreds of different individuals that you're seeing walking around the City Inn, coming in, checking in, things like that.
Yeah.
It's also known for prostitution, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's a large population of young Hispanic females that come through there. Is that right?
Yeah.
You know, small in stature, pretty girls,
No, they average.
average.
Yeah.
He's not
and,
impressed.
You know, on this particular case or in this particular situation, this officer, you know, came and asked you about the girl in that picture, right?
Yeah.
And had you seen a young Hispanic girl in a purple dress that day?
The day, maybe not. Cause see, most they come through. When I'm at the gate. If they not living there, we have to know where they try. We won't let them in the gate unless they walking with somebody.
Okay. Was this person walking with somebody?
That day when we came through, like I said, I turned around because she wasn't with nobody.
Okay. And did you talk to her?
All we just said, you don't. Do you have room here? That's what we know. They said no. We just tell them they can't come on at 10 o'clock. They can't come on the property.
Okay. And was this late when this person was there?
Yeah.
But you didn't ask her her name or where
No.
she's from or anything like that?
No.
And as far as what your conversation with the officer, did he give you any information about the girl that he was looking for?
He just said they were looking for her.
Okay, he didn't tell you that she was had been in Seattle or came from
I
Seattle?
can't remember. He did not, but he said they were looking for her.
Okay. And then you pointed him over to the Valero. Were you aware that none of the people at the Valero remember seeing that girl? That
Because most of them, when they come to there, that's most where they go.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Can you redirect?
Nothing else from him, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, please watch your step getting down from the witness stand.
Okay.
You are free to leave. Go about your business, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh. I don't want to lose this.
Bless him. He was funny. He's like, said something about pretty girls, like, they're average.
We need to send you back to the jury room, but we should have you back in court here in 5 minutes.
All right.
Don't wander off.
I hope this guy doesn't get fired. Maybe his boss isn't watching. Hopefully.
All right, Deputy, Ms. Dykes needs to go ahead and take the witness.
Here she goes.
Oh, all right, we can do that now.
She's testifying.
Outside the presence and hearing of the jury, Mr. Harris.
Not from the common judge.
Yes, all right, Ms. Dykes, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Oh, dang.
Go ahead and state your name for the record. And Ms. Dykes, you understand that this is a portion of the trial. Now the state having rested, we're putting on the defense. You've heard all the evidence the state has presented. You've seen some of the witnesses that we've called. You understand you have an absolute right to testify, absolute right not to testify. It's totally up to you. Have you made a decision whether or not you're going to testify? And can you tell the court? And is that a decision you made freely and voluntarily? I mean, Ms. Patterson was not forcing you to testify. No, absolutely. You know from the jump that from day one you wanted to testify. Absolutely. And you're telling this judge that you're waiving the Fifth Amendment right, and you want to testify. I do. So I just.
All right, Ms. Dykes, you do understand that if you were to choose not to testify, the jury would be instructed in writing that they could not consider it for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against you, meaning that they couldn't hold it against you if you chose not to testify or consider it as evidence against you. You understand that as well? That I would give them that written instruction.
Oh, dang. Chuck is about to go all the way under the bus. Yes.
Don't come back, no phone, no phone.
Evangeline, like, get to 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you. Maybe not the best shirt for court. This is going to get interesting. It's going to get real interesting. Look, she got a ring on right there. What kind of ring? I don't know what to say. Just pull that up some. This is going to be oh my gosh, is it a malachite ring? Oh Lord. All the crazies have them, right?
Where'd Mr. Sanford go?
Judge, I didn't see him back there, but you may have went to the.
Mr. Sadler? Thank you. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Is it a what ring? A malachite, like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Yeah, they said that's a good point, Chrissy Bacon. They've said that she's like the one who kind of ran everything and she's like a big manipulator. So this will be interesting to see her get up there, see how she tries to manipulate things.
We're ready.
All rise.
You don't think anybody. Let's do a poll. If you think the jury will believe her. Do you think the jury will believe, even before we hear what she says? Because we already kind of know based on what he's been saying. Do you think the jury will believe her story? Yes or no? That's the poll.
Judge, ladies and gentlemen, jury will call Ms. Dykes.
All right, Ms. Dykes, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Harris, you can move the TV onto the floor if it would be easier.
No, Judge, I'm just gonna swing over this way.
All right.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Lisa Dykes.
And Madam Pro Tem.
You may.
You have a very soft voice, so I want you to make sure to keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, okay?
Yes, sir.
So the members of the jury can hear everything you have to say. Can you do that for me?
Of course.
We heard a lot of what Charles Beltran, Chuck 50 had to say, and now it's your opportunity, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. But before we go into the things that Chuck testified to, I want to talk about you first. Can you tell members of the jury how old are you?
I am 60 years old.
I was hesitating because you're not supposed to ask a woman how old they are, right?
No, that's perfectly okay. I'm 60 years old.
All right. Ms. Dykes, let's talk about, we heard a lot about you being a, I guess, paralegal. Tell members of the jury, where were you born?
I was born in Somerset, Kentucky.
Okay. And at some point, we're not going to go over your whole history, all the husbands, how many husbands you had?
I've had 3 husbands, and then of course I'm married to Nina.
Okay. All right. Many of them relationships you kind of want to forget about?
I would like to forget about all 3 of the relationships with the men that I've been married to, quite frankly.
Okay. Let's fast forward and let's just get to the point. You were working at the time in, let's talk about 2020. Let's start there.
Okay.
But before we do that, I did want to briefly talk about your children as well.
Yes, sir.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3.
3? And what are your children name?
Chelsea, who's 40.
And the state talked about her earlier, right?
Yes, they did.
Okay, who else?
Aaron, who's 39,
Mhm.
and Kyle, who's 34.
All right. As far as them being present here, do you have concerns for their safety?
Absolutely. I would not want them and don't want them exposed to having the same issues that Marisela experienced. Chuck is a violent man, and I don't want anything to happen to them.
Okay. And in fact, we'll talk about that, but I also want the members of the jury to understand that before you met Charles Beltran, you had a life, right?
Absolutely. I have a good life. I had a good life.
And everyone is trying, or it seems like the witnesses that have testified are making it seem like you were dependent on me.
No, that's actually not true. I've been a litigation paralegal for 34 years. So I was at a glass ceiling in my income. Nina actually made about the same amount of money that I did, and she's an attorney. So I was making quite a good salary at what I do.
Okay.
Like I do the litigation work, so it pays well.
Okay, as far as Nina, what type of attorney was she?
Nina was actually working for the city of New York. So she was working for a governmental agency, which doesn't pay as well as private sector anyway. So she was working for the city of New York doing housing work. So she did in a different area of law than me too. So it's not the same. It's not similar.
Okay, and just while we're on the subject, Nina, they said that she was married to William or Bill.
Yes.
He subsequently passed.
He did.
When Bill passed, where were they living?
They weren't living in Pennsylvania, as you've heard before. Nina and Bill had a house that was in Staten Island. That house was way overfinanced and upside down. Basically, it's the best way to describe that house. The house that was in Pennsylvania was a house that Nina bought and paid for, and she paid $60,000 for the house.
Okay, now
So
when you
that-
say the house that was in Pennsylvania,
Mhm.
that wasn't the house that her and Bill lived in, right?
No, they paid very little money for this house. That was a 4-bedroom house, 4-bedroom, 3-bath. But the house was in poor condition, so they would only go there. Nina would go sometimes by herself on the weekend, but she didn't live there. They did not reside there.
Okay, and the other interesting thing, that house was in the same neighborhood that her parents were in.
It was abutting, so it was exactly like the lots almost met. From the upstairs bedroom window, Nina's bedroom window, you could see Nina's mom and dad's house. So it was right there.
Okay, and I just want to briefly touch base on that. As far as Nina and her parents, she didn't have a good relationship with her parents, right?
They had been alienated from the time Nina was like 15 or 16. They spoke, but it was very seldom, and they were not close. And this was something that gave Nina a lot of concern. She was emotionally, like, very much wanting to have that family back. So one of the reasons that she bought this house was so that she would be able to see them and possibly reconnect.
All right, did y'all invest a lot of money in that house?
Yes. Nina had decided to put the house on the market in like April or maybe even March before she and I got married. So she couldn't afford to borrow the money because she was upside down at the house in Staten Island. She was trying to sell it so that we could get out from underneath that mortgage because it was large. So she couldn't afford to fund the money or to borrow the money to fix this house to put it on the market. So whenever we got married, one of the first things that I did was fly up there and we borrowed the money so that we could fix the house, put it on the market and sell it.
Okay, and I'm going over all that because this notion that you were with her just for her money, is that true?
No, absolutely not. Like, we both brought money to the table. God bless us both in being able to make a good living. And it was something that the marriage made us more solid financially. But I didn't need Nina to pay bills. Nina didn't need me to pay bills. We're together primarily because we actually love each other. I've known Nina for 16 years today. I knew Nina for 13 years before we got married. So we had been best friends that whole time.
All right, and I want to get to the point, but I also want to make sure the jury understands, as far as Nina's relationship with Bill, it wasn't a good relationship, was it?
It was a horrible relationship. He was abusive. He did all kinds of things like stalking her in the area where she was staying. When they split and separated, Nina stayed in Pennsylvania. But Bill was like you had heard testimony before, he was parking on the street behind the house. So he was watching her in that house in Pennsylvania.
All right, and the only reason I'm making reference to, because you got two women who basically had bad history with me.
Very.
And at some point, y'all befriend each other, fall in love.
Well, we love each other. We love each other like sisters. Like, this is a unique relationship. I think we might think about marriage, Nina and I do, maybe differently than the average person. Not every marriage is based on sex or, that physical connection. Nina and I are supportive of each other in every way other than that. Like, we love each other like a sister. We love each other.
You don't
Like,
marry your
truly.
sister.
Like, anything that Nina's going through, I want to help her with that. Anything I'm going through, Nina wants to help me with that.
Objection.
Okay, let me stop you there because I want to make sure we continue to move on. But I mean, that's very important.
Yes.
But this, y'all made a decision to, after y'all got married, to go by Lisa and Nina Beltran. Can you explain to the members of the jury how that decision came about?
Yes. My last name is slang, basically. A dyke is slang for a gay woman. And it would be just a horrible name for us to take as a last name for us. Pennsylvania allows you to change your name to any name that you choose to whenever you get married. So when we looked at the names that we wanted to take as a last name, Dykes is right out of the picture. So Morano is not really a name that we wanted to take because of her relationship with Bill. So we looked at other names of people that were around us or names that were of interest. And Beltran was an interesting name. It means raven in Spanish, and it has a history, and it was a better name. We asked Chuck if he had a problem with us taking it. It was not in any kind of connection to him, but it was just a name that appealed to both of us, so we took that name.
So you didn't take that name because y'all were obsessed with
That's bullshit.
Charles Beltran.
Absolutely not.
All right, let's move forward.
He was so abusive and obsessive, so I took his last name with my wife, who's my sister.
I wanted to talk to you about you abruptly leaving your employer. Was it abrupt?
I had problems with my employer, yes, from certain standpoint issues of bonusing.
Okay, when you say bonusing, basically, you as a paralegal are doing all the work, because this was car wreck cowboy stuff, right?
Yes.
These are car wrecks.
Yes.
You were working these cases,
Absolutely.
but he's making all the money.
Absolutely.
And were there other cases that you were working on with him as well?
Yes. In particular, we started to have an issue with a case that I had brought in, and I brought it in from my contact. It was a case that was wrongful death. And in personal injury, wrongful death cases settle for a considerable sum of money. Like one of the bonusing structures that we had when we brought these cases in was a percentage of a settlement, right? This particular case settled for $3 million, a little over that.
Okay, let me stop you there, just so members of the jury know. Who'd you get that case from?
A friend of mine, contact from mine, and she testified here. Her name was Catherine DeLeon.
The hairdresser.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
She didn't get as much money as she thought she should get out of it.
She surely did not.
All right, but anyway, the bottom line is you were having issues with you making all the money, or you making all the money, but the attorney getting all the money.
Yes, and not paying the percentage of bonus that I should receive.
All right, and during this time period, it's early October, late September, did you have plastic surgery?
I did.
All right, we have medical records to support that, don't we?
Yes, you did.
All right. As a result of the plastic surgery, were you on medication for the pain?
Yes, I definitely was.
And did that affect your employment?
It did.
In what way?
I couldn't be there, which was essential. I was at that point in time doing the negotiations for the firm. So if I couldn't make my nut, which that's a strange term, but if I couldn't meet the quota of settlements that we had, like the money for payroll was going to come out of saved money back. So I needed to be there with the surgery. I could not be there like I needed to be. And I also, like my focus wasn't as good as it should be whenever you're taking pain meds like hydrocodone, which I was taking at the time.
Okay, and did that have a lot to do with you eventually
Thank you,
leaving?
nurse. It did.
All right. As far as your this surgery, tell them to the jury what type of surgery you had to do.
There were 2 procedures that I had done, and it was a wedding gift for Nina. So I'll tell you that. Like I had lost a considerable amount of weight, so I had extra skin. It's the easiest way to explain it. And no tightness like in my thighs in particular. So I had a procedure done on both legs called a thigh-plasty. And in that procedure, a triangle of flesh is actually cut out in the center part of the leg and then stitched back together to make your leg tighter and smoother, right? And I also had a lower facelift done because I had extra skin here. So I had both procedures done at once.
Okay, were these procedures extremely painful?
They were. My thigh-plasty ended up being a failed procedure. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. Whenever he took the skin and tissue out, he took out too much. So when he closed it back, that first day it was okay while I was still in the facility. And it was a plastic surgery center that had an in-house like hospital kind of setting. So you stayed that day and then you were released home the next day. The very first day I went home, all of the sutures started popping out, first in the left leg and then in the right. And it was immediate. So it was first like 3 or 4, and then it was 5, and then all of them. So I called the doctor. He told me to come back. I had to actually get an Uber to go back because Chuck was supposed to have been available to help take care of me some because Nina was in trial work. So I didn't want her to lose the trial work in New York it should have been an easier procedure than what it was, but the complications happened.
All right, and as far as the complications that you're referring to, do we in fact have some photos of that?
You do.
Here's my photo. I got one. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 10. Are these the medical records that we put on file with the court?
Yep.
And will they assist you in testifying to the members of the jury the extent of the injury that you had during that time period?
Yes.
And the Uber ride back to the doctor's office that you're referring to happened when?
The very first day post the surgery. So it was the
Okay.
first day I was home.
So that would have been what day?
I think these surgeries were performed. I'm sorry, I can't hear. I think the surgeries were performed like on September 10th, I think. So it had been September the 11th.
Okay, so September the 11th.
Uh-huh.
Can you show me what Judge offer what's marked as defense?
Thank you, Advocate. Love you too. Thank you, Nurse for God.
Found a note, Judge. Defense exhibit number 10 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Judge. Now, I promise you I wouldn't publish these,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
But
I apologize in advance. They're not pretty.
But if anyone has any questions about the extent of the injuries you had to your thighs, these photos depict that, do they not?
Absolutely.
All right. And even in October, I think when we made reference to you guys going to Arkansas, were you having issues with your legs at that time?
Yes.
All right, and I wanted to ask you specifically about the trip to Arkansas. How'd y'all end up going to
Thank you.
Arkansas?
The trip to Arkansas was unplanned. Whenever I had this procedure initially done, Dr. Armijo had told me that the surgery would be, my legs would be the best they were going to be at 3 weeks. So this was exactly 3 weeks post this surgery, right? So Nina and I had planned to go to California. We had tickets to fly to Los Angeles for that weekend, for October 4th.
Were you able to fly to Los Angeles?
No,
Why
I
not?
had a doctor's appointment with Dr. Armijo that Friday before this weekend. He told me absolutely under no circumstance should I fly. So they were that bad that I couldn't really travel by plane with them, because plane and the pressure in the plane itself was going to cause that to be a lot worse. It would increase bleeding. It would increase the difficulties that I was having with it and worsen them.
Okay. But as far as the incisions, what is this photo I'm looking at right here?
That's actually open fat tissue because there was no skin. I had none. Like the skin there wasn't enough to cover the wound. So the actual incision started to open in the beginning on the first day. And there's actually pictures of that too.
Okay, so this reflects what?
This is what it was like. And there's still, you can see on the edge a few of the sutures that were left. Those actually were completely gone.
Commissioner Published Judge.
Thank you, Holly Mack. Thank y'all for the super chats. I appreciate it.
Now, Ms. Dykes, you're not saying that on October 1st, your leg was opened up like this, right?
Oh, it was.
Okay. It was?
It was, yes.
Okay.
Like I had started to use, I had to use special bandaging for this and special like treatment, wound treatment. So there's a particular chemical called hydroferrous blue that's on like a sponge bandage that I had to order through my plastic surgeon for it to be applied to grow skin. So I still had no skin at that time.
Okay, so, but you had bandages over them
I did. I had to change them frequently, but I had them.
because they were bleeding.
They would bleed, and they would also weep serous fluid, so it would weep white blood cells.
All right, now, as far as, I mean, can you explain to the members, with the court's permission, can she explain to the members of the jury where your injuries were?
They're exactly in the groin. Like, it's right at the top. Like, they make a Y incision at the top of your groin, and then it goes all the way down the inside of your leg to a couple of inches above your knee. The place where I had no skin was right in the crotch. Right
in this area?
Right there. Yep.
And would you have to have that bandage?
There were 4 layers that had to go on.
All right, all the way down?
Yep. To cover it to about 2 inches, 3 inches above your knee.
Okay.
Mhm.
But again, if they want to see the extent of what this surgery, the damage, what is this I'm looking at here?
That's actually the wound. Is it starting to grow some skin?
Okay.
Thank you, Missy Russell. Thank you so much.
So, but when would this be? That's what it looks like without the bandage?
Yeah. That's what it looks like without the bandage after it started to actually smooth out just a little. And this is all brand new skin and serous fluid.
Okay. So, in the beginning of October, do these pictures accurately reflect what your wound would have looked like post-surgery?
They do.
So is he trying to say that she couldn't have climbed up there and like got on top of her and stabbed her? Is that where he's going with this?
And I guess because these are open wounds,
Good point.
that's why you were taking the hydrocodone for the pain?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I used to think having a baby was 10, right? With this particular injury, where this was and pain factor involved, this is a 10 and having a baby is 5.
Okay.
So that gives you an idea of what that was in dealing with it.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, because of this surgery, what about the face?
The face was still an issue. Like, I wasn't supposed to bend over. Like, you can't really bend over like this whenever you've got like surgery to the lower part of your face. The pain from it was not as bad. I was a little surprised that my ear wasn't attached on my right side whenever I came home. So I had a few things going on with that, and the wounds were still raw and open. But
remember the October picture that the
Nurse for God, get to 5 memberships.
That one moment, Charm.
Cat Nurse, BG. Jamie A. Mel T. Crafty Grandma were all gifted memberships by Nurse for God. Thank you so much. Y'all are very generous. Sugar Mama is inspiring everybody to give. Just joking. Splenda Mama.
Why was your hair pink like that?
you know,
recall?
I do kind of recall that. Like, I was looking for for something fairly lively, and Kat actually picked that color out for me.
And when you say cat, you're referring to the hairdresser, right?
Catherine DeLeon.
That ain't what she said, though,
On
is
the
it?
photo that she put, that they were using, and she was testifying, with you and the pink hair,
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
that photo actually shows, the injuries that you're referring to, doesn't it?
It does.
She's gonna get up there and say everybody's lying. Everybody but her.
Once more to states exhibit number 86.
Yes.
Okay, where do you see the, I guess,
It's right at the hairline right here.
Good.
and this is what you're referring to here?
The scar that one's right there. And also there's a scar back here you can see.
Right.
Good catch,
And then
Kelly
I have
Evans.
another one under my chin, and I think you can see a little bit of that.
Okay.
Good catch. I forgot about that.
So you're talking here,
Here, right here, yes. Mhm.
and then in the back here,
Right there, yep. And then under
this
my,
area.
under my chin, there's a stitch. You can see it.
And you can see that if you really look closer, you can see the stitches
Mhm.
in your chin, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you're not only dealing with the facelift surgery, you're dealing with your thighs as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that affects your work performance, correct?
It did.
I mean, it affects your activity, period.
It affected everything.
Well, the doctor told you it might do that, right?
He did.
And so, as far as a lot of the restrictions you definitely had restrictions or you should have been watching what you lift.
You couldn't lift anything at all.
And why is that?
Because it could cause, on a normal surgery, even lifting was prohibited because it could cause all of this to come loose again as far as the facelift goes. And it would also cause strain in your thighs and cause them to open too. That's not the reason mine did, but it could cause that complication.
All right. Before we start talking more about Charles Beltran, I did want to, these people talked about you basically look like you had a midlife crisis or something like that. Remember Jimmy, your brother Jimmy?
Yes.
Saying that?
Yes.
All right, can you talk about the blood clot problems you had before you met Charles Beltran?
Yes, sir, I can. In my 40s, I had an unusual medical condition that popped up. Like, I'm really driven to work. Like, I've raised 3 kids by myself. So me working is just always been who I am. It's how I relate to life, I guess. So I work more than I should. But I had been working a lot, so I ended up having a very unusual aortic blood clot.
Now, aortic blood clots, what are those?
The aorta sits right underneath the heart, right? So it's under here. So this means that a blood clot had to pass literally through my heart and lodge in this particular area of the body, which is what it did. So I had some very unusual symptoms in like stomach pain as opposed to what you would think. Whenever I went to the hospital, the blood clot had shattered. So it blocked almost every major like organ in my body. My kidneys, my liver, my large intestines, and both of my legs.
So how long were you in the hospital as a result of this blood clot?
30 days. Right at 30 days.
Were these life-threatening injuries?
Absolutely. They told my children and me that I had about a 25% chance of living. If I did live through it, it was anticipated that I would be a double amputee because they knew they were going to have to cut off my legs from at least the knee down, if not more.
Why?
Because of the damage from no blood flow. I basically had zero blood flow. So that was a problem.
But somehow they rectified the situation. You didn't lose your legs.
They didn't rectify anything. Actually, my body pretty much dissolved the blood clot for the most part. And thank God, like I managed to come out and I was okay for 10 years. Then here in Texas, that first one happened when I was living in Florida. 10 years later, I am also in a position where I'm under a lot of pressure. And I was working, trying to settle another case of quadriplegic.
So just so the members of the jury clear, that's the first time you had a blood clot.
First time.
10 years later, you had another blood
Yeah,
clot.
approximately 6 years ago, I had another one. So the second one was also an aortic blood clot, did the same thing. Like it was shattered. I had blood clots everywhere, all through my body. So they airlifted me from Mesquite to Dallas to Baylor Scott White, where it was the same situation again. Like I was in risk of dying from that point. Obviously, I was airlifted, so like it wasn't a good situation, but I'm here.
You survived.
I am.
After you survived that,
At least she
death
did.
scare, I mean, how does that affect your life?
I think it affects everything. Like whenever you come that close, not once, I mean, once is enough, but twice, I think you have to reevaluate your life, like what you're looking for in life, if you're where you need to be in life, and you know, you think about what's going to happen to your children and your future at that
All right,
point.
so at that time, did you reevaluate what you were doing and what things you wanted to do in life?
Absolutely.
And so what happened after that?
I've raised children, I feel like, from the time I was born. Like, you know, my kids are older, but they've always been with me and I've always been spending money on them. There's never enough money. It's gone before you get it. So my retirement wasn't right. It wasn't where it needed to be. I obviously needed to start putting money back for retirement and get my life straight for that. And plus, I don't want to work all the time. Like, I didn't want to work all the time.
So did you heard Jimmy say you kicked everybody out? What's your version of that?
That's not correct. Like, I wanted to go back home to Florida. Like, Texas is great, I'm sure, but I'm from Florida. Primarily, I wanted to go back home. So the whole goal was for me to move the family back to Florida while I was waiting on some larger cases to settle so that I would have more cash flow. So we invested. I gave them the money for a down payment on a house. They bought the house. I helped to get them there, paid off my son's car so that he would be able to help pay that payment and put them in the house in Florida.
So your plan was always to go back to Florida?
Absolutely.
And at some point, you and Nina wanted to go back to Florida.
It was always our intent to go back to Florida.
In fact, did you have a business there?
We did. We opened a business during COVID, a law firm together that was doing personal injury, and it was doing well.
Okay. All right. Tell us how you met Charles Beltran.
He was working for my son, Kyle, as a bouncer at a bar in DeBellum. I was actually looking for workers to work a poll, an election poll, for a local judge here in the civil divisions. And I needed, I think, 15 people under a certain age and demographic bracket to work this poll. So Kyle introduced me to several of the young men that are in the area and young women, and I got their phone numbers. They got my phone number to work this situation.
Okay. How did you end up investing in rap career?
I'm sorry?
How did you end up investing in Chuck's rap career?
I met him in April. He reached out to me at some point, and he reached out to me to make connection. And it was primarily for someone to fund him in his career choices. He actually talked to me from April on through the time whenever I moved the children out of the house in August. But he presented himself well. He also had had a fairly successful career in Austin, not like what you heard here that was played. It was actually something where he was invited to a couple of locations and he was working with other people in his career. So perhaps they were the more talented aspect, but he had a more successful kind of career choice.
But were you, initially, again, was it a love interest thing?
No, Chuck was and continued to always be a business interest that went sideways.
In fact, why did you buy the car?
I bought the car as an investment and a tax deduction basically for him in his career. I set up a company for him called Math Class. That was his company for him to be able to do this music and to record.
I mean, y'all helped him with a lot of legal stuff, right?
We did.
And before I forgot,
Down in front.
He had paternity issues.
He
with
did.
Jasmine.
He had paternity issues with Jasmine and he had visitation issues with Emerald out of Austin.
And were y'all helping him with that?
Yes, at his request.
At his request?
Yes.
Any notion about you trying to steal Jasmine's baby?
I raised 3. I don't want any more babies. I would never.
All right.
Everybody else is lying.
I want to move forward and let's just get to the point. This trip to Arkansas. First, I think you indicated it wasn't even a scheduled trip.
Not for me and Nina.
How'd you end up going on the trip?
We had paid for them to go. We had paid for the hotel. We had paid for all of it for them to actually perform. It was a performance. When we couldn't fly to California, Chuck had 2 tickets that were his that were comp tickets. And he said, well, who would I take but you two? Like, you've, funded this, you're part of it, so will you go? It was like about a 4-hour ride, I think. So that's something that I could tolerate. As long as I'm sitting down or laying down, that's okay. I could do that.
Now, you heard Dykes and everybody say you were driving. Is that true?
No, I was in the passenger seat and it was reclined.
Okay. So who was driving?
Dina was driving.
Okay. When y'all are down in Arkansas, you heard, I think it was Freddie, they were joking about Chuck having to come to your room to have sex with y'all. Did he have come to your room and have sex with y'all?
Absolutely not.
But did he come to the room and have a drink?
I think he might have. I think he did.
When y'all finished, do you remember when y'all got back to Dallas?
I don't remember exactly what time it was, but we checked out at about 11-ish. So I think it's a 4-hour drive, which would put us mid-afternoon.
Okay. As far as when y'all get back, who takes the van back?
Nina and I took the van back.
You didn't trust Chuck to take the van back?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so y'all take the van back.
Yes.
Once you take the van back, do you recall what y'all did up at that point?
I don't specifically. I think we stopped and got food and went home and watched TV.
Okay. And that would be October the 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
That's Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, and I forgot. We had to go pick up the dog because we had boarded him.
All right.
So we went and got the dog.
And tell us about this dog.
Chuck had brought home a dog.
What type of dog?
He was a pit bull mix. And the dog's name was uniquely Charles. So we had a dog.
Who took care of that dog?
I did.
Good Lord.
Did Chuck take care of the dog at all?
The dog hated Chuck. Absolutely. when he brought the dog home, he said that he wanted it for some protection in the house, extra protection in the house. And he initially, the dog was okay with him for a while, but Chuck used to beat the dog. So the dog started to get to a point where he was growling every time Chuck was around. He was not having Chuck around.
And where did that dog stay?
He slept in my bed. He
Because
stayed.
Nina, well, when Nina was there, did she sleep in the bed with you?
Yes.
All right. Was he almost like a service dog to you?
He was like a comfort animal, more than a service dog. So he stayed with us all the time.
But you took care of him.
I took care of him.
And so when y'all went to Arkansas, y'all boarded him.
We boarded him for that day.
And when you got the dog,
We went and got the dog.
anything else uneventful happened on that, I guess, Sunday?
Not
that
at
you
all.
recall?
Not at all.
Okay.
Does anybody believe in anything?
Was Nina working on a big case?
Yes, just as I had said, she had a particularly large case with a building that was in the city where the elevators were failing off and on. So all of the tenants and the tenant association was really upset with it.
Okay. And was she receiving and sending, I guess, packages back and forth?
Yes, in particular discovery. So she was in a process of discovery on this with maintenance records and dealing with the maintenance people that work for the city of New York with this building.
On that weekend, she's working on her case. Was she anticipating some documents?
She was.
I guess that Monday, was she still looking for the documents?
Yes, they were supposed to come in, I think, Monday morning in early delivery, but they didn't show.
Okay, because the documents didn't show, what did y'all do?
Well, we were kind of in dire straits because Nina really needed them because when she flew back, she had a hearing, I think. So it was something that we had to have. So she started to look for where the documents were.
All right. And short, later that evening, did y'all go to a FedEx?
We did.
All right. And you seen we talked about the FedEx that you went to. It wasn't in Wilmer, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, it was more toward the Hutchins area, maybe.
Okay. They
I'll bring you more than one shirt.
Tell members of the jury a little bit about the FedEx location y'all ended up going to.
It was one of the larger distribution centers in the area. Like it's like a major kind of hub area. So it's one of the bigger ones.
And is it all 45 though?
I believe it is, yes.
And again, it's not in Hutchins, right? I mean, it's not in Wilmer, but it's in Hutchins.
I think so.
And is it in that same vicinity that they're saying that your phone's pinged?
I believe it is.
One moment, please.
So actually, I think it's a good time to take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be at recess for 5 minutes.
All right.
She's smiling.
may be seated, and we're recessed for 5.
So on the poll, basically nobody thought that she would be believable. And as always, our poll is right because Lord of mercy. I love the I love the defendants that get up there and every single other person in the whole entire world was lying except for them. That's my favorite. Lord help me. Yeah, I don't believe like anything she's saying. And she's trying to come across as, you know, like, oh, I'm just a, you know, how old did she say she was? 60. Soul Glow, yes, I'm going to follow the Bryce trial. It is on openings right now. When I looked a minute ago, they're starting openings. So I believe that Lisa is the last witness for this one, and they'll do closing. So we'll probably do opening statements tomorrow. Maybe after closings. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Depends on how long they go today. Or maybe we'll do openings. I don't know. We'll take a vote when it gets towards the end. We'll see how long they go today and take a vote. See when we start it. But yes, we will be watching it. She is seeming like she's trying to come across as just like, you know, like even the stuff about how, you know, I always took care of my kids. Okay. All right, sis, your 14-year-old daughter started like you allowed a relationship with her and your brother, like her uncle, who was 30 years older than her. So like, let's chill on the you take care of your kids stuff, because maybe we just have different ideas of what it means to take care of your kids. It's ridiculous. Let's check in on the
Carter claims to have seen Bryce Rhodes shoot Christopher Jones.
So we've got the trial going on right now. Let's get to the beginning so we can see. Actually, hold on. Let me look at log crime. I think they had a little bit of.
I know. I'm gonna try to. I have like a really big fan I'd like to bring in, but it's in my car, which is in the shops.
Let's see. Why does he do that? He purses his lips like that. What happened to his head?
All right. And when I bring them in and have them seated, I'm going to go ahead and have their phones collected as well. Okay. Thank you.
I need to look up and find out what happened to his head. He looks calm so far. Is he chewing on something?
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying earlier, we are ready to proceed with the trial of this case. You have been sworn in as jurors in the case of Commonwealth versus.
This is a whole lot of jury instructions, and then we've got openings. I think that's as far as they've made it so far. His head is. Unless I missed something. I believe the defense that he's going to try to rock with is that it wasn't him. Okay. There was one of the other guys. He's awful. He's a terrible, terrible human being. There's no chance in hell he should ever be allowed to walk the streets, ever, under any circumstances. Tell you how I really feel. Ooh, that was creepy. Hold on. I didn't pause it at the right time. I keep doing it too late. Ooh, I got it. Ooh, look at that. Looks creepy. He looks very angry. I mean, he seems like an angry fella. So he did horrible things. Horrible, horrible things. And I can't wait to see him get sentenced, and love to see him get shocked. Still holding out hope for that. He's awful. Yeah, he might not want to look at the jury like this. Virginia Little says, who is this? This is Bryce Rhodes. That's our next trial. They're starting openings right now. So since we're about to go into closings on this one, they're going to overlap a little bit, but that's okay. It won't take us long to get caught up. And we'll skip the jury instructions too. We've been through a million jury instructions. We'll just go straight to openings. Just like the opening jury instructions. Oh, they called their first witness. They didn't start till this afternoon, and so we're not going to miss a lot. It won't take us long to get caught up.
We're ready, Mr. Sutton. Yes.
All right.
All right. Yes, he has an attorney. He hadn't spit on her yet. We're professional jury. We don't need instructions. Yes.
You may be seated. Mr. Harris, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Dykes, this FedEx distribution center, well, you heard this turn tree address, what is it, 274 turn tree
Yes, sir.
in Wilmar? You did live there at one point,
We did, yes,
like back in 2016, right?
yes.
Is that how you know about this FedEx distribution center up in Hutchins?
It is.
I used to work in downtown Dallas for another law firm, obviously, and I pay attention to where these FedEx centers are because I use them a lot. So it's part of what I do. And a lot of times you have to drop off and you need a place that's a bigger facility that has longer hours, or you know that it'll ship quicker. So I always pay attention to those things.
Okay, now, as far as this facility was concerned, y'all were picking up,
Yes.
or Nina was picking up.
Nina was picking up from work. Yes. They had sent her a package that she needed.
Okay, and she had been trying to locate that package.
She did try, but it's so hard and she needed it really quick. So like tracking it electronically wasn't working like it needed to. So it just made sense to go someplace and get some help with it.
All right, now when y'all go down to this distribution center, well, if I told you that the address was 1101 East Cleveland Road in Hutchins, Texas, would that be about right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
And how far would you say that that's from your house?
I think it's probably a 25-minute drive, maybe.
From Mesquite?
Yes.
Just hit 635, hit 20, boom, you're there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right. Madam Prosecutor,
You may.
let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 11 and 12.
Well, I think I have a defense exhibit 10.
Yes, ma'am. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 11 and 12. Does this look like it's just a map quest where we pulled up that location in relation to your home and where that FedEx distribution center is?
Yes, sir.
Will this assist you in testifying to the members of the jury the route that you recall y'all taking that day?
It does, yes.
All right. Judge Alloff was marked as defense exhibit number 11 and defense 12.
No objection, Your Honor. All right,
Commissioner
defense,
Buttons.
well, defense exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your
And you
Honor.
may.
Now, just so members of the jury know, we're saying your house would have been somewhere up in here, right?
Yes, sir.
And then y'all travel to Hutchins here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you recall when y'all got on 45, what exit were y'all supposed to take?
I don't know the number, but it's like Dowdy Ferry.
The shade was marked as defense 13. Defense 12, I'm sorry. And is this Dowdy Ferry here?
Yes, sir.
And just so the members of the jury know, when you come out 45, you loop and come in this area here, and that's where the distribution center is?
Yes, it's someplace back in there. It's sort of like off.
All right. So at some point when y'all are trying to get to the distribution center, do y'all miss the turn at Dowdy Ferry?
Yes, we did.
And where did y'all end up having to turn around at?
I think it was like Wintergreen.
Okay. So would Wintergreen be in this area here, or is that East Wintergreen?
Yes.
So you come further down 45 south, exit is 273, and then y'all would loop back around, right?
Yes, sir.
And go back up till you get to the distribution center, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is basically what we see here, right? Going back up to the distribution center in this area.
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as the towers that they showed, that you saw the state show, if you were in that area, would that explain why your phones were pinging in that area?
I would assume so.
Did you go to Wilmer that day?
No.
Other than going to that Wintergreen 45 and looping back up to go to the distribution center, did you ever go to, think it was 3600 Post Oak and drop a body off?
No, sir.
I do want to talk to you a little bit more about the distribution center so the members of the jury will understand. Again, this is a huge distribution center, right?
Yes, it's
And
extremely large.
When y'all get there, do you have trouble finding somewhere to park?
Nina did have trouble finding some place to park. There's a lot of folks that come and go from there.
All right, and as far as that, was she trying to find somewhere to park up close at first?
She was, because obviously, like, we generally do things together, but like, I'm not walking any distance at all, so that's not happening.
So at some point she parked, tried to go in, or went in, right? Because you didn't go in.
No,
Okay. At some point, is she able to pick up the package?
she went in, but I think we might have been late. I'm not sure, but she didn't get the package.
Okay. After y'all leave that distribution center, what do y'all do?
We went back home.
Did she subsequently find a way to get her package?
I'm assuming she did. Like, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming she did, or managed to get the documents another way.
Okay. At any time while y'all were in that Hutchins area, did you have Marisela with you?
No.
All right, let's get to talk about Charles Beltran some more. I think when we left off, we were talking about Charles the dog.
Charles the dog.
The dog.
Oh.
I want to talk to you about Mr. Beltran working. Did he actually work for your son?
As I understand it, yes. He was a bouncer at the club.
And at some point, he got fired, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
For his activities there at the club, right?
Yes, he did.
Not just being aggressive with the women.
No, not just that.
Okay. Issues he was having with other patrons.
He was fighting every night, and he was a bouncer. So he was getting into altercations and fights every night.
And is this something he would brag to you and Nina about?
Yes.
When you met him, did you know he had a felony conviction?
No, I didn't actually. I didn't know what kind of convictions he had. He said that he had just gotten out of a halfway house.
What about the Santa Marta? Where did he say he got Santa Marta from?
He did talk to me about Santa Muerta and said that he had learned about it while he was in jail, and then he practiced. So he practiced the religion.
All right, and so the altar that we see in your home in Mesquite belonged to him, correct?
It did.
In fact, it's in the same, was that in his room or in the one of the other rooms?
It's in the closet in his room from the picture.
And while we're on it, let's talk about Pennsylvania and this altar that's supposed to be in Pennsylvania. Can you explain to the members of the jury what that was all about?
Yes, I'd be happy to. We listed this house for sale. Nina, being an attorney, had documents from private clients that she had that we had in a hall closet. It's a locked entryway closet, and there was a lock on it for a reason. The paperwork and things that we had there were client attorney privileged. We didn't want that information out while the house was being shown. Her husband, Bill, had kind of a weird sense of humor. So in this closet, there was a Halloween skeleton that's full size, like human sized. And he had put, because they were Mormon, a Mormon religious piece of clothing on it. It's like a long white robe. But it was bundled up and on the floor of the closet. It's not anything else. So it was just a bunch of stuff and storage that we had in there that we kept locked, including paperwork that we didn't want shown to people coming to look at the house.
Well, you heard the neighbor from Pennsylvania said y'all were kneeling to it, praying to it. Remember that?
I remember her saying that, and I also have no concept why she would have said it. We never did that.
No idea.
Did that
No clue.
skeleton have anything to do with Santa Monica?
Absolutely not.
Okay, back to Mr. Beltran. Now, you don't have any felony convictions, right?
No.
What you have some theft check or something like that?
There was 2 return checks to Costco that I didn't know anything about until I came here to Dallas on these charges, and they served me with those. So those return checks happened while I was in Pennsylvania.
But those checks out of Rockwall?
They're out of Rockwall.
Oh, and wasn't there something about a gun? What?
Yes,
A gun at the
sir.
airport?
Yes, I had a very, very, very small antique handgun that was completely jammed. A bullet was jammed in the chamber, so wouldn't fire, wouldn't shoot. I took it to a gun shop that was really close to the house, but the gunsmith wasn't there. And I did it right before I was flying to see the kids that weekend. Forgot I had it. When I got to the airport, I realized the minute I was going through security, I was like, no, I have a gun in this purse. So I told them at the spot that I did. I was never actually arrested on that charge. Like, it was a situation where they told me if I had like a concealed carry permit, the gun wouldn't have been an issue. I could have taken it back out and put it in the locker in the car and gone on the trip. But I was never actually arrested with that. I was stayed at the airport facility and it was dismissed and I left and went home.
Okay, but I do want to ask you, Chuck did carry a gun, didn't he?
All the time, every day, any place that he went.
I want to talk to, when did he actually move in with you?
He moved in August whenever the children moved out to the house in Florida.
And I say moved in with you, I mean, you're not the only person he lived with, right?
No,
I mean, you knew he had an apartment, right?
absolutely.
Or an apartment that he also stayed with some other women.
Absolutely. He stayed in a couple of different locations with women, I believe.
But particularly one woman, this Carmen, right?
As I understood it, yes.
And it wasn't just Carmen, there was other women at that place too.
Yes, from what I understood.
So he moves in, you buy him all that studio equipment.
Yes,
That's true.
absolutely.
He sets up a studio in your house.
He does.
And is he working at first?
He did. He was extremely devoted to it. He kept a whiteboard on the wall. He had scheduled songs that he was doing, scheduled recording times. He had someone coming over to help him produce. So he was actually doing what he was supposed to do. He was trying to create music to actually put on iTunes and make money off of it.
And were you investing in that?
Yes,
The video that I forced the jury to watch, did you pay for that?
yes, I did.
That video and the way he's acting on that video, is that Chuck?
Yes, it is. All the time.
That's not a show, right? That's
No.
who he really is, isn't it?
That really is him.
As far as that studio and as far as him bringing women, were you jealous about him bringing women?
Absolutely not.
As far as him bringing people to the house, did you ever have an argument with him about having some men that you ran into in your own house?
I did. I came home one night from work at 7 o'clock and I didn't know anybody was there. So I went to my room, changed clothes, came in, and got surprised in the kitchen by a strange man who walked out. And Chuck wasn't there.
Okay, and did that upset you?
Very much so.
And did you let him know that?
I did. I told him that I really didn't want anybody in the house unless he was there, particularly men, whenever I wouldn't know there was anybody in the house with me. So,
Okay, but as far as these women, you heard him say, hey, he brought women over there all the time. Is that true?
He did. He would bring not one, sometimes two, three.
And did guys sometimes come with them too?
Absolutely.
They'd be back up in that studio, right?
Absolutely.
They were doing their thing, you were doing your thing.
Yes.
Oh, did he brag about pulling trains on people?
He did.
Now,
Jesus.
what is pulling the train?
He particularly seemed to like having a friend of his, a male friend of his, come over to be with the girls that he brought home. So that's basically two guys and a girl.
And he would brag about it.
Absolutely.
But did that make you jealous?
No.
I want to fast forward to the early morning hours of October 5th of 2020. Was Nina there?
Yes.
Were you and Nina there in your room asleep?
Yes, with the dog.
On that day, did you ever come in contact with Marisela?
No.
When Chuck arrived there with her, according to the phone records, in the early morning hours, did you ever know he was there?
No.
Anything unusual about him arriving at your house in the early morning hours?
No.
You heard him say that at some point you came into that room and you stabbed Marisela. Did you go into that room and stab Marisela?
No.
Did you struggle with Marisela?
No, absolutely not. No.
Did you argue with Chuck about Marisela?
No.
Had you ever met Marisela?
No.
In reference to this whole Chuck Marisela ordeal, how did you find out about it?
I found out about it whenever the FBI agent showed up and called me on the phone.
Okay, now before that, had you gone into Chuck's room and cleaned his room up?
No.
So as far as whatever blood was in there, who cleaned that blood up, you have no idea.
I have no idea.
You just know it wasn't you.
I know I wasn't, no. I didn't go in the room. No. It wasn't me.
Okay. It wasn't Nina.
It wasn't Nina.
On that night, you don't know how many people he had in that room, do you?
I have no idea.
The next morning, did you ever come in contact with Marisela?
No.
Did you come in contact with Chuck?
No.
At some point, he leaves or at some point you start driving the alley, right?
Yes.
Because on the night of October the 5th, or the early morning hours of October the 5th, who's in the alley?
Chuck.
That next day, who was in the alley?
Chuck.
All right, you heard the FBI agents say that they came to talk to you.
Right.
All right. You tell members of the jury what you remember.
They apparently came to my house. I was at work. I was working. So I got a phone call from an agent that claimed he was an FBI agent while I was on the clock at work. So I talked to him there. His conversation with me was basically, do you know Chuck Beltran, or Charles Beltran, I think was what he said. And I was like, yes, I do. How do you know him? He lives at the residence with me. So he lives there.
Now, let me stop you there. Up to this point, do you know anything about some missing girl from Seattle?
No.
You know anything about Charles Beltran being the last person seen with Marisela?
No. I had no clue.
All right, then what happened?
So I told him who he was, that he lived there. The agent didn't go into a whole lot of detail. He said something to the effect that he was the last person seen with a girl who was missing. And that was pretty much the gist of it. He asked me the last time I had seen him. which I think I told him it had been about 2 weeks, because at that point it kind of had been that long. So he asked me that. He told me when I spoke to him to let him know that he was looking for him, which I did promptly. I told him that.
So after you talked to the agent, you immediately called him.
I called him. I said there was a FBI agent that showed up at the house who called me and said that he's looking for you. Here's who it is. That's pretty much what was said.
Okay. Did Charles go into detail about Marisela at that time?
No, he did not elaborate. He didn't say anything else about it. He was like, okay, he took the number supposedly, and that was that.
Did he seem worried at all?
No, not even a little.
Not a concern in the world?
No,
That the FBI were looking for him?
no.
I do want to kind of backtrack. At some point, we talked about Beltran, Charles being in the car on October the 5th. At some point, did you drop Nina off at the airport in that vehicle?
Yes.
How did that take place?
I think her flight left on that Wednesday. And whenever I got up to take her to the airport, and then I was going back to work that day because I hadn't worked Monday or Tuesday. So when I went out to the garage, the Audi was there and my Hyundai was gone. So I took the Audi and drove to the airport and went to work.
All right, just so the members of the jury know, that's really nothing unusual, right?
No, it wasn't.
Did he have keys to both vehicles?
Yes.
And you put gas in it, he'd run it out?
Bring it, drop it off, I'd have another one. And he would do that while I was at the office too. I would not see Chuck. I would just go out from the office and a different car would be parked in my spot. So.
And did that create problems for you at the office as far as your files and your documentation?
Yes, because.
Explain that to the members of the jury.
Yeah, whenever you go home and you work from the office, like sometimes I would need the actual hard physical file. I couldn't just access it by online application to the office file. So I would take the physical file with me. So they would typically be in the back of my Tucson. So I could get them or I would take them back to work and they would be in the car. So when he would change his vehicles or leave with my vehicle and I couldn't get to it and I had a file in the car, that's a real issue because they're active files and something that's being worked on every day. That can cause me to get fired. So him taking the vehicle and me not able to get a hold of him or him trade it back or me be able to get to that was a serious issue for me.
And you saw the phone records earlier showing that you kept trying to contact him?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's what that was about?
I'm pretty sure that's what that was about.
Okay. Did Charles ever tell you what happened to Marisela?
No.
What did he even talk about?
No.
I'm saying even after y'all realized that he was wanted, you were wanted, what did he talk about?
No. And I didn't know I was wanted until.
Okay, we'll talk about that. As far as after you talked to this FBI agent, right?
Yes, sir.
Did somehow your address end up on the social media?
Immediately, that same day.
What problems did that create for you?
It was havoc. That very day that he called me, that night I was at home and I got a text message from someone claiming to be an FBI agent. It was very threatening. It was, I know you know where Chuck is. You need to have him here at such and such a time, such and such a day. Extremely aggressive. So, I mean, it really kind of throws you off. Like, I don't know who this person is. I actually texted this person back and I said, if you will send me a picture of your badge, like your badge number, then I will communicate with you. Never heard another thing.
What other issues did you have after your address went viral?
While I was stuck with the Audi and hadn't been able to get the Tucson back, somebody slashed the tires while I was driving it. So it was really kind of aggressive. Like I was getting strange phone calls too. Like it was out there. A full picture of the house was out there. It was not safe at all in any way, shape, or form. I had no idea who knew that, who Chuck even had around him, that was going to be coming where I was.
Okay, and you felt like all this threatening attention was coming from who?
I felt like it was Chuck and Chuck's friends, Chuck's people, Chuck's surrounding people around him.
And what about the people that were concerned with Marisela?
I'm sorry.
Was there a lot of social media stuff?
Absolutely. It was everywhere. As far as I know, it was everywhere.
So the fact that, I guess, your home, where you lived, was on social media,
Absolutely.
and that gave you concern,
Very much so.
safety concern.
Very much so.
At some point, will you tell the members of the jury why you quit your job and went to Florida?
We had intended to go to Florida, but I didn't go to Florida first. Like, we still had the house in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So, I mean, this was emotionally very, very, very stressful. Having my house out there, having people contacting me, the tires being slashed, I'm by myself in Texas. Like, I'm still, like, my legs are a nightmare and a disaster. Like, I'm still trying to recover. It was awful trying to be here by myself and deal with that.
Okay, so did you end up going to Pennsylvania when Nina was?
I did. Nina and I had already planned that in January of that next year, that we were going to move to the same location anyway. Like, it depended on how the house sold as to whether we would go into Pennsylvania or to Florida.
Well,
But
you saw the state had a document saying you had just signed a lease.
I did sign the
Well,
lease because I wasn't leaving until January, and the lease was up on October the 1st. I didn't want to move furniture or do any of that. So signing the lease was the best solution. Nina and I talked about it, and I went ahead and signed it just so that we would have those 3 months from October until January for me to be able to, finish out, because there were a couple of larger cases that I was trying to resolve for the bonus before I left.
All right. Now, as far as when did y'all actually put the house up for sale in Pennsylvania, if you remember?
I don't remember exactly when we signed the listing because the house had so much repair to have done. Like, we borrowed the money around,
How much money did y'all borrow?
$100,000
And that was for repairs on the house.
for repairs on the house. It needed a new roof, it needed a new foundation, and it needed a whole new deck on the back.
Okay, did y'all do all that?
We did affect all those repairs. Oh, and we had to tear down like a small, like, barn outbuilding too, so we had to pay for that.
All right. And did that increase the value of the house?
Yes, it surely did.
You hear, I guess everyone's saying y'all were in a rush to sell the house.
We wanted to sell it, and we wanted that income because we wanted to buy a place in Miami, because that's where we wanted to live, and that's why we needed the money. That was the goal.
Y'all needed the money to have anything to do with y'all being on the run.
Absolutely not.
At some point, did y'all sell the house in Pennsylvania?
We did.
Then what happened?
Well, we had already moved and relocated to Florida. So I was working in Hollywood, which is like a little outside area of Miami. So we started to look for a house or property. And we also considered the concept of opening a bar in the Miami area, and Kyle actually managing it for us. So we were looking at a couple of different thoughts.
Okay, let's backtrack. How did Charles Beltran end up in Pennsylvania?
He knew about the property. He knew that we had the house in Pennsylvania. He knew that we had listed it on the market. So he knew where this house was. So we're in Pennsylvania. We had not actually talked to him. He ended up in Bethlehem, which is just outside of East Stroudsburg where the house was. He called us and told us that he was there.
So y'all didn't send for him?
No,
He just showed up?
he just showed up.
When he showed up, was he asking questions about the house?
He wanted to know if the house had sold. Obviously, he was after the money. He wanted to know if the house had sold. He wanted to know where we were in the house sale.
Okay, but why are you putting up with Charles Beltran?
Charles was a lot more aggressive than what you have been told. He was really bad as far as aggression goes. One night in particular, he was trying to get a hold of me for money. Whenever I woke up in the morning, I had 99 missed phone calls from this man. 99. And he also, at one point, like, I had locked the door. His access into the house was through the garage door because he would come in through the garage. There's a door that went between the kitchen and the garage. So I locked that door. He didn't have a key to it. It really made him mad. When I got home that night, the door was broken. Like the actual door itself was split, the door. And he broke the frame to the point where you couldn't fix the latch on the door. So that was how mad and aggressive he was.
Okay, so you hear all these women talk about how sweet he was. Is that the 50-50 he's referring to?
Well, it's not the 50 I got most of the time in the later days, but he could definitely appear to be. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Okay, let me ask you this. As far as, even after y'all found out he was a person of interest, why did you keep,
I'm sorry, he was a what?
after you found out, when did you find out he was a person of interest that the police wanted to talk to you?
On that 13th, a phone call from the FBI.
Okay, all right. Okay, at some point y'all go to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Does he end up in Miami?
He did end up in Miami, yes. He pretty much, like, we had to go get him in Mexico. So when we came back from Mexico, Nina and I were already in between the move because we were in a contract on the house in Pennsylvania.
Okay, let's talk about Mexico. Why did y'all go to Mexico? Is that y'all's idea or his?
His. Chuck wanted to go to Mexico.
Chuck wants something, y'all make it happen.
We made it happen because I didn't trust that I would not end up like Miss Botello and Nina, like both of us, or our families for that matter.
So you did what Chuck asked you to do?
Absolutely.
What reason would he have had?
Go ahead and talk about when y'all find out, well, when Nina gets arrested. Y'all were already set up in Florida, right?
Yes.
You already got your business plan, trying to relocate.
Yes.
You heard the agent say that you were there the day she got arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell them to the jury what happened.
Nina had sent me a text that led me to believe that she was either in the process of being arrested or arrested. My concern was us being able to have enough time for me to get an attorneys lined up for us to be able to get something prepared before both of us were arrested, and likely not to be able to do that.
And is that what you did?
That's exactly what I did.
You got out of there.
Yes,
And eventually you got arrested.
I did.
When you got arrested, you saw the video, right?
I did.
Were you on the phone with a lawyer?
At that time, it sure was.
In fact, this lawyer right here.
Yes.
Again, trying to make arrangements for you and Nina.
Yes.
I think you indicated that you actually even sent a lawyer in Florida to try to help her.
I did. I was extremely concerned about Nina's mental health from this.
Okay, let me ask you, why were you concerned with Nina's mental health?
Nina's an attorney. Nina has spent an incredible amount of her time to be an attorney. She is actually a Cambridge scholar. So Nina really has invested everything into this. This case, in and of itself, has destroyed us. The fact that they have brought this charge against me and Nina has ruined our lives.
But ma'am, what I'm asking you about was when Nina was in jail in Florida, did she try to commit suicide?
She was on
suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch because of these things, because of this. So yes.
And so when you see the text messages and you saying you hope Nina keep her shit together, Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I did not want her to have a meltdown and try to commit suicide or effectively be able to do that. And I wanted her to have the knowledge that, you know, it's okay. I've got defense lined up for us. I've got things started. It's, you know, it'll be okay.
I just don't want to make sure I don't forget, because these girls that were at the apartment that Chuck also resided at, did you tell me, or did you say anything about him potentially being involved in trafficking?
I had suspicion that Chuck was involved with trafficking.
Why?
Because on a couple of occasions, like 2 separate ones that I can think of in particular, I found a suitcase at the house that was like in the living room area. It was just like a carry-on. And I looked to see what it was, and it was full of young girls' clothing. It was small sizes, young girls' clothing.
Okay. All right. After you got arrested,
What?
when did you first find out about that you were being charged with capital murder?
At the arrest in Florida, the arresting officer told me it was capital murder of a police officer and terroristic threatening.
Okay. Did you know what any of that means?
No.
She just implied that he was sex trafficking. She said trafficking. I thought she meant
At
drugs.
some point,
Then she's
were
talking
you,
about kids' clothing.
Were you transferred back here to Dallas?
Yes.
Near as well?
Yes.
All right. You're being held on a capital murder warrant.
Yes.
At that time, as far as Mrs. Botello's disappearance, did you know that they were alleging that you stabbed her?
No. Not until I got here to Texas.
That's the first time you found out that they were alleging, that Charles was alleging that you stabbed Mrs. Botello?
Yes.
Did you stab Marisela?
Absolutely not.
Did you have any reason to stab Marisela?
Absolutely not.
Did you have some anger-crazed breakdown because you were so obsessed with Charles?
Absolutely not.
So you find out that you're being charged with, they're alleging that you stabbed Marisela and Nina helped, right?
That's what
That
I
was the
heard.
allegation, correct?
Yes.
So
That was
both of y'all are
allegation.
charged.
Yep.
Start going through the process.
Yes.
Eventually bond out.
Yes.
You get the leg monitors.
Yes.
And then go to Cambodia.
While you're on bond and you have the leg monitors, are you and Nina still living together?
Yes.
Got an apartment?
We got a house.
Got a house. All right. Once you're in this house, does any suspicious activities start taking place?
Yes. Actually it was the entire time that we were out on house arrest. People were posting things about us that they saw us in the actual location. Like people were following us. People were paying attention to where we're going. So we were constantly underneath some kind of scrutiny by social media, by people who were following the case. Like we never had any rest from that. They were always.
In fact, it got so bad, did y'all actually try to do a cease and desist?
We did. We absolutely did.
Tell the jury what that means.
A cease and desist is whenever you send a notification that they must cease and desist from publishing or doing anything against you or in your name because it was absolutely not correct or true. It was just made up things that were so derogatory it was affecting everything. So we did do a cease and desist on it.
And did you feel as though it was putting you in danger?
Absolutely.
Were
No
you
question. Yes.
And then as far as the, what give me at is, at some point y'all got those monitors.
We did.
Tell them what the jury was.
We cut the monitors off because we both felt very much persecuted in this case. I do, as I'm sitting here in front of you today, I feel very much like Nina and I have been completely singled out in this case in a way that it should not have been. Like you consider, I was 57 years old when this incident happened. I did nothing but work and raise children all my life. Why would I even be suspicious in this? I've never been arrested. I had no criminal record. Nina's an attorney. She had never had any kind of criminal record. Like, we lived a life that was pretty much upstanding. We hadn't ever done anything like this.
But let me ask you, okay, you said you felt persecuted.
Yeah.
So why Cambodia?
Cambodia was a good place for asylum. Cambodia was a good place for us to find a new life, for us to live, for us not to have these situations. We looked at it. We looked at citizenship. We entered Cambodia legally. We didn't do anything illegal. We did everything you were supposed to do to come into a new country and try to nationalize or to get asylum there.
Okay. You were trying to get asylum because you felt persecuted.
Absolutely.
And were you afraid?
Yes, absolutely, both.
For your safety?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, at the time, right before we left and flew out, there was a black pickup truck that had started to park right outside of our house. And it would move on the street, but it was always there. One day, I went to the window, me and Nina were cooking in the kitchen, and this black truck is parked right outside our kitchen window. Whenever he saw us, he left. But it was definitely a man, and it was nobody we knew personally, and somebody that shouldn't have been there.
And did that give you concern?
Absolutely.
So when you went to Cambodia, did you just go out of necessity?
Yes. In our feelings, absolutely.
Oh, and while you were on the leg monitor, you were trying to work, weren't you?
Absolutely. Like, I've always worked.
Okay. In fact, did you get a job offer?
I did.
While you were on the leg monitor?
I did.
It was going to help pay for your legal expenses.
I did, yes.
What happened with the job?
I got the job fairly quickly whenever we got out. My resume is really clean. So I got this position with a law firm. He tendered an offer to me, which I accepted. With this leg monitor program, you have to get approval for everything you do. And you heard
When you say approval, you got to get approval from the judge, right?
I do, yes. Anything you do. So I let my attorneys know that I had a job offer. They had to file a motion with a hearing before this judge to get this approved. There's a limited period of time, of course, because I had to start within a certain time range. I had given enough time for my start date to give me like a week or about that for the judge to give approval for me to do this the right way. The minute the motion was filed and it was, known by the prosecution, by the court system, that I had a job and that it was with this firm, the offer was rescinded before the hearing could even take place.
Okay. So it was affecting your ability to work.
It would have been, it was an impossibility. Every time I would get an interview or try to get an interview, the time frame for me being able to get to that interview was impossible.
And you didn't think that was a coincidence, did you?
No, I definitely did not.
Is that why you kind of felt like y'all were being persecuted?
Yes, one of the reasons.
As far as, oh, I did want to. Let me see what's marked as, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you. What's marked as defense exhibit number 13. Okay. Is that Charles Beltran?
It is.
And is that the Santa Marta case that he had?
Yes.
And does this photo have significance to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much an indicator that he and his people are watching.
Judge Alford was marked as defense 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Commissioner Butler.
Defendant's exhibit 13 is admitted for all purposes, and yes, you may publish.
Wait, this is the threatening picture
this
that
is-
they're watching?
That was Santa Marta emblem, correct?
Yes.
And this is Charles Beltran, right?
Yes.
And he's telling you that we're always watching.
Yes.
That's what
Was
this
that
is.
threatening to you?
Very.
Did you believe that he and his people were always watching?
Yes.
Is that why you went to Cambodia?
Yes.
Is that why you continue to send him money,
Yes.
to stay in contact with him?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Dude took a mirror selfie. That's not okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Dykes,
There we go.
you said you've been a paralegal for how long?
33 years.
33 years, and all in negotiations, right?
No, not all in negotiation. I've done personal injury. I'm primarily a litigation paralegal, so negotiation is not something I've always done.
Well, you did negotiations here in Dallas, didn't you?
I did for part of the time that I was with that firm.
And you're no stranger to the courtroom. I mean, you know how things work. You've been in the courtroom in your job for a long time. Is that right?
Yes.
And the soft-spoken Ms. Dykes that you are today, I mean, as far as negotiation, you're negotiating big cases. These aren't like little baby cases. I mean, these are important things, right?
Technically, I didn't negotiate the big cases. I worked the big cases as far as litigation aspects go.
Okay, but you're talking to attorneys, you're talking to other negotiators, you're talking to companies about, their money and things like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have to be fairly strong in your negotiations to get the job done. And you did get the job done, didn't you?
You have to know the files.
And you have to be strong in your negotiations to get the job done, right? You can't just fall over at the first offer and say, okay, I give up, right? You have to know what you're doing and you have to be strong.
I think you have to be clear and concise.
Okay. And as far as, again, you know enough about the legal field, you know enough about, what goes on in a courtroom to kind of understand some of the procedures, right?
I do.
Okay. So just a minute. I mean, you mentioned all these threatening things, and you were advised if there was anything that went wrong or anything else like that, you could either talk to Julian LaPierre, your ELN person, and you could talk to the judge about what was going on. And you never did that, did you?
No.
Okay, so you never told him about any of these issues that you had going on supposedly during your time on ELN, right? You're a smart enough woman to know you could have told them any of that, and they would have done whatever they could to make you feel better, right?
Which issues are you speaking of?
I'm talking about this truck that's outside. I'm talking about the people supposedly harassing you. You could have talked to the judge about that, right?
I feel that would have probably been ineffective.
But you didn't try, did you?
No.
And you didn't tell Miss LaPierre about any of that, did you?
No. She knew about the work problems.
And that was it, right? That was the only problem that you really talked to her about, right?
Yes.
And you're making this jury believe, I think, that you think the prosecution had something to do with you not getting the job, right?
I do believe that.
Okay, and you understand, Ms. Dykes, we don't have that kind of time. I mean, if you don't know that, we don't have that kind of time.
I don't know what kind of time you have and you don't, ma'am, honestly.
Now, as far as Ms. LaPierre is concerned, she was here earlier. Your counsel had a opportunity to ask her questions about that situation, didn't he?
He did.
Okay. And Ms. LaPierre, she didn't say anything about notifying or having to notify the prosecution or the court at every request that you make, right?
She did go over what you can and can't do while you're on ELN. She also did, I believe, testify to the fact that you had to have approval to work.
Okay. Now, I'm looking through all this stuff here, and you were talking about all these people that are harassing you and causing problems, and even before, back in 2020, before this incident happened, you know, all these terrible things that happened to you, and I can't seem to find a police report where you reported this stuff. You didn't do that, did you?
Where I reported what?
These problems that you were having, these people that are harassing you, these calls that you're getting. You didn't report any of that to the police, did you?
To be frank, ma'am, I don't trust police at this point in my life.
Well, at that time, you had no reason to, did you?
In 20?
Before you even knew that there was that the police were looking for you and trying to contact you, you had no reason to distrust police at that time.
The incidents that we're speaking of started to happen when the FBI agent showed up at the door on 10/13.
And there was nothing about that contact that would make you distrust police at that time, was it?
At the time that they were there?
At the time that the FBI contacted you on October 15th, you had no reason to distrust police, did
The
you?
text that night that I got from the gentleman claiming to be an FBI officer is pretty alarming. If he was an FBI officer, which I have no idea of knowing whether he was or not, that makes you start to distrust.
Well, you just stated on direct that you asked for a picture of his badge and he didn't send you one.
He didn't.
And so at that point, I mean, you knew he wasn't legit, right?
Not really. Like the fact
I
that
mean, Taylor Page rang your doorbell, stood in front of the Ring camera. You've seen that. That's how Ring cameras work. When the doorbell rings, you have an app on your phone and you can see that video, right?
no, I never saw that. I never
I'm
saw.
asking you, is that how the Ring camera works?
I didn't have the app, and it was Chuck's Ring camera, so I didn't have any of that.
So, speaking of Chuck, you mentioned, I mean, you made it a point right off the bat to talk about how violent he was. Again, I'm looking through all of this stuff, and I don't see one police report that you called in on Chuck the entire time that you all lived together. You didn't do that, did you?
I would not have. I would not dare to have done that. He is not the kind of man you make a police report on and have anything come of that that's good.
Okay, so he's not the kind of man, I mean, if he does something in your home that you invited him into, that you put him up in, that you bought him all that equipment, that you bought him that car, that you paid for all his shoes and his clothing and things like that, he's not the kind of man that you could call and report him to the police and he get arrested and be out of your life. That's how simple it was, right?
It was not that simple. Chuck was not the kind of guy.
Now, you talk about Chuck's friends. Dax, Freddie, you know them, right?
I do know them through the club.
They've been to your house plenty of times, right?
They have.
Okay, and I mean, they talked about how everybody knew that you were in a relationship with Chuck, right? They talked about that.
They said that, yes.
Okay, and so it was common knowledge that this arrangement between you and Chuck really didn't have much at all to do with his rap career, if anything, because we saw Defense Exhibit 7, and any woman that is trying to save her retirement and save up and make smart financial decisions is not going to feed money into that man and that kind of rap and that kind of video after she saw what was produced. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
His first productions out of Austin, as I had said, were
Ma'am, I'm asking about this
Judge,
production.
asked that she be allowed to answer the question. I mean, I understand they're on cross, but
Sustained.
He's mad because now the prosecutor's doing what he was doing.
And my question to you is, after seeing what he produced on Defendant's Exhibit 7, picture me this, where the lyrics are lickety dick and lickety lick. No woman trying to save for retirement is going to continue to invest in that, correct? That's my question to you.
They may, if there's a potential for improvement, if there's a potential for it to change to reflect what the actual work that was done before is produced, then yes, they might.
You're trying to save for retirement, aren't you?
I'm trying to build an income stream that would sustain me through later years.
Now, as far as the court proceedings go, I mean, you bonded out in, I believe, May of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and Nina got out first, and you got out, and you all were able to get a nice little house together and live together on ELM. And it wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad, was it?
No, it's pretty bad.
Okay, and looking at the past slips, just a minute, Your Honor, I apologize.
I'm reading y'all's comments. It's interesting to see.
And I'll put these in order, Ms. Dykes, but looking at the past slips, the very first time, Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Just to refresh your recollection of that, I'm showing what's been marked states 398 through 402, and it starts with 402. That's your signature right there, is that correct?
Yes.
If you'll just look through each of those, and do those look like the past slips in your case from the time you bought it out to the time you became voting?
Could you not do it in the microphone, ma'am?
Yes. Now, Your Honor, state offer states 398 through 402 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
Starting in September.
Hold on, okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
398 through 402
Yes, Your Honor.
are admitted for all purposes.
Okay, permission to publish. Looking at states 402, this is September 21st. You signed that pass slip, and it just says discovery needed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were here for.
Sorry. Yes.
You didn't talk to anybody, any prosecutors. You didn't have to go to the courtroom. You just talked to your attorney and you left. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. States 398, October 1st, 2021. Your signature's not even there, is it?
No,
You didn't have to even show up in court, right?
I don't think so. I don't recall exactly, but I don't think so.
Okay, but you would have signed it if you had to show up, right?
Possibly.
Okay, October 29th, 2021. Again, your signature's not there, right?
Right. Yes.
So you didn't sign that pass slip either. November 29th, 2021, you didn't sign that pass slip, and that's in states 400.
Yes.
And then on December 29th, 2021, you're actually in Cambodia at this time, right?
No, that's November 29th, 2021.
Okay, but it's reset to December 29th, 2021. Is that correct?
It was reset to that day. The day of that signature was November 29th, 2021.
Okay, and you didn't have to sign that day either, right?
No.
So you're not having to spend any time up here.
No.
Okay. lot of tattoos, doesn't he?
Yes.
In fact, the one that's right there on your wrist, if you'll show that to the jury, please, Your Honor, may Ms. Dykes stand up and present her tattoo to the jury.
Well, she may stand up where she is. Okay, show her tattoo.
And we're talking about the one right there on your wrist, right?
Mm-hmm. What is it?
This one right there.
Let's see it.
You're aware that Chuck has that same tattoo, doesn't he?
He does. Yes, he does.
Okay. So you are a 57-year-old woman investing in a rapper's career. You don't have any personal relationship at all, but you get a matching tattoo.
The tattoo is actually the logo for the business that I started for him that I'm invested in, math class. That's what the tattoo is. And it's the logo for that.
Now, you and Nina are really close, aren't you?
Yes.
You know pretty much everything about each other, right?
Yes, I would think.
She talked to you while she was in Pennsylvania.
We have consistently kept a relationship for 16 years.
Okay, so she talks. You guys talk all the time.
We do.
Now, you mentioned that Bill didn't live there, but if Bill didn't live in Pennsylvania, why is he keeping Halloween decorations there? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, that's not exactly what I said. They had a house together in Staten Island where they actually resided. This house is a house where they were repairing the house to sell it as a couple or to live in it as they chose to do. They did have personal property there from both of them.
This Miss Scarpa just made up this fact that you guys knelt there, right?
Miss Scarpa had said what she said for whatever reason she did, but it was not true.
Okay. And Olivia Martinez, I almost said Rodriguez again. Olivia Martinez, she was somebody you were training, right?
She was someone I trained, yes.
And you guys kept the same office, didn't you?
She was put into my office so that I could train her.
Okay, so you guys shared an office, didn't you?
Yes.
And as anybody that shares an office, you guys get in personal conversations, right?
Olivia liked to listen to my phone calls. As far as personal conversations go,
Objection,
no.
non-responsive, Your Honor.
If you could sustain, you need to listen to the specific question and answer that specific question if you can. If you don't know, then just say you don't know.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Dykes, being in the same office with someone, you get in some personal conversations, don't you?
Not always, no.
Okay, but you did have some personal conversations with Olivia, didn't you?
About certain things.
And you talked to her about Chuck sometimes, right?
Honestly, no. I didn't talk to Olivia about Chuck.
You never talked to her about Chuck.
No.
Okay, you never talked to her about Nina either, did you?
No, actually, Nina, she met coming into the office. Nina used to come and sit with me in the office.
Okay, and you know that she testified that you all had several personal conversations at work. You recall that conversation?
I remember her testimony.
Okay, so there's a person number 2 that's lying, right?
Seems to be Olivia had some thoughts that weren't exactly correct.
Okay.
Add her to the list of liars.
Kat De Leon, she's a hairdresser. You went to her for years, didn't you?
I did.
And you guys were close, weren't you?
No, she was my hairdresser.
Okay, and as a hairdresser, you know the gig. I mean, you stick with the same hairdresser for a while. They know your styles, they know your fashions, they know the things you like, right?
Should, yes.
Okay, and she was a good hairdresser, wasn't she?
She was good with color, yes.
Okay. And she was good with cuts too, wasn't she?
Not so much,
Then why'd she keep going?
because she was good with color.
Okay, but she still cut her hair too, didn't she?
She did, yes.
Okay, and she was so good that you took Chelsea there too, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Virginia
You
Little.
didn't have any personal conversations with Kat either, did you?
We did have personal conversations. We
So
sure
you
did.
told her about Chuck.
I did tell her that Chuck was there in the house, yes.
Okay, and you told her about you talked about him all the time, didn't you?
No, not all the time.
You talked about him frequently to her, didn't you?
When she asked, I answered her.
And of course, if he was this mean, awful, violent person, you could have told her, you would have told her that.
Not necessarily.
But you told her about the sex, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't tell her anything about you guys having any kind of sexual relationship.
No, I didn't, because that wouldn't be true.
Nina spent quite a bit of time after Bill died in Pennsylvania by herself, right?
I don't remember exactly how long she was there. She first, when Bill died, she was in Pennsylvania. Yes.
Okay, so that was November. You guys actually started taking trips and things together on a fairly regular basis in maybe the summer of 2019. Does that sound about right?
No, I think that's too soon.
October 2019?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and then he passes in, and that's when you guys really kind of started going from being best friends to taking this to a different level, right?
Nina and I still to this day are best friends. So the commitment to actually marry didn't come until April or May.
I'm not talking about marriage, Ms. Dykes. I'm talking about where you all start discussing and making a decision that this isn't just a best friend buddy situation, that we're going to be in a different type of relationship. That happened around October 2019. Is that right?
I think that's way too soon.
Okay.
It wasn't
But if you
that early.
told Kat De Leon that it was October 2019, that's mistaken?
I think Kat's probably off on that, because we really didn't start even remotely thinking about anything like that until 20.
Bill passes in 2019. Is that correct?
I really don't remember. I think so.
November 2019, right?
I believe so.
And you and you and Nina, y'all start getting closer and closer. Is that fair to say?
Yes, she was going through a lot of things. I mean, we were already extremely, extremely close, but her suffering from Bill dying was pretty extraordinary. So, yes,
Okay, and you knew about some of her relationships too. Is that right?
I did.
You knew that she was having a relationship with a guy in Pennsylvania. I can't recall his name, but you remember that she was having a relationship with a guy in Pennsylvania.
No, she didn't really have a relationship with anybody in Pennsylvania. She
You
saw somebody maybe in Pennsylvania, but not a relationship.
Okay.
Oops.
Relationship might be a little more than what it was, but she was texting a guy and she saw a guy and they had sex while she was in Pennsylvania. Is that?
I think so, yes.
And you know that, I mean, she texted this guy and she told that guy all about you, her fiance, and all about Chuck the third.
I don't know. I never saw anything like that.
It was clear that you guys were open about what the deal was. You and Nina were married and Chuck was your guy.
No, he wasn't.
Now, as far as Kyle's concerned, Kyle lives here in Dallas, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he was the, I guess, manager of the bar. Is
He
that
was.
right?
Yes.
On premise.
Yes.
And he actually hired Chuck. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dax also worked there. Is that correct?
Dax was working as a bouncer at that time.
And Chuck was a doorman.
Yeah, well, he was a bouncer too. They were both working the same position.
That's how you met Chuck, through your son Kyle. Is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned to the jury that Chuck got, and Kyle cares a whole lot about you, doesn't he?
I believe so, yes. He's
I mean,
my
you
son.
guys still to this day, you all talk all the time, right?
We do.
And he'll pretty much do anything for you. Is that correct?
I don't know. I haven't got any new clothes for court yet, so I can't really say that. No.
Well, that's because he'd have to appear here in the court building to get you those clothes, right?
That's not true.
I mean, you told him to stay away, didn't you?
No.
You didn't tell him to stay away?
No. Well, I have like not wanted him to be up here because of the risk for him and the danger of being around all these people.
Your Honor, may we approach? You may.
Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying. Well, that explains why she doesn't have any court clothes. Everybody's lying. Oh, people. The other trial is done for the day. They're in recess until tomorrow. So they didn't do a whole lot today. I am guess we're taking a break. I am thinking closings will start tomorrow on this one. More than likely, because she'll probably be the last witness. I don't think that they would bring any other witness after her, because then if they bring anybody else that contradicts what she said, she wouldn't have a chance to explain it. So I would think that she's the last one. So yeah, Holly Mack, exactly. So to believe Lisa, we have to believe that everyone else is lying. Everyone else. Okay, so yes, there might be a rebuttal. You're right. There may be a rebuttal. So here's my question to y'all. Do you want to do, since there wasn't much today in the other trial, do you want to do that in the morning? We'll start with that and just do it at like 1.25 speed, skip their breaks. That was only like when did they start? I mean, that wasn't long, so it won't take us long to get through it. But let's see here. See what time. Sorry, I was looking. If y'all answered, I didn't hear you. Well, I guess I wouldn't have heard you anyway. But do you want to watch the beginning of the other one before we start this tomorrow?
I'm gonna let the jury know that we had a death in our community.
Are they sending them home? Oh, she said. Yeah, why is she touching her attorney that way? I have no idea. Gross. Awkward. What is going on here? There was a death? Is that what they said? Hold on. I need to hold on.
All right, I'm gonna let the jury know that we had a death in our community.
A death. Oh, that sucks. I mean, I don't necessarily, I'm not a fan of him, but I wouldn't wish that. Let me see. Let me see if I can
Yes, so.
hear what they tell them on.
All right. Well, I will email a charge later.
I'm not allowed to stream this video, but let's listen to the audio and see if we can hear what she's going to tell the jury. I don't know that they're going to come back there. Oh my God, I have so many things open. They ended that one. See if I can get to the very end. Or they have like a pause thing on it. Let's see.
Craig Watkins. So, we're just gonna break for the day. And then
They're going to break for the day, but when are they coming back? Let's see.
you may be seated.
Yeah, I can do that. But thank you.
Just go ahead and break for the day. And we were gonna break accordingly for first child. So sorry. It's okay.
Aw.
So sorry. All right, I'm gonna let the jury know that we've had death in our community. And that we're breaking for the day.
Oh, that's really sad. The judge was telling him, I'm so sorry. And he was like, he started to walk away and he started crying. See if
I will email a charge later. I'm gonna stay and work.
she said, I'm going to stay and work. But
I know, I could too. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, oh.
And I guess he's not at home. I mean,
it's creepy.
I know.
I just told the
Oh, that's sad.
that in our legal community and somebody that don't know, great law in first action. District attorney in Dallas, and that he was public defender when I was a big prosecutor, and he and I started together, and then he has all this, I mean, we all knew each other. We've all done each other, but he had such a special, I didn't know much about that. Thank you. Oh my goodness. What is it? All right. I'm gonna stop.
Well, that's sad. Obviously, I would not, that's a sad thing. Marie Moss, our official statistician. Gosh, I've still got so many things open. Let me. All right, let's see. One sidebar, 3 objections. That's not a lot, actually. 4 witnesses and 68 shirt adjustments. 68 shirt adjustments. You're so good. You're so good, Marie Moss. All right, so let's talk for a moment. This is not my cam. This is actually the live cam that's at the building, like 3 buildings down from me, because I didn't go set mine up. So you're still getting to see my sunset, but just not from my camera. All right, so here's our options, y'all. Let me close. Let me keep my docket. Close. Oh my gosh, I did not realize how many tabs I have open. So many. So many. Okay. We have a few. Well, hold on. Let's do this first. There you go. You can have the sunset while we talk. Do you want to do the openings for the other trial? If you want to watch them, let me see how long they were. That's what I was doing when I got distracted by everything. Mind is still scattered. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oh, apparently they're saying he had. I cannot do the Shonda, I can't do that one. I cannot do that one. I'm sorry. That one is a little bit too hard for me. It's like an hour and 50 minutes, but really.
With Bryce Road.
Let's see. But really not that much. Okay, so do you want to start? So it's like an hour and 50 minutes. And if we listen at 1.25, obviously it's going to be less than that. So we could, since they ended early today, because normally we have another hour, that's about how long it would take us to do most of this. So we could do them now, or we could do them in the morning before our other trial comes back. Okay, most of you are saying today. All right, we ended early anyway. Let's do 1.25. And we'll start here. I'm okay. You know what? It actually keeps me more distracted if I do this. So it's actually
with
fine
Bryce
for me.
Rhodes, they came upon an idea. The idea was basically it was hit out somebody, and they were going to kill that person and collect on it. And Bryce Rhodes was aware of this hit and knew who would pay on it and knew who the target was.
It seems like it started like halfway in.
On May the 4th, 2016. Now keep in mind, all the events from this case happened in May of 2016. So when you see witnesses on the witness stand, they don't look at all the same as they looked back then. And also people's memories are a little bit different because this happened a while ago. So the idea was this. They all hopped in the car on May the 4th, and Maurice was driving the car. It was a blue Mazda that was owned by the defendant, Mr. Rhodes. The front passenger seat was Larry.
This is that's starting at the beginning, but that's not the actual beginning. That's the beginning of theirs. Let me find the other feed because we missed a lot, and I don't like to miss things. Give me 1 second. Oh. Did they take it down? Why isn't it on my... Look at my history because I was watching it a few minutes ago. Did they take it down? I don't see it anymore. Yeah, this is the only feed I have, and we missed the beginning of this one. Hold on, let me look at one other thing. That's annoying. Let me see.
Opposing counsel. Bryce Rhodes was in
live to information.
See, this one started like, hold on. Let me see. This is prosecution. Let's see if this one will work.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
This is 22 minutes.
Callous and casual was the first murder. The two that followed were calculating and cruel. In May of 2016, Bryce Rhodes snuffed out the life of Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. The evidence is going to show that these acts occurred basically as two acts. And so if this were a play, these would be the characters that are involved in the first act. We have Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway. Despite having different last names, these two are brothers that live together. They went to school at Olmsted. They liked playing basketball. They enjoyed rapping. They were always hanging out together. They had a home. They had a family. But from time to time, they would be out of the house for a few days. That wouldn't be anything unusual for them. They were born 2 years apart and a day. So they almost had the same birthday. And unfortunately, they both died on the same day, which we'll get to a little bit later. So these two brothers that were always hanging out together, 16 years old, and 14-year-old were friends with several people, one of which was Ja'Cory Taylor. Now, Ja'Cory, you're going to hear testimony from him. He's going to testify. He had a rough go of it. He had lost his job at White Castles. He was in and out of people's houses. He would stay in the stairwell at his girlfriend's house. He was just kind of on the boundary of things. And
Robert, welcome.
He was friends with both Larry and Maurice. And Ja'Cory goes by Corey also sometimes. And Maurice Gordon also goes by Maurice. And they were mutual friends with Bryce Rhodes, the defendant here.
Hello, I'm Gilbert
Who
Corsi.
went by Rambo. Rambo, Bryce Rhodes, was 25 years old at the time in 2016 when he's hanging out with 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds. Ja'Cory was 17 years old. And there's one more person in this friend group. Antoine Carter, right here. And he goes by Buddha. And he was just a friend of theirs that would hang out. So, as they were hanging out, an idea came about. This is a picture of Larry and Maurice. Mr.
Yeah,
Rhodes,
his
the defendant.
nickname was Rambo, apparently.
It's a picture of Antoine and a picture of Ja'Cory. Now I'm going to leave this up here just as a reference for you all, so when the names start going, you can look back. So one night with Bryce Rhodes, they came upon an idea. The idea was basically there was a hit out on someone, and they were going to kill that person and collect on the hit. And Bryce Rhodes was aware of this hit and knew who would pay on it and knew who the target was. So on May the 4th, 2016. Now keep in mind, all the events from this case happened in May of 2016. So when you see witnesses on the witness stand, they don't look at all the same as they looked back then. And also people's memories are a little bit different because this happened a while ago. So the idea was this. They all hopped in a car on May the 4th, and Maurice was driving the car. It was a blue Mazda that was owned by the defendant, Mr. Rhodes. The front passenger seat was Larry. Bryce Rhodes was in the back behind the driver's seat. And Ja'Cory Taylor
I'm Gilbert
was on
Corsi.
the right
Oh my gosh.
passenger seat. Trailing in a different vehicle was Ja'Cory Taylor, or Antoine Carter. He's in a truck that's following behind his car. So it's nighttime, and they're driving around looking for this guy, looking to collect the price on his head. As they approach, picture of Antoine, who was the follow driver, who was 17 at the time. As they approach 41st Street, there's video of the car driving by, then video of the truck. what happened was a man was walking out in the streets and he had long braids. And so he looked like the guy that Bryce Rhodes believed the hit was on. So Bryce Rhodes rolled down his window. The guy was walking out of the street. Cars parked in the road. He's walking out into this, away from the street, in between the cars. Bryce Rhodes yells out the window to him, "Hey, get out the road, bitch," and then shoots him one time in the side. The bullet wound is going to go through his arm and into his side. Police are going to be alerted that there was a shooting and respond to the scene.
Oh, wow.
The man on the pavement there is Christopher Jones. He had nothing to do with any hit or street business. He was just in the wrong place in the wrong time and ended up being shot. He was still alive, but non-responsive there at the scene. EMS took him to the hospital where he passed away. This is the intersection of the nearest street the police reported to. There's another picture of Mr. Jones. And this is a picture from the body cam of approximately where his body was in the road as the car drove by. You can see this is the clothes he was wearing, and some of the items that were on his person. And that's what he was reduced to after he was shot by Mr. Rhodes. You can see a single bullet wound in his arm, and then the entrance of the bullet wound that turned out to be fatal into his chest. So that's the end of what, if this were a play, if this wasn't so serious, we'd call the first act. Now,
Oh, hold on. This is where it started on the other one, right?
Maurice was
Almost. It's down off YouTube. I'm having to watch it. Look at that while we're waiting. Isn't that pretty? Let me see.
now I'm gonna
When he, oh, it's about to come back now.
a couple different ways it happened, but essentially Bryce Rhodes became aware by overhearing a phone conversation with Jacory talking to Maurice that they were talking about the murder that had happened, that their family knew about it. And as soon as Mr. Rhodes knew that the boys were talking, even just to their family, he knew that they had to do something about these boys to keep them from talking, to cover up his first murder. So this is a black Dodge Charger that Mr. Rhodes had access to and often drove. And you're going to hear testimony that on the 22nd of May, just a couple of weeks later, this black Charger picked the boys, Larry and Maurice, up at their house. And that was the last time that anybody from that apartment was going to see them alive again. So Maurice and Larry are obviously going to be the victims in this second act. And it's going to be carried out by a defendant named Tyrion Coleman, by Antoine Carter, who was involved earlier, and by Corey Taylor, and by Mr. Rhodes himself. So I'm going to leave that up there
Hi, Mandy.
for your reference.
No burner phone.
So this is Bryce Rhodes' apartment that he lived at with his mom. He had the boys over there. It was 4 of them, well, the 6 of them, 4 individuals listed there, Maurice, Larry, and another individual. And as the night got on, boys started wrestling around, and there was a little bit of a skirmish that broke out with Maurice. And so Bryce Rhodes said it was time to discipline Maurice. Maurice had pulled out a knife on somebody, and so Bryce hit him upside the head pretty hard, took him off. He then said, "It's time for you to be disciplined." So he went up to Maurice, put a toboggan on his head, pulled it down over his eyes so he couldn't see. And he tied his arms behind his back so that he couldn't move. And he made him beg for forgiveness and plead for his life, which he did. He was begging everyone in that room to spare him and apologizing and saying he was sorry. So Larry, his brother, was taken and held in a different room. And from Larry's room, he could hear his brother pleading for his life, and he could hear what happened to his brother. And what happened to his brother is that he was punched a few times by Mr. Taylor. And then Bryce Rhodes took a knife and began stabbing him over and over and over again. In the chest, in the midsection, and in the genitals.
Thank you, Mandy.
Screaming and crying out for help. And his brother was helpless, a room away to do anything about it. When they were finally done, they rolled Maurice over, and then they brought Larry into the room. And then they repeated the process. They took the toboggan off, they put it on Larry's head. They put something over Larry, and they started stabbing him until he died there in that apartment.
That is heartbreaking.
Bryce's mom and sister, who shared that apartment with him, were out of town that weekend. So he had the place to himself. He had the people involved help him take the body of the boys and put them in some totes, which he then carried down and put in the back of his Mazda. Some in the back seat, and one of them in the back seat, and one of them in the trunk. And then he drove off. Now he left Antoine and Jacory at the house to clean up because there was blood all over the carpet. He gave them cleaning supplies and he gave them towel. And just for good measure, because his mom was out of town, he had them also do his dishes while they were scrubbing up the blood. He and other individuals went and dropped the body of the boys off, dropped their bodies off. He also set fire to the items that were associated with the stabbing and left it in a dumpster. Dropped the bodies off around 4028 River Park Drive, which you can see from the area is near the park, near Wanda Park where they play ball. So on the 22nd day of May, this is what somebody in the neighborhood discovered. 2 boys mutilated, stabbed, set on fire, and left like trash.
He's the same one that was blowing kisses to the victim's family. Terrible person.
Boys' parents are starting to wonder where they're at when they don't come home after the first day. And so mom gives them a call. Well, the person that answers the phone isn't Maurice. It's Antoine Carter. And he tells her, kids are fine. They're doing something else. I just borrowed the phone. So police discover the 2 bodies. And eventually they have sketch artists come out. They can't get fingerprints because the bodies are too badly burned. They have sketch artists come out and draw a picture of how the boys looked, and they're looking for, checking news stories for missing boys. Eventually, they find that there's 2 boys that are missing from Olmsted School, and they have the boy's mother come out, and she identifies that, yes, that's them. From there, police realize a couple things. They know who the boys left with that night. They know that it was Mr. Rhodes. They also know that they left with Antoine Carter and Jacory Taylor. So police track the phone, and eventually it leads them to Antoine Carter. And Antoine Carter eventually ends up talking to police and explaining what happened after some little bit of give and take. He finally got to the story of what happened. About this same time, police pick up Bryce Rhodes. He gives a short statement, which you will hear. Police go out to Bryce Rhodes' house once they've heard what happened, and they start pulling up the carpet from his house. And when they do a DNA analysis on that carpet, of course, they find the blood of the 2 brothers is there on the carpet. Police also learn that after this event, after that night, when Bryce Rhodes comes back from dropping the bodies off, he picks up the 2 boys that were left to clean up the house. Jacory had with him the boots that he wore in the house. And he left those boots at a girlfriend's house. And so police got a search warrant. They go to that girlfriend's house, and those boots, the DNA on those boots.
This is what I hate about not being able to watch the other, like, the feed I'm used to. We'll just look at the sunset during our 1-minute break. We're going to do the openings, and then we'll wait on the witnesses. We'll watch those tomorrow. But the openings aren't too long, so we're just going to watch them real quick. I'm trying to figure out where he
comes back to the voice as well, corroborating what was said earlier. He also gives a statement to police, and it pretty much matches the statement of Antoine Carter that I've just relayed to you. So, this picture of the apartment, how cleanly the flooring was stripped from Bryce Road's place. Another thing that police did once the investigation got underway was they went and looked at Bryce Road's blue Mazda that had transported the two victims in tow sacks. And you'll notice this is a picture of the back seat of the Mazda. All the cloth seating has been ripped out of it. And then this is a picture of Jacory at the police station giving his statement. You can see, I want you to remember how young he truly is. At this point in time, he is 5'5", weighs 122 pounds. Bryce Rhodes is a 25-year-old grown man. This picture of the boots that were recovered from the girlfriend's house. You're going to hear from a lot of different people that are going to come through here. The police that were involved with both of these investigations that had to piece together that the two investigations were connected and take over. So there's going to be two different lead officers. You're going to hear from experts in, you're going to hear from the medical examiner. You're going to hear from CSU professionals. You're going to hear everything that the police did to make sure that the three victims in this case get justice. And I hope at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case, you will give them that justice. Thank you.
All right. Now I can do the defense. So I have it on this. And that way we can listen to it at 1.25. That one I couldn't. .25. All right.
The defense like to make an opening statement now? Yes, Your Honor. All right, please go ahead.
It sounded faster than 1.25. Audio is better on the other one.
I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Ladies and gentlemen, these are quotes from someone involved in this case, but these are not quotes from Bryce Rhodes. These statements were made by Antoine Carter. Antoine Carter talking about killing his best friend, Maurice Gordon, and running over a helpless Christopher Jones. Antoine Carter is the prosecution's main witness in this trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I know Bryce is also grateful that you are here because he has waited a long time for you all to hear the evidence. The evidence, or the lack thereof, will show you that Bryce Rhodes is not guilty of these accusations. The burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt, why do we keep talking about that? I know you've heard that many times already. Our system, our government makes it so difficult to take someone's freedom that we can't let the government make any mistakes. And we want to be sure that no one is ever wrongfully convicted, especially in a situation where the stakes are this high. The government has made some very serious accusations against Bryce. And I'm not here to undermine the loss that the families and the community have suffered as a result of these senseless deaths. But I'm here to make sure that nobody is wrongfully convicted, and that's why you are here. As jurors in this case, you guys have a great responsibility. But with that responsibility also comes a great power. You all have the power to hold the government to their burden of proving Bryce Rhodes guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the power to say no. You have the power to say we are not convinced. And the power to know that that decision is okay. So how do you make that decision? As Ms. Jones-Brown told you earlier, none of us can define reasonable doubt for you. That's up to you as a juror. That's up to you as an individual. So what are you going to use to make this determination? You will hear evidence over the next several days. You will decide what evidence you find credible, what witnesses you find believable. So what evidence do you all expect to see to help you make this decision? It's a very important decision. Eyewitnesses? That might be good. I think you'll find that there aren't any eyewitnesses who were not themselves involved in these crimes. There are no neutral witnesses. Do these witnesses have a motive to lie? Can we trust them? You might expect to see a murder weapon. There's not one. Is there physical evidence? Yes. Can it be trusted? That's up to you all to decide. Let's talk about the physical evidence. The Louisville Metro Police Department found tire tracks and footprints at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were found. The tire tracks could not be linked to Bryce's vehicle. The footprints did not match Bryce's shoes. Bryce's fingerprints were not on any evidence. Bryce Rhodes' DNA was not found on any evidence except for on the steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle. Let's talk about Bryce's car. Commonwealth showed you a picture of the Mazda. Louisville Metro Police Department searches Bryce's car and claims that the entire back seat of Bryce's light blue Mazda had been removed in an effort to conceal evidence of these crimes. No DNA linking Bryce to those crimes was recovered in that car. You'll hear that Bryce borrowed Chris Jensen's black Charger to drive these boys around. And when you hear from Mr. Jensen, note that he is not going to be able to say that anyone was with Bryce when he picked up that black Charger, nor was anyone with Bryce when he dropped off that black Charger to Mr. Jensen. These are things to consider. I want to give you an alternate perspective, if you will, than what the government has. Have they accused the right person, or was Bryce an easy target to blame? Has the one who already committed these crimes pled guilty? I ask you all to listen to the evidence, observe the witnesses, and ask yourselves if something isn't quite right here. The evidence will show that there is a reasonable doubt that Bryce Rhodes is guilty. Let's talk about the detectives in this case. As you all know, the Louisville Metro Police Department was the agency responsible for investigating both of these murders, both scenes, or excuse me, both incidents on May 4th and then again on May 22nd. And there were two lead detectives, as the Commonwealth told you, Detective Griffin and Detective Tonelli, and you'll hear from both of them. But I want you to think about how many hands were involved in this case. When it comes to handling evidence, interviewing witnesses, executing search warrants, mistakes were made. And I want you to think, can we rely on every person that works for the Louisville Metro Police Department? You will learn that the Louisville Metro Police Department investigated these homicides. And once again, this is the same force that murdered Breonna Taylor. Yes.
His last statement at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, even if you find Detective Tonelli and Detective Griffin, the two lead detectives in this case, as I mentioned, there were so many hands in this case. Can you rely on everyone else that works for Louisville Metro Police Department? Detective Tonelli lied under oath about one of the biggest pieces of physical evidence that the police possessed. He told the court under oath not once, but twice, that law enforcement had a piece of evidence that they did not have and do not have. So you might be asking yourself, I can see how some evidence could be lost. Maybe it was a tiny piece of hair. Maybe it was a speck of DNA. That seems reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, no, it was an entire back seat of a car. It's gone. You know how I told you earlier that the police stated that Bryce's back seat had been removed. Detective Tonelli told a judge and then a grand jury that the Louisville Metro Police Department had found and collected a burnt back seat from a dumpster that matched Bryce Rhodes's back seat. And now it's gone. I am mystified as to how you lose a piece of evidence that big. It's huge. It's a huge piece of evidence, not only physically, but to the case as well. So in an effort to get Bryce charged, the court was misled, the grand jury was misled about a piece of evidence in the LMPD's possession. Did they lie under oath about having it? Or did they dispose of it because it didn't help the case? You all decide that. The Louisville Metro Police Department searched the home of Bryce's mother, where he was residing on Hyde Avenue in Louisville, 2 times. The first search, officers found nothing incriminating. They even commented on how clean the apartment was. The crime scene unit was there, detectives were there, officers were there. It was a big search. Nothing was found. And then they decided to just go back. The officers go back, decide to search the home again, and now claim that they have found evidence that Larry and Maurice were killed there. Now there's suddenly blood there. First of all, is that how search warrants work? You keep going back until you find something, and if you don't find anything, you find a way to come back and find something. If at first you don't succeed, try again, huh? But that's not how search warrants work, ladies and gentlemen. Despite all of those officers being there, I've never seen a video recording of the search at Hyde Avenue. There's nothing for you all to watch to see what actually happened. I want you to consider that when you hear about how the evidence was collected. Consider that reasonable doubt as to the guilt of Mr. Rhodes. I want to talk to you all about the investigation in this case, or the lack thereof. I think it's fair to say that you all could conclude that the police had tunnel vision in this case. And when I say tunnel vision, I mean that they focused in on Bryce Rhodes, excluding all other possible suspects. Elizabeth Wren, the mother of Larry and Maurice, was the first to point the finger at Bryce Rhodes. But why? She didn't see anything. So what was her problem with Bryce? Was it their romantic relationship had gone bad? I feel for her. She lost both of her sons. She's a grieving mother, and you will see that when she testifies. But I'm going to ask you to look past that and think about the part that she played in this. Consider the reliability of her statement. Evidence will show that she is a known drug user who was aware that her juvenile sons were hanging with Ja'Cory Taylor and Anwan Carter, were involved with guns, and even knew her son's friends bought a gun out of her own home. She was naturally distraught when she spoke to the police, but also very likely under the influence. And I'm not saying that to speak ill of her, but as a jury, you have to know that the police took her statement and did not investigate anyone else. The police didn't care that she hated Bryce. The police didn't care that they had a relationship that went sour. The police didn't care that she hadn't actually seen anything. They already had a name, and she was happy to trash her ex-boyfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, no other suspects were investigated. Not a full investigation was done, as you might expect to see in a case of this magnitude. There were, however, other suspects to investigate. Just prior to the shooting of Christopher Jones, a Louisville Metro police officer reported a suspect in a white shirt, reported receiving a report of a suspect in a white shirt riding a bicycle and waving a gun around in the area. It's not a coincidence. It's a high crime area. It wasn't investigated. Another witness reported seeing a black Chrysler 300M near the scene of Christopher Jones's death, and even stated a person got out and messed with the body, but then fled before the police arrived. This was not investigated. Another possible suspect comes to light in the statements of Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. They both described two other men being present at and participating in the murder of brothers Larry and Maurice. Tyron Coleman was eventually charged and convicted. However, the other individual was not charged or even questioned. There is a reasonable doubt that Bryce Rhodes is guilty. There's no clear motive for Bryce to have committed these crimes.
They were witnesses.
The police allege that Bryce Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones in the presence of Ja'Cory Taylor, Anwan Carter, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. And then about 3 weeks later, the police think that Bryce stabbed Larry and Maurice because Bryce was afraid they would go to the police and rat. But the other two who were present are still alive. Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor were there, and they are still alive. Does this make sense to you?
I'll make a chart. I'll make a chart.
And I would like to talk about those co-defendants. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Anwan Carter was facing life in prison for his actions against 3 innocent people. He was facing life in prison. And the prosecution said, that's okay. We'll give you probation. But to get the sweetheart offer, you got to give us someone else. Anwan Carter pled guilty to the murders of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, Larry Ordway. And in exchange for that, the prosecution was okay with probation, or maybe a little prison, left it up to the judge, if you testify against Bryce Rhodes. Anwan Carter gave a name, the police took it and ran with it. Up to that point, all they had was kids killing other kids. They wanted an adult to stick it to. And here we are. 2 people have already admitted to killing Christopher Jones. Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. 3 people have already admitted to killing Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. Again, Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, plus Tyron Coleman. They have all pled guilty to their murders. So why are we here then? Because in order for those men to get very lenient deals from the government, they agreed to testify against Bryce. The evidence will show you all that those responsible for the murders have already been convicted and are now trying to put the blame on Bryce Rhodes. There is reasonable doubt that Bryce Rhodes is guilty. The evidence will show that the testimony of Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, who you will hear from, is not believable. Both of these men are known criminals. In fact, Anwan Carter is currently in prison right now in the state of Florida. Guess what for? Gun charges. He had a loaded weapon on him. So after he got his sweetheart deal here in Kentucky for killing 3 people, he went to the state of Florida, joined a gang, and again got arrested. He changed his statement at least 3 times to the police that I can think of. At first, Mr. Carter even told police, I do not know Bryce Rhodes. I've never been in a car with him. However, after having time to consult with Ja'Cory Taylor, a plan was concocted to point the finger at Bryce Rhodes. These 2, Taylor and Carter, had a chance to get their stories together. There weren't any suspects initially after the Christopher Jones murder, but about 3 weeks later, Larry and Maurice are killed. Anwan Carter wasn't questioned until about 2 days after that incident. So all of this time, Carter and Taylor had time to get their stories straight, to come up with a plan of how to get themselves out of this. A plan to make themselves look less guilty for murdering their best friends, Larry and Maurice. A plan to blame Bryce. and Juan Carter admitted to running over Christopher Jones's body in a pickup truck that he had stolen, that Mr. Carter had stolen. Do you know what kind of vehicle witnesses reported seeing at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were recovered? A pickup truck, not Bryce's blue model. And Juan Carter admitted to stabbing his best friend Maurice Gordon. Carter claims to have seen Bryce Rhodes shoot Christopher Jones, but the evidence will show that what Juan Carter in fact saw was a hand out the window shooting a gun. If you recall, Mr. Carter was in the vehicle behind where the shots were fired, the vehicle that the shots were fired from. It was dark outside, and Carter could not see the face of the shooter. Ja'Cory Taylor was in the back seat where the shots were fired and had just bought a gun from the boyfriend of Larry and Maurice's mother. And Juan Carter saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun. There's reasonable doubt that Bryce Rhodes is guilty. Ja'Cory Taylor admitted to buying that gun right before the shooting of Christopher Jones. He admitted to getting into an altercation with Maurice Gordon right before Maurice died. He admitted that Maurice Gordon pulled a knife on him. And then he admitted to stabbing Larry. Yeah, reasonable doubt. At the conclusion of the evidence, you will be asked to make a decision about Bryce's fate. You have promised that in order to find anyone guilty, the government has first proven to you that that person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the government has not done that, you all must find him not guilty. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. You all get to decide what is true, who you believe, and what is reliable. Ask you to use your power as jurors to tell the government you are not convinced. Tell them that the evidence is not sufficient, and tell them that we will not wrongfully convict Bryce. Thank you.
All right. I know there's a lot of names and stuff in that. So I know there's a lot. And this is kind of one that we, just recently started talking about. So I haven't done like an introduction to it or anything. There's a lot to this. So I'll make a chart and I'll recap everything she just said in the way that makes it a lot easier to comprehend. And then we'll start on this. I'll do like a recap on it when we go into verdict watch. So I'm going to do the same thing I've been doing the last, about the last week. It seems to be working. I will, I have the stream created for tomorrow already. So they're going to start at 9:30 Central tomorrow. So we are going to start, I think I put it down for 9:30. I'll probably come on about 15 minutes early actually. So I just put 9:30 because whatever, I just put 9:30. So I'll probably come on a few minutes early though, just so we can have a moment to say hello and all that good stuff. And then they will be finishing with Lisa tomorrow. The only thing that sucks about them leaving is, now Lisa has time to compose herself because she was kind of getting hammered there for a minute. So now she has time to compose herself. So, we'll see how that goes. But we will start back up tomorrow morning. So the plan is we're going to continue live with the trial that we've been watching. This one is going to be nutso. It's crazy. But there's also a lot of names involved and stuff like that. So kind of like the one, now that we've gotten to know all the names in, the trial that we're currently watching, we finally get to know those names. And now we're going into another one with a bunch of names. So such is life. But I'll make a chart, it makes it a little bit easier. And then when our trial goes into jury deliberations, verdict watch, we will start on this one. Sound good? So we'll see how it goes. All right, y'all. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Thank you so much. Please, if you have, oops. If you, oh yeah, they said it was because, I think the thing that I read, it said it was because of his, IQ, like he has mental deficiencies, and he's suffered from mental illness for so long or whatever. So they won't do death penalty. So I don't know. All right, this will portal you over to tomorrow's stream, or it should anyway. If it doesn't, let me here. I'll post the link, because if some people are watching. Copy. Oops, I wrote closing because I thought we'd be in closing, but whatever. I'll pin this link to the top. So that gets you to tomorrow's stream. Go over there, go ahead and hit notify me so that you get notified in the morning when we go live so that you don't miss it. We don't want to miss a moment of what is happening with Lisa, our defendant, taking the stand in her own defense and her cross-examination. And we'll see about redirect. Yeah. See how it goes. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Y'all always brighten my day. I'll see you bright and early in the morning.